Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Gonna go Galactic here if he can find these 4 kills. They're all stacked up inside the smoke.
Rushing, charging, trying to breathe down the neck of these CT defenders, but Hard Chow has no problem as he lines up 3, looking for a 4th, tons of damage to Lux. Bomb's going to be planted. A 2v2 retake that's now on equal footing. Headshot angle in play, but no connection. Lux is low and finished off.
Here's the bomb get tapped, and now he goes for the swing, but Cello was ready and waiting for him. The tap through the smoke takes him down. Twist now going to be able to pick up 2. Naf's on the bomb. Here comes the swing. Needs to go for the spam. Does manage to find him, and now just one more body to find. The off angle being held from Yakinda. It might be enough. It might be long, but no, Fallen hits the shot.
OC up close, fading the smoke. Will not work in his favor. Fang gets 1. The trade works brilliantly, and Sunny for a double as well. And then I'll pop towards A coming out of balcony. The hands of Brunson who makes it a double. For 1. Any more for any more. Be great that he lined up 2. Make that 3. Exit finds 4.
To Sonic, though, is the bait and switch. Back turn, burns his way through 2. That's another hat-trick into the round for him.
And a last barrel in towards B. Incendiary goes forward. The flashbang is fantastic. Marky collects both. Ready to take Vertigo all by himself. It feels like Cold Zero. Not the meta smoke that covers everything, so he's given a fine line to fight onto Marky. And swings on through, he's not done. Ladder absolutely destroys Nouns.
We'll watch as the bomb is planted, pushes through the smoke into certain death. And Marius and Natty, they know positions as well. They fake out the bomb defuse, but no commitment so far. Marius is the one with the defuse kit. He wants to go out, and as the peak's coming forward, they're good for 1, and they're good for 2.
Util, his teammates are going to burst from the front side of bathrooms, and Woody could have got caught in no man's land, has a Molotov out, and it forces them forward. Woody finding his impact on this AWP. The Peeping closing the gap, but they're still not aware, and Woody hits the collateral. This is a Woody round through and through, all 4.
Welcome everybody to day number 3 here at the PGL CS2 Americas RMR. We've already bid adieu to 4 of our teams, and sadly Nouns, Elevate, NRG and Bestia are no more. With 5 spots remaining and on the line for the first ever CS2 major live in Copenhagen, let's get this show on the road. Pimp and Dust, talk to me boys, how are we feeling about today's matchups?
I'm feeling good, you know, I'm feeling very good. I think we're getting to the point now where a lot of teams will really feel the pressure of perhaps not making the major. This could be the last day for 3 teams, obviously, in the 3 games we're having. So I think there's a lot on stake right now for all these teams, and I think Liquid in particular, the first game of the day, they're under a lot of pressure right now to win.
Yeah, absolutely they do. I mean, we have 4 teams today that will have an opportunity to book their tickets to Copenhagen. Three of those 4 names, I should say, were names we kind of expected to find themselves in the 2-0 column, but a team like Pain has kind of snuck their way up the leaderboard a little bit throughout the best of ones to actually put themselves in prime position, maybe even pull off an upset moving on to the major. So let's see how things play out.
Well, you know what, on that note, let's go ahead and check out how things have been panning out so far with the results, the standings, and the situation that we've got going on across our broadcast. These are all of the results from our B stream yesterday. Taking a look at that M80 and Imperial matchup, though, myself personally, I was expecting a little bit more fight to come out from M80 heading into that matchup in particular.
I think that's fair to say, you know. However, for M80, they're playing on almost half force, I'd say, you know, not playing with their in-game leader, not playing with who they want to play with in particular, having to stand in with their coach in depth. I think they're doing the best they can right now. On the other hand, Imperial, they look very promising. I think they look good in their first game. They look solid in the second game as well. So not too big of a surprise that they won, but I agree with you. M80 probably could have put up a much better fight. Wildcard taking down Bestia 2-0. To me, that's a great sign after seeing Wildcard on day 1 not really doing too well for themselves. We had them as one of the potentially dark horses to make it through. So for them to win convincingly 2-0 yesterday, that gives me hope that maybe there's more on Wildcard.
You would certainly hope so. Like you said, you got a veteran in Stanislaw leading that team. You got a young talent in JBA, who's an upcoming rifler in the scene on that squad as well. So a good mix of young upcoming talent and veteran players. And so, yeah, it was nice to see them finally get some success going their way yesterday.
I'll tell you one thing. When we were listening to the B-Stream match from the green room, those boys are getting loud.
Monterrey, Mexico.
I know everybody's incredibly passionate. There's an awful lot on the line for them. But how about the results from our A-Stream? Let's go ahead and check out the results that we've had thus far. Dust, how about for you? Any surprises that were really thrown your way from yesterday's games?
Not really. I mean, I guess I do respect Boss for putting up that good of a fight against Complexity. I thought Complexity would have a little bit of an easier time in that game, but Boss obviously snapped Made in Brazil's 10-game winning streak on Ancient. Then they played Ancient against Complexity and put up a really good game, very good T-side. So props to them. FURIA versus Liquid, I felt like that was a game that could go either way, just based on kind of the situations both those teams are in. So not too surprising, a close game as I expected. You know, Made in Brazil getting the 2-0, kind of what we thought based on Energy's results online heading into this tournament. And then Legacy versus Nouns was another match I felt could really go either way. It did go all 3 maps, but in the end, pretty convincing final map from Legacy.
Slightly disappointing for Nouns not to be able to make more out of this opportunity. Again, had them as one of the teams that potentially could make the major. I think they've looked somewhat decent in online play within NA. So for them to go out 0-2 and not winning a game at all, you know, I know they had some technical difficulties on day one. Had a hard draw as well, going up against FURIA and then going up against Legacy. Not too easy, but that's a game you need to win if you want to make the major.
I think every single game, most definitely, the pressure is on the line. Players potentially getting a little bit nervous heading into this, but let's go ahead and check out our schedule for today and our fantastic crew over on the B stream. First matchup is going to be M80 versus Wildcard. M80 having previously had a victory versus ODDIK, but an incredibly tough loss versus Imperial yesterday. How do you think Wildcard are going to be feeling heading into that one?
I think they look at this game as a great opportunity. As said, M80 are not playing with their full roster. They are playing with technically a stand-in who's now been playing with them for a month and a half almost. Did well at Katowice as well. So I think M80, they have the excuse that they're not really fielding the lineup they would like to. However, for Wildcard, I also do think it's one of those games where we get to know more about them. Are they good enough to contend for a spot at the major? Or are they just good enough in order to sometimes make an upset in an online qualifier in NA? We're about to see today. I think it's a fun game to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard has proven they can beat this M80 team even when they're, you know, dealing with the situation they're dealing with. They beat them in the RMR qualifiers. They also beat them in the Chengdu qualifiers at one point. M80 got the revenge, though, in the end to actually take the spot. So I think that's going to be a tight race just based on their recent head-to-head results. It has been very tight games, and you got an all-Brazilian brawl there for the final 2 games, and those look like they could be very close on paper.
Obviously, with every single one of those matchups being an elimination game, everything is on the line here, and especially that Legacy versus MIBR lineup matchup that we've got going on. Obviously, yesterday MIBR had that loss versus Boss previously, and then yesterday we saw a 2-0 versus NRG. Make no mistake though, that 2-0, that Ancient and Anubis situation that we had going on was a very big question mark, and it could have gone NRG's way. So if you are MIBR heading into today, what on earth is the game plan?
I mean, you probably want to stay away from Anubis if possible. Again, depending on what Legacy likes to play in that regard, we'll have to take a deep dive into that one. I think on paper, it's 2 teams who, again, we spoke about it, 2 Brazilian teams who are sort of the leftover of the better Brazilian teams out there. Coldzera haven't really made it work just yet with Legacy. Used to be 0-0 Nation, playing with great talents like Lado, Dumao, etc. So there's a lot of firepower on the server, whereas for MIBR, spoke about Safe yesterday, spoke about Exit, spoke about some of these players who's had the opportunity to play for the best Brazilian squads, but haven't really capitalized. So it's a very important game, at least domestically within Brazilian Counter-Strike. For whoever wins that one, have a decent chance of making it to the major still.
But we've spoken about the bit of a brawl that's going to be taking place over on our B stream. But what about the fantastic A stream games we've got going on? Boys, 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 these are certainly going to be spicy matchups. Let's work our way backwards though, okay? We're going to be starting off with the discussions about FURIA and Complexity. For Complexity, Dust, I'm going to come on over to you. What are you hoping to see from the boys?
I want to see something convincing, right? I mean, this Complexity squad is a squad that is not that far removed from their second place finish at IEM Sydney, losing the phase in the grand finals and having a good run. They also had a good run at Blast as well. I think they placed like somewhere near the top 4, if I'm not mistaken. You know, there for Ray there. They definitely have a lot of talent. You know, Elige is by far still one of the strongest riflers in the region, and even internationally speaking, you could put him up there with some of the best, particularly when it comes to just his recoil control and how he's able to be so assertive on the server on both sides of the map. JT GT is a very experienced IGL. He's been around for a very long time. You know, and Elish has some support, right? You know, you got a guy like Grim, you got a guy like Floppy. You know, those are both very solid role players. So I want them to go up against a FURIA team that has shown vulnerability, right? I mean, they've looked sharp so far at this RMR, but we know some of the hiccups they've had in recent times. So this is their chance to make a bold statement.
It's a complete 50-50 game for my money. As you said, FURIA have shown weakness, so has Complexity. They played well 3-4 months ago, but they've been struggling so far to get it done in 24. Pain Gaming versus Imperial, a Brazilian brawl in that regard as well. Two teams that, yes, we knew they were great. Yes, we knew they stood a decent chance of qualifying. One of them will go through today. Another one will have another chance tomorrow. And I think that's a 50-50 for my money as well. And then first game of the day, obviously, we're heading into it. Boss versus Team Liquid. It should be very lopsided. It should be a clear-cut victory for Team Liquid, but we've seen upsets happening and we've seen Boss play way above expectations. So maybe we're gifted with another competitive game from the end.
Well, we've said goodbye to 3 NA teams so far, as well as 1 South American team as well. This NA kind of clash of the Titans, maybe, possibly, who knows? Boss obviously being August at the moment. You're expecting the household name of Team Liquid to maybe come out looking stronger in this one. So talk to me, Jacob. Obviously, these two teams have faced off against one another previously. What can you tell me about how that actually went?
Well, it's been some of the most boring matches you possibly could watch because it's been Team Liquid running all over them, to be completely honest. It's been in a lot of online qualifiers. They played, I believe, 4 maps against each other, and every single time Liquid have absolutely destroyed Boss. You see it right here on your screen, 13-1, 13-2, 13-5, and another 13-5. So at no point has Boss made any game against Team Liquid competitive, and that's a Team Liquid who's been struggling online and who's been having a tough time doing well in these North American qualifiers. So for my money, you're looking at a game where, yes, Boss, they've played exceptionally well, above expectations so far, but going up against Team Liquid, that's a different caliber team, and as we've seen so far, they haven't had a shot at it whatsoever.
And what about individual players, especially when it comes to this squad of all of the Boss players? What can you tell me about them, Dust?
Well, Boss is in a very unique position because out of the 56 teams that have competed in the RMRs between Europe, Asia, and Americas, they are the only team that is not salaried, that has no organizational support. And so they've been just kind of persevering and trying to do their damnedest to kind of scrap together, you know, a squad to show up to this event and try to make their dreams a reality. Obviously, we know the tragedy that this team went through, and my heart goes out to them, but they've certainly done well for themselves to just battle through that. I mean, this is a squad. The core 4 has been together the bulk of 2023. They actually used to represent Wildcard up until, I think, around November of last year. They kind of went off on their own with this Boss project. Now they have Pwn alone standing in as their 5th, and they have at times done pretty well in North America. They were doing pretty well in some of the ESCA Cash Cups at the end of last year, gets a lot of top 4 finishes against some solid squads. They actually qualified for the Thunderpick World Championships, you know, over teams like Nouns and M80. It made it to the international event. They were nearly at Jönköping. So they've had moments where they've looked really sharp, and they do have some pretty solid players like Darty and Freshie are a pretty solid, like, young rifling core. So they have some talent, and they've shown some shocking results so far at this tournament. I mean, they upset Made in Brazil on Ancient, nearly did it to Complexity as well. So I feel like they're making the most out of the situation.
So I'm liking the fact that you've mentioned Pwn alone as one player to highlight from the side of Boss, but what about on the side of Liquid? Who is the man on everybody's minds?
Well, there's a couple. I'd say right now it's Twist. You know, he's the guy who's standing out. He's the guy so far in the tournament as well who's been playing exceptionally well for Team Liquid. Used to be Nafla as well, so the Canadian duo in that regard. Those two have been playing well for Team Liquid, and it's honestly the only 2 players who stepped up to deliver that we expected. Obviously, Skulls is a little bit excused. He's coming into a role where he's not necessarily supposed to be the star of the team. Yekinda is a player that we have under the loop. Kadian is a player we have under the loop, especially when you consider Pwn alone versus Kadian in that raw op duel. I think there's a case to be made that in terms of individual output, Pwn alone can match Kadian, what he's done so far in CS2. The stats are backing it up as well. The other side of the coin is, though, the Kadian we spoke about yesterday, he's focusing a lot on making the rest of Team Liquid work. So for Kadian not to have the great individual output on the server as of right now, it shouldn't be an issue when you're surrounded by players like Twist, like Yekinda, and like Nafly. So I'm not too worried on that behalf. However, I want to see Yekinda play well because it's been a very slow start for him ever since he was dropped as an in-game leader in Team Liquid.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned it just a moment ago as well. Obviously, Team Liquid being somewhat of a household name in the wonderful world of esports, as well as CS as well. So what can you tell me about the previous runs that they've had, their major achievements to lead them into a position like this?
Well, that's the point I want to bring up here, Dust, right? You're looking at a Team Liquid who are 1 loss away from being eliminated from the major, and you look at a team who has a very rich history when it comes to the majors. They've been in semifinals, they've been in quarterfinals, they've been qualifying for the vast majority of the majors that we've seen. This graphic right here is going to take you a long, long time to go through, so I don't want to bore you with that, but just just look at the amount of majors this team have played, usually going to the playoff, usually going to the Legend States, and it's an organization with a rich history within Counter-Strike. For them to lose today, or tomorrow for that matter as well, would be a massive disappointment.
It's also worth noting that the NAF Twist combo was a part of that team that made the top 4 finish at the Face It Major in 2018. They also had top 8 finish at Berlin. You go even further forward, NAF's been with them the entire time through since then, and Yakindar was a part of their top 8 finish at the Paris Major. So, I mean, these players have been a part of that history, I guess is what I'm getting at. Yeah, some of the, 2016 majors and below were different faces, but the Liquid organization has always been one of the forefront teams in CS, and you do expect them to be a part of the major for sure.
I'm liking the fact that you mentioned the NAF and Twist combo, but now on some sites we're having the Twist and Skulls combo.
Yes.
Thoughts on that? Are we liking it so far?
I'm loving it. I think Skulls is actually developing into quite a strong player. I think particularly on his CT sides, he is a very good anchor player. Doesn't require a lot of resources, has really good crosshair placement, also just really good game sense. Like when he's in situations on the CT side where you can kind of pick and choose his battles and just kind of like ride the wave of the round, so to speak, I think he's actually quite strong. So I do feel like he is developing in the right direction, and I don't know that you could really argue against that. I mean, the results speak for themselves.
I think that's a fair point to make. I think he's holding up to his own. He's not a player that's supposed to make the biggest difference on the server. He's not set up to make the biggest difference on the server either. So for him to hold his own and be somewhat solid on the CT side, I'll take that for now for Skulls.
And here we are on the pick ban, Liquid burning away Vertigo. That is their perma ban. The problem with Boss is their map pool is so limited. They don't really do well on Mirage, Overpass, Inferno, or Vertigo. They can only get rid of one of those 4. They decided to get rid of Overpass. Obviously, when it comes to picks, Liquid could go a lot of different directions here. I mean, they play all the maps very well.
Inferno would be a no-brainer for Team Liquid in this regard. Yeah, it's coming in now.
Yeah, Ancient would be a good pick here, obviously, for Bosch, just considering their success they've had in the tournament so far on it. So not surprised to see Ancient come through in that regard. I think the problem is, though, is like that's really the only map that they have, unfortunately. Again, you look at the rest of their map pool, this is where they really struggle. Meanwhile, Liquid, outside of their permaban Vertigo, they're willing to play any map, and they get Inferno, which is a strong pick for them. And then Anubis has been great for them as well. They're 7-1 in the North American region on Anubis. Very, very sharp-looking squad on that. So, obviously, no advantage was gained here by Boston to pick ban.
No, and I like that. They're picking into Ancient, well knowing that it's one of the stronger maps of Team Liquid. It's one of the maps they have a higher win percentage on. It's one of the maps they played an awful lot in these NA qualifiers. Last time they did play it, they did lose to Nouns in a game that wasn't too pretty, but apart from that, they've shown a decent amount of consistency. If you're Boss, you're going into this game knowing that there's nothing you can do in a Veto to apply pressure to Team Liquid.
Right.
So you may as well just pick into what you've been playing well on yourself, which we've seen twice on Ancient.
Yeah, Inferno's going to be a tough one, though. I mean, obviously, Boss is already dealing with the stand-in situation. That's bad enough, but even prior to that, their Inferno had been really weak in CS2, 1-4 record coming into this RMR. Haven't really seen any success. They used to be pretty good on it in CSGO, like the core 4 of this team, back when they were still representing Wildcard in the older version of CS. They actually did have a pretty decent Inferno, but in CS2, it just hasn't been there, and you're going up against a Liquid team who's very confident on it.
So you boys need to break down for me really quick, Jacob, how are Liquid going to look to approach this Inferno? What are we hoping to see from them?
To be completely honest, just do whatever they want to. Liquid is far superior in terms of individual gameplay right here. I think you can allow yourself to have a guy like Yakindar roam around, play banana, be aggressive, farm some confidence. I don't want to take anything away from Boss because I think they played exceptionally well so far in this tournament, considering what we expected from them coming in. But we're talking about a team with 5 players who are earning more salaries than any of these players, as you said, on salary for Team Boss. And you're speaking of some of the best players in the world in their role. So I would be highly, highly surprised if we get a competitive game.
I'll say this. I just want Liquid to look sharper. This is an opportunity for you to kind of fix some of the issues you've been having throughout the tournament. So, yeah, we expect them to win, but they need to do so clean.
Anything but a win is a disappointment.
Well, over to the lyrical master is Jackie and Vince.
Oh, Jazz, you always butter us up and get us ready for the big bangers. And hopefully this will be one that delivers. Liquid facing elimination up against Boss. Can they bring out the all caps in a game like this, Vince, as we kick off the best of 3 on Inferno? A little bit of Vaseline on the screen to keep this one clean, Vince. It is going to be a banger.
Let's hope that Pone can wipe that one away in time for them to push, which he has done just that. However, it's going to be into an early demise anyway. Dirtbath has been pushed in by Skulls, and they're just going to be ripping straight onto the site. You heard Pimp say, just do whatever you want. Well, Liquid, zero respect shown there with that quad push. And in the post-plant, they're going to have the advantage here as well. Going to be a difficult one to retake with Twists also in middle. The Shadow betraying Darty around the corner, and Twists goes in for a second.
severing his way through the brackets and shutting down anyone from Boss that looked to make their way back into the bomb site. Not going to allow them to carve a path. Already KD interrupting and trying to get the entire squad dialed in and ready, knowing that this is a very important game. Doesn't matter what the opponent is, doesn't matter where you are, you're one game away from elimination. You can't allow that to happen. A lot of investment into the Liquid project, obviously something we're going to see develop over some time, but not making it to the major would be a big X in the book.
Oh, it would just be unacceptable. I mean, I'm not going to mince words or anything. If Liquid don't make it here, then there's massive questions to be asked. Yes, the roster hasn't been together for a huge amount of time, but everything coming into this tournament, you felt like Liquid had to qualify. They had to be one of those 5 teams. You were looking at like Liquid and Complexity with the 2 ironclad teams you're looking at, and like Furias, Imperials, maybes as well. But if Liquid lose this matchup, considering that Boss have only picked up 11 rounds in the last 4 times they've played collectively, there's got to be big questions asked to this team.
There really has to be. Yeah, there really has to be. Quick one, whilst we've got a bit of a technical timeout here fixing an issue with one of the mics, we can have a bit of a look back into the past. So the previous time these 2 teams went head-to-head, we had basically the same Veto, other than the fact that Ancient and Anubis were flipped. So it's a little bit different there, Vince. You know, we'll never know. Maybe we'll see a different flavor going into Ancient. That is going to be the guaranteed second map in the series. Anubis will have to wait in the wings towards the very end. And I'm curious how different things are going to be looking in terms of the overall game plan for Liquid on Inferno. Because up against Bestia, there was a lot of ridiculous clutch rounds, right? Unsustainable rounds that you probably don't expect to see happen again. They were kind of flash in the pan level plays, but it was their CT side that felt like it had a majority of the issues. So starting off on T here could be a blessing for them.
Yeah, that's very true. And plus, obviously, on the CT side as well, you're playing more static. And if you're being a bit twitchy, a bit nervy, it can definitely be a bit of a detriment. But nothing twitchy or nervy about this. Just a full-on rush-down banana. And Boss have got themselves 2 kills in return. They're not able to pick up either of those weapons, unfortunately. And it feels like they're one wild haymaker, only a glancing blow. There is a Zeus out in the apps, but no one's going to see action over on that side of the map. It's down to Cryptic, and he is found and put down with authority. Liquid going to take the 2-0. Yeah, maybe starting on that T side just allows them to loosen themselves up, run and gun it a little bit more, rely on their aim. And these are components of Liquid that obviously we know they're one of the best teams in the RMRs. Actually, they have some of the best players in the entire world when it comes to aim. I mean, Twists himself, this guy could have gone to pretty much any roster in the world and decided to come back to NA, decided to go back home again. So you're looking at players like him and Naf. These guys are insane.
Yeah, a lot of talent. Definitely a lot of talent. Optics for the future as well with Skulls, right? Who's garnering more and more respect to his name, which is deserved. Definitely very talented. You'd expect they'd be able to show up, do an awful lot of damage. Oh, mate. It's a shame we didn't see it with the old Zeus play. All in all, not a bad eco, right? You go running down banana, force 2 guns out their hands. It's not the worst case scenario. Would have been better if you got the Zeus in. He's hoping maybe they'll exit out towards Ruin sides, but they're all going to barrel down banana and get away.
He's going to try and shut down one in the back. There are 2 players that are low here. He might get away with this one. I like the idea from Freshie. Yeah. A couple of prayers to Zeus, and then decided to try and go for the backstab and nearly picked it off. So fair play. And that's another element to this as well. Like, all the pressure is on Liquid's shoulders for this game.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, like, no disrespect to Boss whatsoever. Like, obviously, Pwn Alone's only been in the roster for just over a month. This is a team that is going through a bit of a tumultuous period right now. So they're coming into this tournament. I'm not saying that there's no pressure on them. Of course, they're here to win. But there's a lot more stress on the shoulders of Liquid.
It's a very different dynamic for both teams.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. And that's something that obviously, if you start taking rounds, especially compared to the previous results that we'd seen, where they weren't really able to get themselves on the board, you do it now on LAN where you can build each other up, start to get that sort of momentum behind you, that can quite quickly mount. It's pressure that can creep into the minds of Liquid. You see the difference of how they approach that as well compared to the previous outing where Canids instantly up to his old tricks, right? Going to be yelling, going to be deflecting, taking a lot of that sort of emotional side that helps them out a bit, alleviates any of that potential future stress. For now, 2 players set up, round towards quad side, up on top. You've also got Freshie down at the bottom, watching the exit round 3 balcony. And they are close towards brackets. The early molly goes in, but that won't do any damage. Heat rises, Vince, but not that high.
Yeah, there's a nice little buffer of that quad. The tiles are going to shield any of the heat. And Pwn Alone and the rest of the gang are able to back off onto the site. They've got their player pick from former Twists. And Naf's going to go back in, spotting a shoulder just round the corner. But the CTs have done a really good job here of stalling a lot of time. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock. And other than a very aggressive Yekindar up on Banana that they may pivot back to, not much else has gone in favor of Liquid here.
Starting to wrap off as well. Using some utility to still sell the idea of a late play, potentially making them believe they're going to bleed round through Arch side as well. But the real execute's on B, and there's some utility here that could really throw a spanner in the works. The Molotov goes out at the right time. You've only got 20 seconds left on the clock, so it's got to be clean here for Liquid. The rotations are arriving. Famus in the back of the bomb site. Brett waiting to unleash. 11 seconds on the clock. You've got to go and get those entries. They're all getting themselves stuck. It's looking good for Skulls, though, as he unleashes. Paying with the AK. 3 seconds as the bomb goes down. Oh, that's going to be tight, Vince. It's just over the mark.
It was half a second too slow. Oh, that is so demoralizing if you're Liquid. Caught in such an awkward spot. And it was that Molotov, you highlighted it. Plus, even though neither of the players on the site got a kill, they put so many bullets down range that you just saw Liquid were too scared to actually push in. And that was the difference maker.
It's one of those where you're watching it on the timer and thinking maybe it's off just very slightly. Maybe it was 4 seconds in game and he got it down at the last possible chance. But no, he just left it far too late on the actual execute out. Oh, that's going to be a rough round to take on the chin. That's a hefty nade to open up the follow-up as well, slowing him down on the push towards middle.
It's an awkward one for Liquid, but give props to Boss for stalling that as long as they did. And they're going to go for the same quad stack again. 2 players up there. Freshie watching apps from a different angle. And Yekindar, I've got a big sense of deja vu, pushing Banana by himself. It's almost an identical start to last round.
Same setup as well. 2 players up on top. They try to clear it this time, but they're getting mauled. Pona alone does not need backup. He does it all on his lonesome. Freshie falls. As Naf goes down on the trade back, and you've only got 2 players left. Liquid looking pretty brittle into this one. Yekindar on 64. Switches over the Galil to Cadian. He's on 22 HP himself. How do you even build into this one, though? Round 4 gonna be looking incredibly good for Boss here to get 2 on the board.
Straightforward kill for Brett. Catches Yekindar off guard, and Cadian, with 38 seconds, 22 health to his name, and Galil is about to get hunted down by Brett. Takes his head instantly. Immediate headshot. But that is one of many that he has to deal with. So I think it's going to be a save back in T-Spawn. And this is the other element as well. Like, you know, we talk about previous stats in the IEM Dallas and Chengdu qualifiers.
Yeah.
We discussed in the EU portion, the RMRs as well, man. Like, a lot of teams, a lot of players get an RMR buff.
Oh,
when
absolutely.
when they get to this point, this is where we see the best they have in store, the best they have to offer. As Katie is just chilling in the corner. But I think that's kind of what we're seeing from Boss here. You know, coming into the tournament, they looked like they were just going to get destroyed every time they played Liquid. And yet early doors already, you're seeing that Liquid, they're being tested. Some of it is self-inflicted, sure, but some of it is Boss just landing their shots, man. Like, that stack on top of the quad side, just destroying those players, winning all their jewels.
I think that's the difference of them going into it feeling very confident for a lot of these fights as well. You could see overall, like, everyone on the same page. They had the huddle before the game, the Bosch yell that went out. And it has been all caps thus far. 2-2 then. No money in the bank for Liquid, of course. It will just be the one weapon that was brought over from the previous for Cadian. That's all they've really got to play off. At least there's 2 flashbangs, so you could try and set up for maybe a cheeky pop round the corner on quad if you want to go for it, see if you can flash them off. They switch up the setup a bit this time, expecting a potential faster B play with a low cash for the T's, though.
Boss have a chance to go 1 round better than they did last time they played against Liquid. They only got 2 rounds. That was back about 6 or 7 days ago. And Pone alone won't be called upon because Freshie is there, but now Pone is going to get tried and tested. And he passes alongside Freshie. It's a clean lockdown. And Boss take the lead 3-2.
Got to win these nice and tight as well. Even into the previous round, I was a little bit worried maybe they'd overpeak. hoping to shut down Cadian and throw away some of those weapons. It was only the one casualty here. Here it's even better, where no one falls. So at least you get a bit of extra money in the coffers. Your wallet will start to swell a little bit.
And this goes back to that point that you raised as well before, Jackie, where it's like, maybe it's better to start on the T side. This is the other edge of that sword, though. If you start shaky and you start losing rounds that you probably shouldn't, for example, the bomb plant round where it went against them, that's where things can go from bad to worse. And Cryptic, oh, he's burying them where they stand in Banana. Yakindar yet to get off the mark again. He's had a rough go of it so far in the RMRs, and that's not changing anytime soon, it would appear.
No, that is uncomfortable for him, man. There's been some iffy plays towards Banana. That's why I was actually a little bit more worried about Inferno as the starting point as well. History would lead you to believe that this would be Liquids all day, but already here, there is gaps, there is openings. And Boss are pulling out the crowbar, Vince. They're finding their way into the game.
They most certainly are, Jackie, and I know some people weren't completely sold on Liquid winning this matchup. It's still early days, but Boss are showing real signs of life here. Pone alone going into the site. There's Molotovs and flashes being traded. Freshy's going to burn alive, but Nap puts him down with the AK. And 40 seconds on the clock, but Pone alone, living up to his name, sprays down 3. Secures his 8th, and Boss get a 4-2 lead. That was against Rifles, and they hold the line.
Oh, mate, age is just a number. If you're a natural-born gamer, you do it every damn day. Comes out swinging again. This man's got knuckle dusters on, Vince. It can't be allowed, surely.
Oh, man, they brought a knife to a gunfight there big time. Pone alone just standing and delivering. Say, come on, then. What you got for me?
You want to scrap, boys?
Yeah.
He was ready for it. Nice way to get things going early doors into the first map of the best of 3 then. Boss living their movie right now. Boost up on top again. Quad side control has been a heavy part of the setup for the CT side. For Liquid, it's been a bit uncomfortable towards Banana, but Yakindar, he'll try to force the issue again, waltzing his way through the smokes. The back of the bomb site. 2 players over towards Dark and Nubox. You've got nades, you can slow this, but there's not been much information. Looks like it might be a bit of a faster play. A pop round the corner and just bombard in.
Brett and Cryptic have done a really good job of holding the line before in previous rounds, and so far so good. 2 kills, make it 4. Cryptic with a triple. Yeah, sure, it's against pistols, but these are the kind of rounds where Liquid would be hoping for a kill. Maybe a bomb plant. Complete shutdown. Not a single point of health was lost in the process of this shutdown round. And that'll be Boss off to a 5-2, and Cadian, he's about to get pincered from behind if he's not careful from Darty. Nice shot. Gonna keep that economy honest, at least. But at this point, you've lost 1 player. Boss can just sit in position and wait. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to go for any peeks, nothing like that. Don't give Cadian an opportunity. Don't give him a sniff into this round.
No, you've got him entirely trapped, right? Can't go backwards, can't go forwards. They peek together, so at least the spam has to come out with the Deagle. It goes awry. Freshy confirms it. The 5th round is there. So you weather the storm up against the fast pop towards B. Nice use of the nades as well. They're coming into that, instantly got hit by the HE, strips so much health off them. But of course, it just slows you down as well. That tagging, right? It just makes it really uncomfortable. It feels like you're stuck in mud trying to get into the bomb site.
Well, it's one thing that Cadian talked about, I think it was yesterday or the day before. He said the problem that we're dealing with is inconsistency. Consistency is not being something that they could bank off. Problem with a game like Counter-Strike, Jackie, you kind of need some consistent players to be performing. You need to at least have sort of a spine in which you can build off, a foundation in which you can pivot through. And if you're not getting those guaranteed sort of consistent protocols working out, that's where things start to come apart at the seams. That's what we're kind of seeing here again. They're trying banana controls, not happening. They go for these eco pushes with the sort of run and gun mentality that Pimp was talking about at the desk, like kind of do your own thing and just win out on the duels. Well, they can't win out on duels either. Nothing is working for them.
8 rounds into the game. It's looking a little bit slow. How are they going to switch it up? They go back to B again. They felt comfortable to take the top banana control. Yakindar's going to stick to his guns and playing around this smoke and looking for that early opener, but no one pushes in deep. Playing back towards the bomb site. Yeah, you've given it up, but you've still got the nades. So getting out of this choke point is now the harder piece of the puzzle, but at least banana control is taken into the back pocket.
Smoke down. It would appear that Brett and Cryptic are deciding to push behind this, just clear off those close angles. Interesting, they're retreating a third player over from A, even though they've seen nothing on B for a while. And this could prove to be to their detriment here, Jackie. That effectively leaves it into a 4v2 push onto the site. Yekindar is waiting, and he will get his man of Brett. Some intel does get gathered, but it's more of a lurk than anything else.
Still the commit towards the A play. You've got backup in apartments. They're bleeding their way out round Arch side as well. 40 seconds on the clock. Nafai gets spotted. He knows about his position. Attempting to defend towards the extremities. The last of the utility being thrown out as well. Clear pit if possible. Freshie backing up with a double setup on Pwn alone. But now they've rused everyone. The complete rotates come in from Boston. In the final 24 seconds, they retreat back and go to B.
It's a great call from Cadian here. Should have a welcome mat, red carpet for their arrival with a post plant and the round on top of it. I mean, Boss have enough funds to justify going in for a potential retake, but it's like the bigger picture at this stage. Just hold on to your weapons. You've got an AK, plenty of utility. Doesn't mean that Liquid get back on the board, though, for the first time in what will feel like forever. They're going to get to their third, and Skulls is in a hot pursuit. He may try and deny some of these weapons. The thing is, the economy for the T's not in great shape here. They can't really afford to lose too many weapons of their own.
If you over-egg this one, could be a bit punishing. Skulls and Twists were left on the lurk, hoping that maybe they'd come running round, look for the retake like you say, but nothing was there. They opt to keep the economy building, give themselves longevity in this game, not play for the instant clash back. A 5-3 scoreline in the first half as well. It makes sense. You can definitely build from this, and you've got enough cash now to support the team over the course of this game. Make sure you've got all those extra nades that you need.
Super close, tense game between these two squads. Only one casualty in that previous round, but that was enough to seal the deal. And it was a good call from Cadian. Realizing that B site was ripe for the taking, an over-rotation from Boss, going in for the gamble stack. Not sure if we'll see that happen again. It did kind of pivot off Yekindar, catching a player in Banana, and they're going to be checking those angles from here on out, doing their due diligence.
It's one of those as well where obviously that nade sound now plays with or without armor, but it can be a bit inconsistent. So even though it landed right on his head, they might have not heard the big chunky noise. So they didn't think to clear it, lost out on the fight. Yekindar again takes the opening chip damage off the back of the instigation from the round. So he's down to 65, but still just sticking to what he does best, waiting to see if anyone's going to push down, and you can sever the rotation. You're also conditioning Boss a little bit with these slower rounds now. It's a different style of game coming out from Liquid.
Definitely slowing things down, and I think you're seeing respect being shown as well. A pistol round just straight in the face. A lot of aggression early doors, and once they were brought back to reality and crated into the deck after that half a second too slow plant, it seemed like things changed. The problem is, though, are they going to start to get too far in the other side of the spectrum, too slow? They're looking to execute with 25 seconds to go here. Smoke's being put onto the site again.
Brett in the back. Support of his teammate. Encryptic playing anti-flash, but they get up ahead. They're able to find the backstab. Oh, it's a bit of a team kill, but it won't matter. You've won out on the one-for-one fights, and Cadian can secure the bomb plant. So it's all down to the lonesome twosome. Running background. First peak is spotted. Freshie loses the fight to Naf, and the round goes with it. Money in the bank still for Boss, but Liquid starting to clamor back rounds on their T-half.
Yeah, not waiting for the full execute. They still had flashes and mollies, and that's why they were playing the anti-flash positions. It did catch them off guard with that fast peek from Yekindar, got the entry. So even within the context of going for that execute, there was a slight change, a slight variation, which caught Boss completely off guard. And these are the elements of Liquid that we know. They have levels to them. 5-4 the score. One save, them 4 will afford them another buy. Got tons of cash, to be fair. They can probably buy for the next 2 or 3 rounds for the rest of the half. But Boss will be calling the timeout.
It's always interesting watching Cadian kind of talk with the hands, the way that he dials into everyone. Boss's timeout, though. And with the big money in the bank, opponent lane's hands being warmed up by the quick pass. Ooh, maybe that could get him back into his winning ways. He's looked damn good when he's been pushed towards the bomb site, but it's the fact they're playing that slower game now, right? They're obviously just trying to toy with them a lot more. And I think that is exactly what you're saying. It's just a lot more respect now off the back of the first couple of rounds. They're realizing, all right, we really do have to kind of give it our all into this one. Let's focus back up to where we are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure Liquid came into this game knowing the sort of stakes and understanding the very large gravity of the situation. So it's not as if they were running kind of being disrespectful necessarily, but I think it's that loose style that you're talking about, like just allowing yourself to free flow into the game, feel your way out. And then they realized, okay, listen, we have to play a lot more mechanical. We have to play a lot more protocol heavy against these guys. Because we've seen when it comes to them holding position statically, they have super good aim on the side of Boss. Like, you're not going to completely bully these guys.
No, not at all. This is a bit of a cage match between these sides. Both locked in on Inferno. And Pone donned the orb. He's taken that early with a 3-player setup towards Banana. This has been the late flanks back where Liquid tried to sell the idea of an A play and then double around, but Yakindar's on the move to support this time, at least with the utility. You've only got 2 players there, both of them round towards pit side. Arch open at the minute. Darty and Freshy looking to work off one another with a pin pulled on the Molotov for quad.
Bracket smoked off. Skull's going to be spilling onto the side, but he doesn't check his back. Gets punished. Darty's there. Shuts him down with a backstab. Seemed completely unaware as to the positions of the CTs. Understandable, he was the spearhead of the operation, but it's put Liquid into all sorts of problems now. Darty watching onto the smoke, and it will clear as he carves a path through Cadian. Locking down the site and surely the round on top of it. 30 seconds to play with, and Yakindar and Twists, they're trying to get the hell out of here.
Got to clutch on to the AKs in their hands. Tuck tail and turn. Walk away and give this one up. Stalwart defense there on the push. Your 2 players that needed to find frags absolutely deliver. Pone didn't reveal the AWP at all either. There wasn't a single shot fired from the weapon, so you're not going to know that it's in play at this point. Still a bit of an ace in the sleeve for Boss in this opening half.
Mate, what was that?
That was the victory call, Vince. That was the victory call.
He's just squawked at his teammates.
That's how they stay drilled.
Hey, fair play, mate. Each to their own. You know, I'm not judging. I'm just confused.
Guild Eagles just appear everywhere. You can never get rid of them, Vince.
Oh, every reason to be hyped, though. Obviously, that's a straight-up rifle round that you have triumphed over Liquid, and you made it look easy in the process. Skull's got a bit unfortunate with the timing, dropping, checking mini pit the wrong side, shut down in the back, and then everything just kind of fell into place.
Yeah. It's interesting as well, right? Like how obviously you come into it and it's one of those where you think, oh, it's going to be a Cadian classic where, you know, he's show voting, trying to keep the entire team sort of focused on him. Don't worry about the overall game, kind of like keep the energy high. And then it's straight back to what we had seen last time they were playing Inferno, where it's somber faces, a lot of very serious talks, the one-on-one conversations where you're just trying to fix the issues on the fly. This could be the band-aid that they might need. Cadian, T-side AWP coming out. What can he get done with it? Pylone, of course, still has his AWP for B. They go for the same setup again with 3 players around there.
And normally when you see Cadian with the AWP on the T side, it's an indication it's going to be a much slower paced round. He's going to try and get a pick for his teammates. Boosting into bedroom for the time being. Twists and Skulls going to be getting themselves comfortable. And there are no CTs to evict from these premises. They're playing much more deep and passive in a 3-player stack on the B side. Pone alone still yet to fire off a shot, as you highlighted before. I'd imagine that Liquid probably have a read of the situation, knowing that the economy is certainly in shape for them to have picked one of these weapons up, but looks like they're going to be picking up the speed a little bit. Flashbang designated over on the quad side, and Skulls may go for a peek behind it, and indeed he shall.
You're going for the same play once again. This time it's the jiggle peek round the corner and the Molotov is dashed out, 55 seconds on the clock. They're hoping they're going to believe this will be the full commit towards the A play and start to send those players over. Freshy's getting re-aggressive. He's getting a bit antsy about this, trying to play off his teammates' support here to hold deep quad. You can hear all the bells and whistles. Flashbang over the top. Time starting to tick away, and the CTs are coming. They're going to arrive towards Arch side. Bomb can still be grabbed, though. With how they're setting themselves up here, they want the swing on brackets. Cadian with a flick strikes on the first man. Naf and Twist take 2.
Really nice passage of play there for Liquid, as Naf is just cleaning up the rest. He's actually the player against Bestia that really shone very bright indeed. It was a bit of a rough showing for most of Liquid, but Naf was out of control. Twists was there as well. Naf with 2 massive entries on the Arches. And yeah, they just waited long enough, Jack. As you said, it almost felt like they got a little bit restless. They wanted information because they had that one player on B, and they wanted to try and help Pwn alone out, and in doing so, they kind of pushed themselves into the trap.
Pwn's can get peeked as well. Ooh. Goes down. Orb removed, but the cache is there, so it won't matter too much. Gives them an extra bit of information and another round falling towards Liquid.
Yeah, and this is the importance, this is kind of the repercussion or the positive element of when they went to save those 4 weapons from, I think it was about 4 or 5 rounds ago. Some teams would have gone in for that one. They would have actually, I mean, we saw Guild Eagles go for these kinds of plays multiple times, and it ended up costing them dearly. So saving those 4 weapons now affords them the luxury to go for this buy, as opposed to being down to like MP9s, 5.7s, the usual hodgepodge of weaponry. But let's see if they can make it work. Pwn alone, aggressive and apps, but taking that fire damage has to back out.
Oh, the follow-up ticks as well, burning so much harder there. Stripping almost half his HP entirely off him. No contact, just raw chip damage. Nikindar feeling the same fate. As the nade's thrown down, they know it's the common angle he's been playing in. So they hit him straight on the head, and Freshy, with a heads-up movement, walks back round through Boiler and stabs onto Skulls in apartment. So there is a landlord in play this time, Vince, and he wants the rent money. It's late, Vince.
Oof. Well, he's not taking no for an answer, but Naf decides that he's going to try and squat as best as he can in there and draw fire, alleviate the pressure off the B site. Cadian looking to try an entry in on the site. Says, screw it, I'll do it alone then, boys. Gets the pick, but gets smoked off and backs out to pick up the bomb. Another entry, this time going the way of Yakindar. Opens up business on mid.
Darty on the overextension, looking to get the info back towards middle. After Cadian found that pick. Oh, Twist. Lets it rip with the Kalashnikov. Yakindar trying to push his way up. They want to overwhelm Pwn, and they'll do just that. They take the man down, and it's a 1 versus 3. Last round of the half, Brett, all to do.
Now we're seeing shades of the Twist that we know. That's a nasty, nasty entry. No hope of being on the end of that one. And now Brett out into the open, into the lines, then may get the first onto Yakindar, very low, 14 HP, but Yakindar's not going to overstay his welcome. Backs off, playing the strength in numbers, and the backstab about to come in. There it is from Twist, and Liquid going to seal it up at 6-6 come the second half. I think they'll be relatively happy with that, even though they did get off to a lead. That middle portion of the half was a little bit dodgy.
Yeah, definitely a couple of rounds that were, you know, if you rolled the dice on them, it probably wouldn't have happened the same way. All in all, though, Boss putting up a good fight throughout the course of the opening half there on their CT side. Now the question is, well, what damage can they unleash on their T half, really, especially coming into this pistol? Got talented pistol players on that Liquid team. One that you need to claim as well. And from a 6-6 scoreline, it would project you so much further, where, you know, you can forget about the fact you've been trailing for a little while. You're instantly in the position to command the game.
I mean, it was 5-2 at one stage on the side of Boss after losing the pistol in the subsequent second round. It was that third round, obviously, the plant that was just a little bit too late. And then from there on out, it was all Boss for quite a while. So if Liquid can rinse and repeat, as you highlighted, very individually capable players with the pistols, and they've guessed correctly, all 10 players gonna bump heads. as they ram into one another through mid and second mid, and it's Yakindar that opens his account with 2.
And this is a read. This is one they knew about going into it, expected the pistol from Boss, and were able to combat it by sending all players to just scrap, throwing out haymakers down towards second mid, but finally 2 frags come back to back up the Boss boys. They're looking to shut this one down, and they're giving them the 1-for-1s. Okay. Tables turn, we're into a 2v2. Pone makes his move through the underpass and looks to fight top mid. First shot goes awry, and they're doubled up. They know they've got him trapped. Freshy's got to bail his boy out on the re-peek from the side.
This was a 3 versus 5. And although the HP still favoring Liquid, the fact that we're even in this position in the first place from these overextension peaks through middle is kind of insane. Now, Canids effectively in a 1-2. If they peek him both together and they get the clean kill, this round heavily goes in favor of Boss, and Cadian is crossing his fingers and hoping for the best, stuck in the back box. And now the information's going to come through. Flash proceeds to push. Oh, it's a TK. Freshy leaping into the air. Nullifies Cadian, but shut down by his teammate. But Freshy has tons of time now for this post plant. Twist's going to be coming in on the arches. It gets taken down by Freshy. A 3v5. How have you lost that, Liquid?
Oh, mate, they go into that one with the read, Vince. They felt like they had it any damn day of the week. They keep giving them 1-for-1 fights, and they get punished for it. Freshy with a bloodlust at the end, but it doesn't matter because he still batters them with the Glock. Oh, that's a pistol round with authority. If you can keep this up, if you don't throw things away now, going back into it, play against the anti-eco, this could be hellish. There it is from his POV as well, but it's this one that matters. That's the round winner.
Man, it's even worse than I thought, Jackie. It was a 2v5.
I know, bud. It's mad.
Oh, my. Well, they've got the scout, they've got an M4, and they've got a pick, but it's at the cost of the likes of Twists, and that's probably not a worthwhile trade if you're Liquid. You're banking quite a lot of his very capable mechanical skill, and now in the meanwhile, Boss going to be making up the moves on Banana, sending Cryptic by himself into the smoke. He's going to be trying to wrap around, but it's a freebie, and Cadian obliges.
All comes down to the last 3 players then. Brute force strength is what you need. Claw back the round on the attack towards B. Utility's coming over the top. Yakindar turning inside of the smoke. Now flies 5-7, is absolutely sick at the best of times, but Freshy with a Molotov. It goes down towards the back of the site, burns out Brett. Pone alone is all left in a 1v2. He's got a bit of time here. Both of the CTs are relatively far away. They're going for the split push back into the bomb site on a retake, but he's paranoid about the peaks, expecting them to be close on the site. The last smoke goes down, blocks off CT, walks round towards Ruin side. He wants to clear it first, knows he's got a bit of time on the clock here.
Yeah, that initial uncertainty now may cost him, though, because he's going to have to go in for the plant. This is going to allow Liquid to get that little bit closer. And now Canian's going to be taking that first point of call, but he gets the shutdown from Skulls with the USP, as Pone alone was anticipating a second player from Banana. And that force by yielding success again. And how many times was that the case against BESTIA as well, by the way? These like AWP 5-7 buys on the CT side, they won 3 or 4 of them. They had no right to win. It dug them out with so many ditches.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him with a 5-7 towards second oranges, I was a little bit scared. I thought that's one of those where he just absolutely unleashes, lets it rip like a Beyblade. Unfortunate in some of these fights as well. The Boss playing into the hands of the pistols up close. Scrap towards B. This was the team kill that came out. Freshly threw the Molotov over towards Dark Spot, attempting to force the player out of position. As you're clearing around the corner, Mac-10 walks into it, drops Brett. The round itself is now history. Unfortunate for Pone alone. Tried to make the best of the situation as well. 14 frags to his name. He's been delivering here on Inferno. Round 15 then, 7-7. It's tied up, but the difference is Liquid now have the superior firearms.
Yeah, Pone alone, the newest recruit to the roster. And he is delivering in spades right now. Needs somebody else to help him out, and that's always the issue. It's always the quandary that you feel when a team is doing so well statically on the CT side. Are they able to pick that pace up when it's on the T side, especially in a map like Inferno, where your opportunities are few and far between? Will Pone alone have any help? We're going to have to find that one out, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be Mac-10s. And Tech-9s, the run and gun potential extremely high, the threat levels high alongside it. But Liquid taking a leaf from the Boss playbook here with the quad play, but there's Molotovs and flashes, but it's the same result. It's a massacre. Skulls, Naf, and Twists all chip in for one.
The different angles of elevation throwing off the crosshairs, but in the 1-for-1 scraps, they win a couple of them. Naf walking up the steps as well into the hands of Freshie. Mercs in with a MAC-10. 40 seconds on the clock, another 1v2, a costly round for Liquid, even if they get it over the finish line. Peeks around the back towards balcony. And Yekindar does starve it off. Got to recover those weapons, though. The other rifle's up on top of quad.
Okay, don't leave him hanging, please. There you go. All good.
Perfectly cut screams.
There it is.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I love that.
But you're dead on the money, though. That was a really costly round on Liquid. And although they can't make the most of it now, if they get a kill or two in this round and further down the line in the CT, it could catch up with Liquid. But they do have 2 MP9s, 3 MP9s in actual fact. So this is their golden opportunity to just print that cash once more and put that last round and lock it up. It's going to be a complete and utter devastation through middle. And although Brett gets one, he's living on borrowed time. MP9 is out, nearly takes the kill down on Yekindar, and that probably would have been the difference maker. It would have been more money in the back of Brett, would have been 2 rebuys, but Liquid weather the storm.
Perfect play towards brackets. Really just want to farm up that cash, get a round over and done with. And Boss take the time out before they go into their buy.
Have a good read of it, Draki. I did hear that one of the players said they had trash guns, they had 3 MP9s. So they know that Liquids are in a bit of an awkward spot themselves. Do they want to maintain these MP9s knowing that AKs are coming up? Do they want to try and trade up and therefore they lose a couple of utility here or there, like an incendiary, a HE? So a timeout has been called. And they're going to know that Liquid are kind of against the ropes here. Yeah, sure, you're behind. Yes, you're feeling the pressure and everything else, but Liquid are far from ideal. They're far from stabilized.
No, they're wounded right now. They are wounded. Bosch can definitely push the initiative here if they keep it going with how they're playing. He took time to have a look over the notes as well. Preparation, the anti-strats come out swinging into the 17th round. Very heavy investment towards the B site as well. Banana control. I think a big piece of the puzzle. Yekindar up to his old style of play. Straight down, post up behind the barrels, look to command respect. And this allows the rotate off from the other players. They can go back and bolster the defense on A now with a deep smoke. All faith in Yekindar.
It's good to see as well, man, because he has had a bit of a rough tournament here. So still having faith in him to solo hold. Will build up that confidence. He's had a decent map so far. 8 kills to his name. Extra smoke and flashbang tossed in. And oh, nearly through that smoke. He delivers onto Brett down to 18 health. And gets up close and personal.
It's a big tag. Calling for the rotate back around as well. Cadian with the extra utility. Late round on this, but here comes the push. Here comes the boom as well. Nade over the top for Naf, straight towards Arch. Yekindar finally confirms the deep control he was looking for onto Brett Ponalone, stepping into the crossfire and falls because of it. 2 players remain on Boss into the 17th. Bomb's going to get mollied. Freshie trying to grab it by the tips of his fingers. Does eventually get it back on him. 17 seconds though, you've got to do something swift here.
I think it's going to be a save, Jackie. I think they have no further part to play in this round, other than just raw survival. And this is a great round by Yekindar. Perfect timing, 2 kills with the MP9, trading up to AKs. I mean, this is pretty much the perfect round if you're Liquid. As just we were talking, they weren't stabilized. They were still a little bit shaky. Well, now they have reached that point where they regathered themselves, a couple of deep breaths, tons of cash, premier rifles on their side, and a 10-7 lead.
I'm not gonna be third guy. I don't have a mallow. I really don't have enough money for one.
Comms coming across there in terms of the utility that they're going to be using, setting themselves up. Probably the 3-player setup towards Banana again. You get the smoke round early, deep Banana. Wally goes out mid, but this is a far faster play from Liquid. They're playing right to their hands. Oh, they're going to be running straight into the Liquid squad, defending top banana. Bombardment comes out as the AK sprays down from Yekindar. He's looking for the headshot as well, but the MAC-10 overwhelms. Molotov forced back Naf, but he's got another one in the back pocket. Oh, he gets trapped and falls to Cadian.
Oh, that was a squashing of the banana, just stamping on top of Boss. They never got a chance in that round. Just a full-on rush into tons of HEs and Molotovs. And although Freshy's trying desperately to silent drop down to catch off guard one of the CTs, no one's close enough proximity anyway for him to exploit. 11-7 going to be the score, and that was off the back of another force. It's not going to look any better for Boss in this next round. Probably some P250 Tech 9s, not much else. And this is always potentially the problem, Jackie. You know, you've got that really solid hold of both sides on the CT side, but this T side it's been flat.
Had a few opportunities. But Liquid, with the confidence resurging, they've had the right read in a lot of these rounds in terms of the setups when they need to go far more aggressive towards deep banana, when they can afford to play it a bit more laxed. And you've got everything you would physically want as well. Money's there to buy out towards the end of the game if they keep things cleanly. Nades and AKs in play. For Boss, it's just the one rifle that's brought over, but that's basically going to be the only thing you have going into the 19th.
Counter-terrorists win.
Get this man 2 more beers for tomorrow.
2 more beers for tomorrow.
Well, now we know the winning secret.
You can definitely see on the sort of just general body language a lot more calm now for Liquid. They were looking a little bit desperate when it was 5-2 against them. Some heads were dropping. That's no longer the case. 3rd time out on Boss. Yekindar started 0-4, now 13-9, having tons and tons of impact. He's had 3 multi-kill rounds. 5 opening picks in his favor. He's having a very good map here. Which is great to see because he's come under a lot of scrutiny recently.
No, so. Yeah, the narrative has definitely flipped for Yekindar in recent times. Someone that you want to see back to his winning ways as well. You know, the individual talent's definitely there. It felt like he sort of lost confidence in some of the plays, especially in that BESTIA game with Harry was playing banana. It felt very different to his usual flavor. Getting back into his stride here, though. And this is a big confidence round. You get deep phase mode that goes out, so you can take bottom mid control. 3 players here. Pona alone. P250 Punisher comes straight around the corner and rips their head off. But they will have no more shenanigans in this one.
Unfortunately, is the only highlight of that round as far as Boss are concerned. Apart from that, it was one-way traffic. However, Boss effectively into an eco round. Now going to have a full purchase. I just saw Pona alone pick up an AWP before we switch to the very handsome Twists. They have themselves many map points. This is the choice of Liquid, and we were discussing it before. You know, Ancient, certainly in terms of stats, is Boss's best map. You expect them to come out swinging on that one. So a solid start overall on Liquid, assuming they can close this one off. It's the same smoke, the same aggression. Will it be the same result, though? Skulls up on the staircase. Spots Cryptic, neutralizes him, and Freshly just around the corner as well, and Skulls gets himself 2. That should be good enough, especially as Twisters bypass this smoke in a really forward position. Going to be catching multiple players off guard, but they pass each other, and Brett checks his angles.
Oh, Pone as well, watching towards the gap of the smoke. Sees a little bit of skin from Yekindar as he walks around the corner, tags him, but can't back him yet. His teammates are still demolishing everyone from Liquid, though. They do not want to go down in the 20th. They want to keep fighting. And it's up to this man to clutch it out now. Rips it back into a 1v2. Walking through the smoke into the crosshairs of Brett. Playing around the edge of it. Brett backs up, round towards Boiler side, very low on HP. They barely pass each other, but he's going to clear this angle. Fast flick as well. Shuts it back down. It's a 1-for-1 now. A winnable timeline, but Pone was waiting, and it's a perfect connection. They stay alive, but they lose everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yekindar did a lot of work at the end. Everyone down to around $3,500, even after success. So Kindar has effectively pushed him into Galils, some MAC-10s. Opponent alone can drop an AK for one of his teammates if they need it, which is exactly what happens. So yeah, you lost the round, but your Kindar did everything he possibly could, barring winning, to bring Boss to their knees. But we go again. That's the kind of scrappy, chaotic round, though. It was a coin flip, let's be honest. Like, if Brett doesn't turn around and check, like, Twist probably wins that round. So, can you get it done, Boss? In more orthodox rounds, in more protocol-centric rounds. Molotov, well-placed, well-timed, will keep Cryptic at bay.
That's the thing, it's just about sustainability now. How many times can they repeat the success? Well, they're fast on brackets. They're going straight up. Molotov's laid round the corner as well. And Twist flicks off. He goes back in and does at least go for the 1-for-1. Traded out by Brett. Labored spray from Skulls. Falls down. Brett, he's being able to cause a lot of issues for Liquid right now. You've got a bit of an edge to play with. Your Kindar is fast on the adjustment, though. Straight up middle. Takes down Pone. Looking for two, but Darty denies.
Af and Katie, last two players, both stuck in arches. Not sure they want any part of this round now. They had tons of cash, but now it's been brought back down to reality. Smoke onto brackets. But you already see that Naf has no interest. He's over on Banana side. It's going to be a save. So the answer to the question is, yes, you have a more standard sort of orthodox round, protocols from the Archer's crunch, and they get it done. Brett got two massive entry frags, especially that second one onto Skulls. But Cadian is going to try and allow the bomb to do most of the work for him. I think Brett may be a dead man. Looks to the skies and takes his last breath. But it's fine. He'll be resurrected in just a few moments.
The most expensive of the equipment in the AWP was at least held onto, so you can drop that back over to Pone. Sigh of relief for Darty off the back of the round as they know they're at least still in the game. Still alive on Inferno for now. Liquid use the third of the timeouts. The last one, makes sense to call it in. You know you're close to closing it. Take that final opportunity to figure things out and get the winning solution.
Yeah, Saw's use was very quick to motion the T for the timeout there, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. They still have a huge advantage, but that's going to quickly slip by if they're not careful. Rallying the troops again. High fives all around. 12-9 the score, and with those two save weapons, it's going to be a full purchase with 3 A4s and the 1 A1S. It's always interesting for me at the pro level of play is which players decide to utilize which of the M4s. I feel like most of them are A1Ss right now, but more A4s are coming around the corner.
Yeah, you see the slight differences sometimes if you need the extra bullets for some of the early spams, depending on if you're playing around the smokes as well, but I just feel a bit like just personal preference. The early nade with some unconfirmed damage towards the T-steps. That's Brett that loses quite a big chunk of his HP. Molotov spreads round towards top car and your Kindar's forced off as Pone alone breaks the smoke to take an opening peek on Banana.
I think Inferno also lends itself very much to that debate because there's so many sort of like bottleneck smoke angles where you want to spray with the A4 and have the extra 10 bullets. Try and do what you can with a surplus ammo and magazine capacity, of course. Although Naf is just shoulder peeking, waiting for a pixel so he can throw in his utility. Ikindar's also laid in wait up close. He's moved to 18. So the second they see or sniff out a T, there's going to be smokes in their eyes. And Pone is watching CT spawn. But time is beginning to dwindle away. And the bomb still dropped back at T-steps. This will be Cryptic picking that one up as Pone alone is going slowly round the side. He may get his man. Did Naf spot him? He did indeed. Smokes down. And that's going to be the delayed push.
That's a raw 20 seconds taken off the clock. You're realizing you're going to have 10 seconds left on the timer by the time that one dissipates. The bomb postures back up towards A. You want to throw in the utility and try to sell the idea this will be a B play. You hope they bite, and one man does. The brains of the operation in Cadian goes running around on Speedway. The last two defenders of A have to put the foot down to win it here. Twist playing on the site, supported by Skulls. They both insert the knife, 10 seconds on the timer, one by one. Boss are being obliterated. They're going to fall down as Liquid close it. And finally, make it to 13, winning the first map of the best of 3.
With a 6-6 half, Boss have finally been able to put up some more rounds than usual versus an incredibly disjointed Liquid. I know the boys are celebrating right now, but Jacob, I just feel like this doesn't really warrant much of a celebration.
I'm not sure how to phrase this in a way in order not to offend anyone out there watching, so excuse me on everyone's behalf right now. I think that was one of the worst wins I've ever seen from Team Liquid. In the sense that, as you said, they allowed so many mistakes to happen. They allowed to play very sloppy Counter-Strike, and the only way I will accept that, the only way I will allow a team to do that is if they convincingly win against their opponents while playing sloppy Counter-Strike. But Liquid didn't do that. They were down 6-4. There was a couple of rounds that definitely could have swung the way of Bus, and we're looking at a very competitive game against an opponent that up until this point had not gotten more than 5 rounds against Team Liquid at any point over the course of 4 maps. For my money, Dust, I was not impressed.
Yeah, I was not impressed with performance either, just like GSP. It's one of those things where they just looked like they were playing not to lose a lot of the time on the T side. I don't know if you got that same vibe or not, Jacob, but there was just a lot of rounds where they just seemed very hesitant. They were just kind of creeping around. They looked a little bit disjointed. They didn't have that decisiveness to just strike at a certain moment. The spacing just seemed off. Even on the CT side, you know, you look at the pistol round, they had a 5-on-2. They should have easily won that and like cleaned up the half, and instead they put themselves in dire straits by losing that and having to win a force buy to kind of, you know, wrangle the troops back together, so to speak. Also, just a lot of individualistic plays at times on the CT sides that were very much like head scratching as to why there isn't a little bit more team play involved in a squad that's been together for a good amount of time by now. You feel like they should have, you know, kind of ironed out some of those issues. But yeah, this was definitely a win, but not the decisive win that we were looking for.
No, and it requires, you know, as you see on the round history, they win the first pistol round on the T side, they convert. They didn't win the second pistol round, then they followed up winning the second round and go on a streak with 6 rounds in a row. Without those two, you know, technically pistols round wins and converting the rounds as well in that regard, we're looking at a game that could have been more competitive. We're looking at a Team Liquid that at certain points in this game had to break a sweat to even make sure that they were winning the game on Inferno. By the way, their own map pick as well. So it is kind of like a bittersweet feeling for me to stand here and say it, because yes, Team Liquid won, and it's hard to be critical of a team winning 13-9 in this regard, but I don't think Liquid played good enough Counter-Strike for me to stay away from the fact that it has to be a point of conversation after Inferno.
Well, considering the fact that, you know, their T side wasn't necessarily the greatest, would you say that is down to the hesitation that Dust has mentioned as well, just not really playing as fast pace as you would have liked to see from them?
A little bit, yeah. And I also want to give credit to Bus. I think their CT side was good. I think they had some decent defense. Again, every single time I've seen Bus play at this tournament, they played better and delivered better Counter-Strike than I would expect it coming into the game. So yes, I would agree, you know, for Cadian to call a T side where you get 6 rounds, sure, but it required you to win the pistol and you were down 6-4. It wasn't as impressive as I would have liked it to be. So credit to Boss, and for Team Liquid, it was struggling some periods.
Yeah, and I know there's certainly some rounds that you want to pick apart and break down as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the timing, the pacing of Team Liquid with round 3 to kick things off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, and we were discussing it in the group room as well. We're saying that a defensive Molotov coming in right here made it very tough for Team Liquid. They're coming in with just 10 seconds to go. They're finding the entries. Again, Boss not really playing it up to par right here, but Team Liquid is just too slow to move into the bomb site. The bomb doesn't go down. If you want to win this round, you have one choice, and that is just to run in with your bomb in your hand, and then Cadian has to pray that the teammates will cost him the defense, and pray that they will cover him, you know, in order to try to plant the bomb right here. They didn't, and that's a silly mistake made at a level where, again, it just feels like against an opponent like Bus, it shouldn't be an issue.
No, I mean, I think you're spot on. I mean, he literally could have planted the bomb that he tries to reposition to a different location and winds up not having enough time. That's a simple error that you shouldn't be making, but it also goes back to when you're playing down to that low of a clock, all of a sudden things get pressured, things get a little bit more tense, and you start making little errors like that you wouldn't normally make. And I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier. It wasn't necessarily that they were playing too slow, although there were certain rounds like that one, like they certainly did. It is, to me, like they lacked decisiveness. They looked like they were playing not to lose in a lot of ways in the mid portion of that first half, and I think those were the rounds that really illustrated it.
Well, let's go ahead and take another look at a different round where we saw an incredibly disjointed Team Liquid as well.
It almost feels like Liquid lost this game the way we're phrasing it right now, but this round, the 5v2 in the pistol right here, that is unacceptable. I like the aggression coming out here. I like Yakinda as well, had a great showing, had a great map. We were very critical of his individual performance. Great start right here. For my money, it's fine that he's pushing down, getting a 3rd kill right here, but his teammates, what on earth are you doing, Team Liquid? In a 5v2, you're forcing the issue right here. You lose 2 men, and then you have an additional 2 men fighting down middle, you know, pushing it into a 2v2. You're leaving Kaden by himself on the bomb side. You have your teammate all the way on the other bomb side. What essentially is an unlosable 5v2 in the pistol that would have become a 4v2 because Shikinda had to die from the position he was in. It's just being forced for Team Liquid. And I know what's going on, right? They're trying to play with no respect. They're trying to give themselves a sense of confidence. Let's just run down their throats. Let's kill them. Let's show them no respect. And usually that's what Kaden does so well with his teams. He did it in Heroic. He's done it before as well. But right now, Team Liquid is not at a state of mind. They're not at a level right now where they can allow themselves to do that. And they end up looking incredible silly in this scenario. Thank God for them. They won the following round. They won the force ban in that regard. Otherwise, we would be looking at an Inferno that would have been super close.
Well, Team Liquid managed to close things out over on Inferno, but Dust, what about Ancient? That's where we're going to be heading into next. How's that one going to go?
I mean, Liquid has a good track record. They beat Spirit at Blast, even though they did poorly at the event overall, and they've looked really sharp in the region. But this Boss team has looked incredible on Ancient so far. This tournament, obviously snapping, made Brazil's 10-game winning streak, had a very close game against Complexity yesterday as well. I think in particular, I've really liked about this team is their T-sides. If you watch this team play, they have some really good utility sets from spawn that make it very difficult for the CT team to control middle, and they can also use it on off timings to get middle control for themselves to set up different types of split plays. You'll see Brett, take point, pressure, spawn, pressure, red room as well. So it makes it very difficult for teams to kind of, I think, get a read on them because they're so willing to take these off timing controls of middle. They've also just seen them have some really strong execs where their spacing is super good and they're very confident with Darty and Freshy to take these, just nice trade swings. And again, they're just really good team play, I think, in the midst of all of it is kind of what I'm getting at. So I think their T-sides have been really up to snuff. I think the CT is what let them down against Complexity. We'll have to see how they do today because this Liquid team, look, like you got Skulls anchoring one side of the map and NAF anchoring the other, and those are 2 very tough cookies to crack. And then Twist is a very smart mid player on CT side. So I want to see how that actually plays out. Like, can Twist figure out the puzzle that has been how excellent Boss have looked at their mid control on T side?
I would just love to see Liquid change the narrative. Again, they won the map right here in Inferno. We allow ourselves to be critical of Team Liquid because we're expecting a lot from them, having the player material they do. Again, they're not, they're not qualifying for the major winning this game. They're just avoiding elimination at this point as well. So we're looking at a Team Liquid with a future perspective. So for my money, change the narrative. Come in here to Ancient, get a secure win. Show some confident counter-strikes, some solid counter-strikes so we can start believing that you'll win tomorrow as well and make the major. Whereas for Boss, as I said, every single time they've taken the server, they've been impressive. So for my money, change the narrative if you're Team Liquid, if your Boss continue to do what you do, and then hopefully we have a Liquid winning this map. Yeah,
I mean, I just want to see Liquid play this map up to the standard that I know that they're capable of playing. Again, we look at their win against Spirit at Blast, we look at their overall record in North America and regional play. They are a team that's very capable of playing Ancient very standard, just playing default, getting control of the B side of the map, setting up executes, things of that nature. But they can also just kind of change the pace and let Yakindar and Twist just come out and come swinging and really just kind of break you down very rapidly. So I want to see some of that because we saw, I think, a lot of indecisiveness and hesitancy on the T side of Inferno. They need to course correct that, in my opinion.
Well, will we see a much more confident-looking Team Liquid as we head on over into Ancient? Only time will tell, boys. I'm super excited for it, and we'll be back soon with the next map.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he steps away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
The gauntlet of the Americas RMR rages on, and Boss are one map away from defeat and knockout. Can they bring it back, Vince? That's the big question.
It is the big question. It is Ancient. This is their best map. I think it is their best opportunity as well in terms of the statistics, in terms of the plays and how comfortable they are. So, I mean, they're going to have to do or die on this map, basically. I think they can do it, though, honestly, Jackie, because I think this is a Liquid that are wounded. This is a Liquid that aren't playing at 100%. They do have problems right now.
They do, they do. We've seen those issues crop up, and if you can find a way and if you can find openings, Ancient could be a battleground where they start to bring it back. I've got a bit of faith in them. Honestly, I think after what we saw on Inferno, the talent is definitely there. They're hitting their shots. Pone alone was coming out swinging. Freshie had his rounds on the T side. There's a lot of good elements. We just need all 5 fingers on the one hand of Boss to deliver going into this. Because obviously now you kind of move away from that conversation of all the pressures on Liquid, right? Where it's a little bit more level now. You know, it's one map, do or die. But hey, you could take that both ways, Vince. It's a BO1 effectively at this point. Just take it one round at a time, one game at a time. We'll see where we end up. We're here on Ancient, and it is a T-side start for Boss.
And this is the kind of map as well where Boss will be happy to be on that T side. They'll be happy to try and dictate the pace of these rounds. We've seen time and time again on that Inferno performance that when it comes to those duels, when it comes to those 2v2, 3v3s, they're more than capable of standing their ground, but they'll be pushing through Donut. Only one player here in the form of Skulls to try and see them off.
Skulls in the back, lurking inside of the temple. You'll hear the information as the digits are punching, and Cryptic confirms the bomb plant, playing for the retake in the pistol. The Raw 5-on-5. The late lurk from Brett is holding for anyone that comes through cave, but they've all gone CT side with a bleed out through middle. Depending on how he wraps on this one and where they actually go, it could still pay off, but Cryptic's going to be first contact from CT, and he beheads Yakinda.
Don't want a second as well for Cryptic. And he's still healthy, still alive, and still putting down frags. 4 kills for Cryptic. Outrageous round by him, and that should have just secured this one. Cadian should have no hope. Cryptic take a bow. That is a thing of beauty we just witnessed.
Oh, yeah. No, that's right. Holy indeed. My man was giving it with a Glock. It was this double up from Temple as well. Gets the instant follow-up shots off. Beheads both of them. Closes it down. Brett's late flank pays off for the Glock burst as well. Ooh, he's doing it with style, Vince.
Meanwhile, you saw the reaction of Cadian, just kind of like a disappointed parent, like, oh, that just happened. Now we have to go in for a force. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat, though, to the opposition. Like, Cryptic's had a hell of a round there. Yakinda, on off the back of a solid performance on Inferno, is looking to try and keep that pressure dialed up to 11. Darty can hear the footsteps, but will just be playing possum. Oh, and he may get the reward as well for his patience. May prove to be a virtue. He can sneak around the back. He can shut this one down. He gets both.
That is dirty from Darty. Walks his way up. Oh, caught off guard by the re-peek from the third man, though. Naf lurking inside the cave. The dink down onto Skulls. He's trapped. And they'll take a bite out of him in the back of Donut as Brett finishes it off. 2 weapons have dropped from the T side, but the bomb is now being planted. You're in a 3v2. Both for the CTs wrapping around through CT side. Paranoid about where exactly these Ts are going to be at this point. And Naf's focus on the round is just to get out with the Galil.
Yeah, save Galil, the best possible result at this stage. Also pick up an MP9. It's going to buffer their next buy or lack thereof into the next round. But this is exactly what you wanted to see if you are Boss. Some big highlight reel-worthy plays off one of your players just to motivate everyone, just to amp them up a little bit, fire them up. And then you secure the 2-0. You make sure you don't get bested by a force buy. And it was looking grim. When Yakinda pushes down ramp and gets that first pick for free, you're fearing the worst, but then Darty with that lurk. That was such a huge moment in the round.
Really heads-up play from him to buy his time like that, cut noise. In fact, he got both of the frags. Even though he falls to Naf, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It was very clean. Now, of course, those scavenge weapons are all you really have to support yourself going into the third. A couple of pistols brought out to back that up. You get the early spawn smoke that goes out as well. Cadian dashing that one down to block off towards deep mid, just as it blooms to stop them from barreling their way out. And they're actually just working into a main with this. Off-angle setup for Pone alone. He's ready with a hydroponic, Vince. He wants to deal some damage here if they come walking into the crosshair.
Oh, Twist, though. They have the angles, and they have the frags. Twist has got 2 and a third with the last bullet in his magazine. Just 2 weapons to play with, and they've made both of them sing.
Oh, Cryptic. He expected it. Tried to pepper Naf and punish back, but the problem is it's all down to Darty now. 1 versus 4. They could be absolutely anywhere. The CTs have complete control of Ancient at this point into the round, and he knows it. Scared about where they're going to be set up. He's got to take his time, clear all his angles. Fast shot from Twists. And that's the 4K confirmed, and an instant round going to Liquid on the CT side. Damn, the A main push. That is ruthless.
And that will always be why a team like Liquid are down but never truly out. When you have players of these capabilities, this mechanical skill on the likes of Twists and Naf, you are always in with a shot when you save those weapons. And Twists giving a firm reminder to Boss not to take their eye off the prize here. You've got to focus in each and every single one of these rounds. I mean, Liquid may be wounded, but it's like a wounded apex predator, right? Like, they can be limping. They're still gonna wreck you if they get their hands on you, though.
When you get an animal cornered, Vince, it's when they're at their most ferocious, right? It's when they know they have to fight back. Fight or fight for survival. Yekindar being pushed towards Cave. They wanted to get ahead of the utility and instantly bombard onto the bomb site, and they are bleeding their way out instantly. Yekindar fires off all the shots into the smoke. A deep HE goes in. Knows Pone alone was committing onto the bomb plant, so it's a tag onto him, sure, but you're feeling a bit uncomfortable already, realizing this has to be the raw retake up against the pistols on close angles.
Yekindar trying to get through. That's a good Molotov. It's going to force Pone alone off the angle. Still need to capitalize on this one. A slew of grenades still being tossed in. Closing off Cave. Another Molotov to the back of the site. Designated to try and cordon off these areas. And now they're going to push back in again. There's not that much time on the clock, though. They're getting some kills. They're getting some success with Nafly, but he goes down to Brett. Boss bounce right back in.
I got it. Nice!
Celebrations coming out into that one. They know how much momentum that round will give them.
Fucking go!
Oh, yeah. You do love to hear it. It's good, man. Momentum's there for him. And that's the beauty of a round. So I was already getting a bit worried, kind of going into that one. I'm thinking, right, you've got nades to work with now on Liquid and actual weapons as well, right? You're just going to be bombarded by the early Molotovs, the deep smokes that will be coming out towards lane. Instead, they opt to just run through Cave as quick as possible. They find the gap. They find their way in. They had taken site control in seconds.
Giving Liquid a taste of their own medicine as well, man. Like, they're one of these really grim, low investment buys, but you've made it work. And it just took too long for Liquid to pull the trigger. They had Molotovs and smokes and flashes, but they threw them with like a quarter of the fuse left on the timer, and that forced them to spring into action. It almost felt like at that stage, maybe just swallow your pride and back off and save the weapons. It sucks to do, but the alternative is that you just are now into an MP9, no funds left in the collective account. They do have an open hands of Cadian, and middle control coming across the Twists at the cost of quite a bit of health, though. They can't even see through these smokes either, and Twists takes a peppering through there, down to 12.
Oh, that is beautiful damage back. Twists recoiling away with only a sliver of health left on him. Liquid going for the confidence play to run down mid, fight for lane control, make it uncomfortable for the T's, but limited information exchanged. And the bomb was waiting outside of A main. Off the back of that opening push, they're a little bit more hesitant, expecting closer angles to be in play from the CT side. You still got so much time on the clock. A minute here to work with. Double flash out on middle. Brett walks on up. Freshie holds for the rear, just in case they come knocking. Deep molly in a cubby as well. Cadian Zorp is still stationed towards the back of B, but no one is coming there. They're going to be going out through middle. Skulls has a Molotov in his hands. If they bleed their way round towards Donut, he can at least deny some time.
Oh, they need a pick here so desperately. try and soften them up for Skulls in Donut, but Skulls thinking better of that decision. A Molotov was placed on the deck and he backs away. And Boss are deciding that Cave is ripe for the taking. But there's 3 players here on Liquid. An MP9 up close, the smoke has been put into place. Everywhere where Boss want to try and push into just gets locked down by utility. And now, with just mere seconds on the clock, they're going to try and rush their way and brute force it onto the site. But Skulls is here and they line up for him and Naf. Tons of damage. But there's enough time for the bomb plant. This is still winnable.
They get it down. Final few seconds and they commit to it. Peeking out towards CT though, and Yorp finally gets an opportunity to punish Yakindar towards Temple, finds Darty. Oh, it looked like it was going to be even worse than that though. With the limited time they had, that cave smoke came in with exactly 21 seconds left on the clock. They knew they didn't want to waste time. They couldn't just run through it. There could have been a player on the close angle. They back off. It looked like you were going to get sprayed down. So the fact you get a bomb plant out of it, make it look possible at least. It's better than it could have gone. But a rough round overall. Liquid going to be licking their wounds and happy with that one at least.
Has to be such a frustrating round if you're Boss as well. It's like you decide to hit Cave, get smoked off for 25 seconds. You go back to Donut, there's 2 players with a crossfire set up perfectly to deal so much damage to you that there was no real chance of getting the damage done after the retake came into fruition. But they're going to lick their wounds and they're going to come back with 4 rifles and a Tech 9. Freshy, who had a really solid T-side on Inferno, off to a slow start. He'll be hoping to pick up the pace sooner rather than later, but early catwalk control is forthcoming, and they have the ledge as well. This is something we haven't seen Boss really utilize too much because Twist has been so aggressive through mid. So early mid control has been locked in, and the entry from Darty. Yakindar gets splattered in Cave.
Makes him ancient history in Cave there. Beautiful shot with the AK as well. Splintering the wood, smashing the face of Yakindar. Twists, clears his angles back towards Red Room, paranoid about a late play, gets himself set up to play the off angle in case it's a split push in. Cryptic needs to sell the idea of this being a bombardment towards B. Single shot fired on the ramp, draws out a smoke. Rest of the team now goes out through Donut. Twist, he's been waiting for this, but it won't matter. Bested by the Khalil, goes down. It's looking really bad now for Liquid. Cadium, he's trapped at both angles. Scared about the backstab from CT, but Brett's just holding it. If they come wrapping around, he can clothesline him. Cadium spots him.
Yeah, but it's going to be a bit of pill to swallow, isn't it? It's a shot for extraction. It's not a shot for a defuse and success just to hold on to the AWP. It is 3 weapons saved. We saw how Liquid prevailed in a previous round with just an AK and an MP9. So again, that cornered and caged Predator going to be difficult to contend with. The shot does connect. But Freshy gets shot in the back. The bomb actually finishes him off, so Cadian is going to have the last laugh in the round. But Boss need to only look at the overall tally of rounds, and they'll be feeling pretty happy still about how this is going.
Shadow giving him away as he jumped round. Nice tag into the bomb plant then. Like the M4A1S was at least scavenged towards the end there, so if they want to keep that in play, they have it in their hands. Liquid going to be taking a timeout now as well. Take a few seconds to talk about it on their CT side. It's looking pretty good though already. T side coming out swinging. We expected their T half to be where things would allow them to set the pace of the game, play a little bit more aggressive into some of these rounds. They're hitting some shots as well. Darty has got to be said coming into this one already. He's having a bit of a field day.
Yeah, that entry onto Yakindar. I mean, there was a smoke down, still just removed his head. And it really was off the back of how aggressively they took mid-control in that last round. So I think an obvious change to make or a slight adjustment or tweak for Liquid is to get that aggression again, like get Twists, get Naf, if you need to, taking mid-control. Twist is out here early on. Molly smokes and flashes, but he has been smoked off himself. And with no one pushing through on Cave, other than Cadian, who nearly connected that shot while flashed, this is exactly what Boss are hoping for. Having this mid-control just allows you to assert dominance and poke and probe many facets of the map simultaneously. It makes it very uncomfortable for the CT side. Brett just pins around and takes off the head of Yakindar.
Wow. That was a nice flick back. Looked like he was going to be overwhelmed by the peppering of bullets from the duo in Donut, but 1-for-1 trade still makes it manageable. Weakens the setup towards B that's almost non-existent with the gravitation round towards A. It's Naf deep towards the back of the site, playing for the rotate from his teammates deep from CT. Clears it out now, looking for a headshot, little jump spot, but no info on the ramp setup. Molly can go over the top when Pone goes in for the plant. Can they pull this one off, at least denying it? It was a nice Molly down, follow-up shots also on target, twists. He's punished the first, but it's Nafly that pushes up, looking for the second deny. The nades are there, they're ruining him with the utility.
Yeah, this is much more like it from Liquid. Freshie tries to force the angle, understandably. In a 2-on-4, knew he had to try and take the initiative. But yes, that dynamic duo of Naf and Twists again, just so good. Skull's gonna clean up the rest, gets the mop and bucket out, and secures a third for Liquid. But it's that constant just pressure. The Molotov denies the bomb plant the first time, then there was HG's the second time. And Naf was waiting in the alcove. If the player tried to go for the wide swing, would just shut him down anyway. A claustrophobic round if you are boss, and that's even after getting early mid control. That was one of the main components that saw them get victory in the round prior.
For free. Somewhat broken by on a few of the players here for Boss as well, piecing it together. Skulls expecting the faster play off the audio, drops the Molotov, the spray's good, keeps on cleaving as he slices his way through free. The fourth is too far as they battle back for 2 frags, make it look like there's still a chance in the round. The deep Molotov ahead of the smoke as well. Oh, this could get interesting. Bombardment from Nafly goes sprinting out through CT. 1 by 1, they give him opportunities to fight, and it's Brett into the cage match. Does he know the player's in the back towards Donut? He's seen his back. He knows. Yakindar's aware of the potential angles he could be playing in. Can he get the drop on him here? Wants to peek round on the left-hand side, lines up the headshot, gives him the lights-out play, and brings back the fourth in the carnage.
That was a 2 versus 5. The Boss nearly brute forced their way back into. Shades from Inferno pistol round came up. This time Yakindar does clutch it out. But that triple spray from Skulls should have been the round just done. The most convincing, easy, economy-building round that Liquid could have hoped for, and yet once again, everything just becomes so difficult. And take nothing away from Brett. The 3 kills he gets in amongst that smoke are so well cultivated. He played that perfectly. But again, it goes back to what Pimp said. It's like Liquid are winning rounds, but at no point do you feel confident about it. At no point do you feel like it was an easy round for Liquid.
It's always shaky. It's always a nail-biter. It's always going down to your 1v2s. It's really, really different to potentially what you'd expect, right? I mean, you kind of sum it up with this, the spray from Skulls that you were saying. It felt like that was it. It was just going to be him unleashing hell, ripping his way through everyone. Somehow they keep getting given opportunities, keep building into it and hitting the shots. But a clutch too far for a 5th for Boss.
I mean, I can't imagine how Skulls would have felt if he just landed a triple spray down and then they ended up losing that round. I mean, that's going to be a gut-wrencher. So the pumped fist of relief. But again, Liquid getting success, find themselves with barely any money accrued and built up across the board. 3K for Cadian, 1,100 on Yakindar, and everybody else below the $1,000 mark. Twist gonna go in for the wide swing. Behind that nade, he gets punished. Cryptic says no with his Tech 9.
The troublesome Tech on deck. Get into cave, but the response to send Naf running down towards the ramp. Tech9s keep causing issues when they get into close range angles, though. It's still a 3 versus 3, and the bomb's been recovered. Darty going back up towards the bomb site, even dinks down onto Twist. He's quite low at this point, but Naf's in the rear, ready to respond. And Freshie finds himself late on the flank, out through red room. Back's turned. If they don't expect it, thinking that he's still towards ramp, he can make a bit of a play out of this one. He's going to get into the back and pulls out the butcher knife, and the man sliced his way through him. Only good for 1 as Cadian stops it there.
I respect it though, man. I mean, that's money in the bank from the knife. Additionally, he's thinking like, maybe if I can get that knife off, get the money in the bank, and no one is close enough to instantly punish me, I can still push forward into this round. I thought for a second he was going to play possum for a while and see if a secondary component came back from the long side of the site. They lined up with the Tech 9 and, you know, kind of a Pasha play from the old VP days was known for those kind of sneaky shenanigans. Regardless, Liquid will take the lead, and they're going to be playing a bit more aggressively this time. Tons of volleys down on middle, and Twist going to be pushing behind it. There's a smoke also tossed into elbow. So the first time in a while based off spawns. And they have pushed back Boss a few steps.
Will that extra cash from the Blades go a long way in this round? Cryptic straight out on mid with a two-player setup. They fire nothing. Kindar's able to scrap for control through cave as well. Naf's there for the second peek if necessary. And you've got the wraparound from Skulls. Oh, if they can just buy a bit of time on this one, the round could be entirely over in a few seconds. Lines up the headshot onto Freshie. They're trapped at middle now at this point. One by one, pressure mounting. Brett on the off angle, but Cadian will clear.
That's more like it from Liquid. Utilizing those quick spawns. Molly's down onto mid, elbow taken control over and by Twist as he snaps it across. And Boss just can't weather that storm. And it feels like if they don't have mid control, Boss do struggle quite a bit. We've seen a couple of hits onto that B side of the map and they've had limited success. Oh, it's the Tech 9s and the P250s. And it would appear that A main's going to get pushed into from the bomb at least. Smoke's now tossed in onto the donut side. And Brett's going to try and push into that smoke. Molotov onto Alcove. Twist on the other side, tossing in the nade to clear it. Doesn't really spot anything for his troubles, though.
The longer the game's gone on, the more Kindar's causing issues for them as well. And Cadian's been repositioning with that AWP, always in the right angle to cause problems. Skulls on the top rope, ready to spray down, hitting the head boxes as they will fall one by one. So the Pistols not getting too much done there. As Liquid, again, pass on that test and build themselves a nice buffer of rounds. Getting a bit more vocal now as well. Feeling like things are falling back into their favor here on the second map. The final boss for them at the RMRs is right in front of them. If they lost this series, it would have been elimination. For Boss, you're one map away from that very fate. They've got to claw it back. At the very least, though, you've got weaponry again now. Pone alone brings the AWP out to play on the T side.
It's going to be Twist once more, down to the elbow. HE tossed in, trying to dust off the cobwebs of that smoke, but nothing really forthcoming. Flash on point, and Yakindar makes sure he doesn't miss his opportunity. That window closed in the face of Boss, but they decide they're going to go elsewhere. If mid's no longer available, no problems. We'll just rush it down onto A instead. And Twist is in hot pursuit on Donut. Another flashbang comes in, and it's so successful. This time tossed in from Yakindar, and although Twist is burning alive, no post plant has come in just yet. They managed to stall this with Molotovs and smokes tossed in. Another trade goes in favor of the CTs, but Pone alone is keeping the dream alive. Cadian takes a shot, misses out, but now it is all down to that man, Pone alone. Oh, 2 huge kills, but it's not going to be a third. Oh, there was nearly such a brilliant play, such a nice try from Pone alone, but 8-4 going to be a halftime score in favor of Liquid.
Oh my God, I thought that was going to be the most sickening thing we had seen with a scope in quite a little while there. God damn. Pone alone. Giving it with the AWP. Almost looked like he had that last one as well. I'm right there with you, homie, but doesn't happen in the end. Liquid at least get past that one. It would have been a horrific way to finish that one off for them.
Oh, you got to be devastated if you're Pone alone. He was so close to greatness in that round, and it was also not just in terms of like being selfish about wanting his moment, right? It would have been a 7-5 scoreline on Ancient as well. It makes a huge deal of difference going into that second half.
The fact it would have been such a sick round was just the extra caveat on top. The double no-scope, he was primed for it as well. All in the past now, though. We set our focus on the present. 8-4 being the score line. The T-side pistol coming out for Liquid. They go sprinting out through A main. Deep setup from Freshie. Takes the opening head off. Makes it uncomfortable towards Donut. Trying to bait him in. Hoping Skulls will overextend. Brett finds it. The numbers dwindling, it's getting a bit iffy now, but Naf towards the back with a Glock, good for only one. Meanwhile, the bomb on the late rotation pulls up to B, and there is not a single soul on the site to hold them back.
It was all misdirection, Jackie. It was all smoke and mirrors. The problem is, though, that trick cost a bit too much if you're Liquid. And then they're going to have to clump together and hope and pray with this firing squad they have established that they can land nothing but headshots. First kills go in their favor. Twist now up to the plate, and he delivers as he smashes it over the head of Boss. A 2v4 clutch. The smoke and mirrors proving to be the correct play in the end, but my God, was it close.
All came down to the shots with a Glock. And those connect. Punishing round to have ripped away from you. All four players going in one by one and comfortable on the choke point. Liquid set themselves up for success there.
Suddenly Liquid in a heartbeat off to a 9-4 lead and Boss into a save. We do have Zeus's in play, one of those maps that is tailor-made for this weapon. As Yekindar may feel firsthand that Molotov's not going to extend. Cryptic may get the better of Yekindar, but Yekindar, he's seen this script, he's seen this movie before, and he's not going to fall prey to it.
No chance for the Zeus to send electricity down his spine. And at the minute, the round itself firmly in their hands. You get the bomb plant down. There is two more Zeuses in play. They were both over towards the other side. So if you walked into the close angles, they were just hoping to get those cheeky plays off, obviously realizing you don't really have the best weaponry to work with against the full buy. So all in all, Zeus isn't the worst weapon for it. You get that insta-kill if you're on the off angle.
Arcadian is hungry for the kills. He wants to put money into that AWP fund. Dollar bills in his eyes. He knows one player on Temple. HE tossed over on Freshy. Does a bit of damage, but not too significant. They do well not to feed him any of these kills here, Boss. They know what's coming up. Now from the side, though, pinces in with one. And Cadian will get his kill. And that catapults him to $4,200.
That's what they were playing for at the end there. The extra money to build them up on this one, make it as easy as possible to have the weaponry you want, to look to close things here on Ancient. Don't let the game go on too long and get out of hand. But for Boss, there is the investment, a magnitude of Famises brought to the server, 3 of them in play here, supported by the 2 full rifles that were picked up. Yekindar fast play towards A main.
This has to be a round for Boss. This is a bonus round in every single sense of the term. But you got 4 MAC-10s and an AK. You have got to win this round if you're Boss. If Liquid win this, it is a golden fast-track ticket to a 2-0 and an elimination for Boss here.
Lag set up towards the site. The 3 players pushing down mid, twist on the angle, baiting them in. The carrot on a stick that Freshy falls for. Down and out, opening pick, making it easier for the T side of Liquid to pick and choose their battles for this one. All the nades left outside of the site as well for Cadian to set up the play onto the bomb site. Brett waiting, deep lane, 52 seconds on the timer. They expect this one, deep flash round, using a little bit of delay tactics onto the ramp, but the T's are going to be ready for it and they're barreling in.
They push. Obadati's just backed away. Could be looking for a save, perhaps. But Brett is still standing here. He's still anticipating this. He still tries to go in for the clutch. And Yekindar denies another. Cryptic's going to get splattered by the MAC-10. Looking to pulverize the economy of Boss. And honestly, with 3 kills, they basically already have. This was 4 MAC-10s and an AK coming into the round, and Liquid gets success again.
You've ground down the CT side economy. And Twist has been hitting some worldies in a spot like this. They try to play those close angles, be a little bit safer with it. Nade around the corner, 84 HP left on him, but it's the flank from the back. If they can strip all the weapons from their hands, it makes it even worse here. But the FAMA's at least good for one. M4 hoping to survive. He does get through it, but that's all you get. The single M4 carried into the next, facing a scoreline where Liquid is sat at 11, a single round away from the series point and closing down. Boss's run at the Americas RMR here for the PGL Major Copenhagen.
MP9s, 2 M4s, and a vast deficit to navigate your way through. Aggression will see Skulls once again come out ahead in the opening trade. Oh, it's even worse than that though, because Skulls is not going to relent anytime soon. He wants to put this map and this series to bed as fast as possible, and a touchdown grenade will drop Cryptic to 54. Spray from Twists will not miss. And it looks as though Boss are on their last legs.
The round in the palm of their hands. Cryptic again fighting for survival to give them any extra to work with. But as Skulls finds him, the bookend of the round, closes it. And that's their series point. That's them on 12 now. Sitting pretty to shut things down entirely and walk away, knowing that you've starved off elimination and still have more to be said at your run at the Americas RMR. A timeout called in for Boss. But being able to mount a comeback like this would be unfathomable. Everything has to be absolutely flawless, round in, round out. They've got to give it their all, Vince. They leave nothing unspoken for on the server now.
And whereas that first half was scrappy, Liquid didn't quite look like they were firing on all cylinders. Now we're seeing some of those heavy hitters find their stride. Skulls having an excellent map. Naf at 113 ADR. 5 multi-kills for Skulls, 4 for Naf. And Twist also has just been chugging along, getting kills where it's been required. The buy is also in horrible shape for Boss. If they want that Cinderella story, that fairy tale ending, they're going to have to try and turn this back around real quick. Right here, right now, there is no more room for error. Elimination beckons.
And with a fragmented setup of weaponry, how do you make this work? What's the heads-up play? For Darty, it's to push down the ramp, but the nade round the corner strips HP off him. Goes for a quicker pace, wants to bypass the smoke and gets his teammate in Brett set towards the corner. Cryptic finds the attack from Cadian through Red Room. They don't expect Darty. The Deagle, it goes right, it goes west, doesn't deliver. And you've got an edge to play with now. You take site control, you set up for it one by one. They funnel into the crosshair of Skulls, and it's all on Freshie. Liquid know that they are just moments away from closing this down and grabbing 13.
One more player required, Freshie. He can look around for help, but it all has to come down to him. He has to be the hero of this story. But the time is ticking off that fuse ever so quickly. Flashbang up and over, he will make his last stand, and stand he shall no longer pass, as Boss will be eliminated from the RMRs, and Liquid live to fight another day.
11 back-to-back rounds coming in way of Team Liquid, but commiserations go out to the entire Boss team. They simply weren't able to make it work on their own map pick of Ancient. But Jacob, talk to me, how did you feel about the way that this match panned out?
I mean, kind of what we were hoping for if we're looking towards Team Liquid's perspective. Obviously, it's been a shaky start for them and for the new lineup in per se, but also at the RMR after they lost to FURIA yesterday. They now find themselves in a position where they were forced to win the game today in order not to be eliminated. So if you're a Team Liquid fan, if you're hoping Team Liquid will make the major, a step in the right direction for sure. I'm a little bit sad on behalf of Boss, though. I think the way they're leaving the tournament doesn't represent how well they've been playing. I know this Ancient game wasn't great. They had no chance of winning it whatsoever. Never really got into the game, but the way they've been playing outside of this Ancient has been nothing but great, you know, compared to that, as you said, Dust, the only team with no salary coming into the tournament, the team with probably some of the least expectations. They've been able to break those every single time apart from this one map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a spot-on assessment of the situation for Boss. I mean, obviously they came in underneath tragic circumstances, you know, having to use a stand-in as a part of that. You know, obviously came in as an underdog, as you said, not having any, you know, type of organizational support, so having to kind of do this on their own, still time to fight tooth and nail to grind their way to the major and try to make their dreams a reality. And certainly there were moments throughout this tournament where they did shine bright, you know, snapping Made in Brazil's ancient win streak, having a very close game against Complexity yesterday on this map as well. Definitely at times showing you that they are capable of good things, that some of their players can be quite skilled and can have big moments. I even thought tactically in some situations they looked, you know, pretty poised. So I do want to tip my hat to Boss putting together, you know, a pretty good looking run. You know, even on Inferno in this series, yeah, we kind of critique Liquid for the mistakes that they were making, but Boss played an excellent CT side of Inferno, did everything that they were supposed to do to be successful, and ultimately just come up a bit short against one of the teams that were heavily favored in this tournament.
Well, key takeaways from the two of you boys for the Boss team. Moving on forward, outside of the Americas RMR, any kind of props or words of wisdom you want to throw their way, Dust?
I think the foundations are great. I think as we spoke about, you know, the way they anticipate the game. I was very impressed yesterday with the way they were able to keep their head, you know, level calmed in a way that when you're playing a 3v3 or in a 2v2, sometimes you see these unexperienced teams, they have a tough time figuring out then what to do. You know, it becomes a little bit flustered or disjointed in many cases. I don't think I saw too much of that from Boss. So keep working on that foundation, and then I guess, you know, losing games like this and going into RMR events and playing at LAN, it's gonna give you experience. So I'm hoping that we get to see more of them, that we get to see them make deeper runs in the NA qualifiers and continue to work, because I think we saw potential right here that you don't normally see from a classic NA team. You know, I think I saw a team that sometimes play with their brain, and that was nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look here at NAF, having a brilliant game, 17 kills, nearly 120 ADR, definitely was a big difference maker in this game next to Skulls and Yukendar. Really everyone played great, but I actually want to kind of highlight one in particular around here that's going to be coming up in a moment, just to kind of give some flowers, I guess you could say, to Boss, who did indeed, you know, at times show us some really good tactical prowess throughout this game. One of the things that we talked about kind of pre-game was how this team on their T side is so good at their off timings for mid control, and how they're able to use different utility sets and different timings to be able to get control of that map in different ways, and we'll probably show it here in a second. But as we're waiting for that, again, I think you're right, just to echo some of the things that you're saying. They definitely have some skilled players. I think the biggest thing for them that I would address is obviously stabilizing the roster, but it's also just about rounding out your map pool. I think that got exposed a little bit throughout this tournament, that there seemed to only be a couple of maps that they felt very comfortable on, and granted they had limited time to kind of sort that out, but maybe with more time they can flesh that out.
Well, you know what, let's go ahead and highlight the fantastic team play that we've seen coming in from the Boss boys, and you can talk us through that.
Yeah, right. So again, this team was very good at taking mid control on T-side, which is very difficult to do on Ancient. CTs are usually able to dominate it because of their spawn timings and utility. But we saw the off timings that Boss were able to use to get mid control. Darty able to use that to kind of play off of B, get a pick into cave. You see Cryptic just solo pressuring the long B side of the map, which sets them up to be able to transition through Donut and actually go for an A execute when it was all said and done. And so this is just some of the things that we saw Boss doing throughout all their Ancient games throughout this tournament, is just being able to be very flexible on the T side, be able to control multiple areas of the map at once, make good mid-round decisions, and just play together as a team. You know, their trading efficiency was really good. You never really caught players by themselves. Like their spacing was always quite nice, and timings were always pretty solid. So again, if they can just kind of round out their map pool a little bit, get some more reps in, I definitely think that this team still does have some potential down the line.
In terms of individual level, it was clear to see that obviously Team Liquid have the better players, they have the better material on the server, but I agree with you in the sentiment that they were able to make Team Liquid break a sweat, you know, in the rounds. They were able to make them not necessarily over-rotate, but force Liquid to make a cautious decision about how do we want to approach this problem, how do we want to deal with the fact that they're so proactive on the server, moving around. And as you said, the Boss players were never afraid of taking space, and sometimes when you're an inexperienced player, you know you're going up against the likes of Twist, Nafly, you know that individually you're not prone to win your duels in that regard. Still, they weren't afraid of doing the right thing. So maybe you don't have the individual class or the level for that matter in order to finish the project sort of, but the idea, the thought process, how do you approach Counter-Strike? How do you play Counter-Strike at a higher level? They had that nailed in. So for my money, that's a positive sign from a rather unexperienced team.
Especially from a region that has struggled at times with in-game leadership. if we're honest. I mean, to be able to see teams like this who have in-game leaders who are capable of putting together game plans like that is you know, somewhat of a bright sign.
Well, as we bid adieu to the team of Boss, the next matchup is going to be Pain versus Imperial. Jacob, you're sadly not going to be joining us for that one on the desk, so I want your very brief thoughts on how you anticipate that one to go.
It's going to be a fun game. I think both teams have played well so far. Two Brazilian powerhouses. Obviously, one team with a lot of experience within the AMAs in Pain Gaming. Same could be said for Imperial, relatively new to that regard. Always fun to watch Henny play Counter-Strike. I think we're in for a 3-mapper, but I think Imperial will take the W.
Oh, there we have it. A 3-mapper could very well be on the cards. Whether or not that will be the case, though, only time will tell. We will see you all after the break.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker, are the same.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Well, here we have it, everybody. The PGL CS2 America's RMR just continues delivering, and we finally got our first qualification matchup here on the broadcast. It's going to be Pain Gaming taking on Imperial. I've got Mac Mate joining me here on the desk this time around. How's it going, Mac? You looking forward to this one?
Oh, always. We've got a couple of qualies coming through. We get to send 2 teams to the major this evening, this afternoon, this morning, wherever you're bloody watching from in the world. I've been on every time zone, and I can't wait to be on NAs for at least another couple of days. And look, that last game, it was so good to see Liquid wake the fuck up, man. They played some good CS finally.
Well,
Second match. There you go.
Inferno was looking a little bit shaky for them, but Imperial having qualified for Blast Prem and obviously performing pretty well within their own regional matchups. How do we think Pain Gaming are going to be looking heading into this dust?
Well, honestly, I didn't expect a whole lot from Pain Gaming coming into this RMR, if I'm being quite honest. I mean, they had a few months ago done decent in some kind of like tier 2, tier 3 European tournaments. Had a win over Nouns while Nouns were over there as well. And so they had like a couple of bright spots, but they lost out on both open qualifiers for IEM Chengdu against kind of some weaker opposition, teams that are not at this RMR. Same thing kind of happened to them whenever they were trying to qualify for Blast Premier. And they were one of the last teams to qualify for this RMR, and they barely did it. They had to win a very close game against a Brazilian team called Case in a game that went into multiple overtimes to be able to get here. So I didn't expect much, honestly, but they've come here. They've won both overpass games that they have played against Legacy and Red Canids, and props to them for putting it together.
How are you feeling, Mac, mate, about this showdown, this matchup? You think Pain Gaming are looking to come into this looking pretty strong?
Well, look, so far, the Brazilian teams have looked like the best teams in the RMR so far. So strong. I'm hoping that this is going to be a banger. Imperial, the only thing for me, for them in particular, is they haven't really put up with too much competition, right? Everyone that they've gone up against hasn't necessarily been one of the stronger opponents, and they've been able to sort of brush them off to the side, look like the best team in the competition stats-wise, and really pad those stats. But now Pain is going to be standing there in their way, and they're going to finally face some adversity.
Well, we've said goodbye to now 4 of our North American teams. South American matchups always get me super, super excited. So, Dust, what can you tell me about previous matchups that these 2 teams have had against one another?
Well, they've been pretty darn close, and really the only relevant one is the last one that they played, which is actually in the RMR qualifier. Now it was Imperial taking it in very close fashion. They won Noob 13-11, and then Anubis was actually done in overtime because they had a 12-0 lead from the T side of Anubis, and then proceeded to choke for 12 rounds and had to win it in overtime. So definitely, you know, looked like they should have won that more convincingly. You know, obviously the choke was definitely kind of a struggle, but they still did get the job done in the end. And you can kind of see the history here of that game.
Oh my goodness.
That's the graphic.
On Anubis T side, and then waltzing in the second half, I'm like, you know what? I think I'll just have a lose. I think I'll just lose every round. And then they find up winning it in overtime, finding their first defensive rounds in the past regulation period. And yeah, it wasn't pretty, but they did get the job done, and so they do own the head-to-head advantage, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll see if the T side is going to continue to be the strong side for both these teams, because if we're going to do this, we might get a remake of that one. Of course, I think that was played on the old patch before the Pika's advantage situation. That was also played online. So we're here on land now. I don't know if it's going to look like that, but it could. I don't know what we're going to get, and that's the best part about Brazilian CS is it's probably going to be aggressive, but it's always going to be fun no matter what. And you better believe that everyone in those player camps is going to be getting loud. You saw NQZ going ham the other day after all of his clutches. What was it, like a pistol round or like a second round force buy they won? Bam, he was just absolutely popping off there. And again, you need to highlight him because he has been the key piece of the puzzle for the new looking Pain.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of breaks it down for you here, the head-to-head between himself and Henny. NQZ, definitely a really strong opper, just 19 years old. He's been the strongest player on this team for quite some time. He actually used to play with some of the old legacy players, kind of in the 2023 period. Also played for Daytona back in the day, as well as a little bit with 9Z. So he's kind of been around the scene a bit. Again, very strong opper, definitely the star of this Pain team. But Henny, he's the veteran. He's the guy who's been around the block. He's been deep in majors in the past. You know, he's had big results at elite level tournaments. And I think the really cool thing about Henny, just briefly as we kind of take a look at him here, is that Henny isn't as op reliant as most oppers are. If you take a look at him in comparison to NQZ, he has way more AK and M4 frags. He is very good at being able to rifle, particularly on T sides with the AK and being an entry fragger.
Well, No, Matt, your job. You
I was going to say, boys, if you could take me through this best of 3 veto process, let me know if it's favouring any team in particular.
I feel like, looking at it barely on paper, Imperial, the veto seems to lean towards them just in terms of the map pool, in terms of who's stronger on what maps and what we should be seeing. And what we are going to be seeing, which is very interesting to me and also a little bit of fun, is Mirage as that first
Love
map.
a bit of Mirage coming through.
Yeah, this was interesting to me because both teams don't want to play Ancient. And so both teams floated it in the first ban phase when it's normally kind of their permaban, especially Imperial. They almost always ban Ancient first, and Pain definitely usually bans it as well. So they both decide to roll the dice and risk it. Now, are they going to risk it all the way? Yo, finally Imperial just says, all right, we've had enough of this. We're going to go ahead and take it off the board. And so we are indeed, like you said, going to have Mirage first, Overpass as a decider if we need it. And coming into Mirage, I mean, this is a map that Brazilian teams have historically been very good on. This is a map that Pain do play very well, 7-4 record coming into this tournament. However, Imperial, 15-2 record with this 5 on Mirage, nearly flawless, and their losses have been in overtime. So, I mean, they are very potent on this map.
Well, without further ado, it is finally time for us to dive into some Mirage fun and Mirage action. Tea Time and Yumi, take it from here.
And you know that Mirage fun looks like packing a couple of punches, getting a couple of good op shots, getting NQZ involved, getting Henny involved, getting everyone involved, but having a good old bloodbath.
I do like as well, you know, they were talking about it on the desk, the last run-in they had, they played Anubis, and everybody was winning rounds on T-sides, but nobody could have a CT round to save their lives within regulation. No longer a question coming into this series, a bit of a curveball maybe with the Overpass as a decider, but all about whether or not we get there. First map in the series, it's Mirage up first, and it's Pain and Imperial to try and cement first place out of this RMR and get to Copenhagen.
Very much shared territory for both of these teams as well. Descenti is the one to take point initially. My God, this man is coming in with a hand that was already warmed up, very clearly looking for 3. Will he find it? Not quite. That Lurk won't be able to get the triple opening kill all on his own.
The bomb was with him, though. So the fact that he got those kills and was trying to take space, they actually were about to carve a path for that bomb to go through. They're actually, the brunt of the forces are set up outside of B, but now they've been spotted and they haven't found a frag worth their weight.
The double nade investment will find absolutely nothing as well, so you have to keep in mind 2 players without Kevlar will have been revealed on this B site, but that being said, I don't know how much that matters when you are trying to waterfall out with only 1 flashbang to help.
The thing is, this round is weird now because they got those initial 2 kills. They get stopped at B initially. You could tell they're waiting for Pain to make some kind of a reaction, and they're trying to force some of that reaction. Henny making a very audible run back away from the apartments, but Pain aren't biting off of just that sound cue. He's setting up util.
Pain know exactly what's coming in. Lux, however, doesn't realize what's coming in is a bullet to his head. Almost taken down, and with Phelps surrounding the corner, it's 1, not 2. Phelps will have no ways help to finish him off as well, but 4v1 and Imperial, despite the topsy-turvy turns they take, that's a tongue twister, still end up coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was looking a little weird in terms of the Imperial master game plan, you look at it from Pain's point of view. They're down a man, they have to wait out all this time, they clear steps, but they know that they have extra men to sort of throw out sound baits, so making the right gamble, and unfortunately, they just don't have the manpower to stop or slow these Imperial players down. Nobody would have expected Descenti to come out and just hit 2 very fast headshots on the P250.
I don't think he did either, in all fairness.
Yeah, I mean, he killed the first guy, and it's like, wait, there was a second with him? They decided to double swing me, and I barely even noticed.
The maniacal laughter as well.
Can't quite believe his luck.
You gotta love it, man. Imperials is full of characters, be it veterans or fun little youngsters.
And that's the thing, you know, when we see players on LAN, even though they hit ridiculous shots and they have things happen like that, they're not going to react until after the round is finished because they know that they could still hit a bit of turbulence afterwards. But that's where all the stress is relieved when you know you've won the round. That's when you can crack a smile.
I don't know how stressed they are over here, Imperial, of course. A lot of veterancy in them and behind them, and Zach as well. Nassim leads a charge, Henny's there to cover off his teammate, making sure that there isn't just a quick casualty to the MP9. Very nicely done to get that early man advantage, and now the scale onto the A side comes through. NQZ, one of the biggest off prospects that we've had coming out of Brazil in seemingly years. Did have a bit of a fall off in the legacy time, but now he's hoping to strike through and give them that major appearance.
Yeah, it would certainly be a nice little story for him independently. I mean, a lot of players on this Pain roster very unproven when it comes to making it to big stages. Biguzera's, you know, the last remnants of what was a kind of a bygone era with the Pain roster. And, you know, there was a conversation about Pain being one of these sort of feeder organizations, these top level, organizations that main accomplishments want to be making it to the major, competing at these big tournaments, would always just have larger budgets and would pluck those players away. And it felt like after the last major appearance we saw from Pain, they were kind of picked for parts, bar Biguzera, who is still a very, very capable and very, has done great work with Pain as an organization for what is coming up on his, past his 5th year already.
And it is strange to see, considering that Pain is an org that does actually have money, it does have the size. I don't think people in Counter-Strike realize it, but these guys go way back across all the esports. They are one of the OG South American organizations. I say OG, but more like 2012 onwards or so is where they really started picking up notoriety, but that's pretty OG when it comes to CSGO at the very least. Of course, with those weapons saved up in the previous round, they will go for round 2. I know it's round 3, but round 2 with the Force Spy.
Yeah, didn't decide to break much blood in that initial investment. So why not give it another college try, second time over? A lot of mid-control here for Imperial, but you can see they're just simply waiting for Pain to make a move. Lux falling right into the crosshairs of No Way. And the Molotov good as well. Kawa is forced away from short. I mean, this is looking like some nice due diligence so far from Imperial, not letting their guard down or getting caught by any of these positions so far.
That's about to change, though, because Era, the solitary man with the rifle, able to get a quick kill, and now he sets up for what looks like a Feltz isolate play, perhaps. Kao is nearby, playing underneath. Will Feltz be checking that angle? I'm not sure if he already feels like he's cleared it, but Kao has crept past, and this should be a freebie. There you have it. Phelps is down. And all due diligence be damned.
It's when they started to spread out and hunt independently after they got all that position that they're now finding some difficulties. Kao is creeping out towards stairs, but Henny was already so close CT, playing from that ROPS angle. Stairs now compromised as well. Biguzera trying to whittle down the numbers, but this flank from Nissim could be absolutely everything. First kill's easy, the second low HP on No Way as well. And Henny, being that healthy player, has to do a majority of the lifting here in the post plan. They're down an extra man.
Biguzera's playing containment from CT, and the scout has to be careful. NQZ able to scout Henny, sure, but no chance is given to actually find the fire, and Biguzera finds him with his back turned instead. No Way all alone under Palace. Around that seems impossible, but maybe the time can be of assistance. Time has run out, but not for Pain. They'll be able to get the defuse and the first round on the board, despite what looked like Imperial getting off to a good start to the round.
Yeah, I mean, there goes that veteran on the Pain Gaming side. Biguzera being so sneaky about his positioning, caught basically every single one of these players off guard. None of them really ready to face him. He found good timing. He got a good angle inside of Connector as well to find that first, but just constantly repositioning. He was a hard man to nail down, and you know, at first you don't succeed on the Force Spy. This is the argument to try again.
And it does feel like Biguzera is sort of that Master Splinter meme over here, where he is just raising those 4 turtles around him to become the ultimate ninjas. And I have to say, Lux and NQZ do look like that progress is very good. Cows and Nassim as well have been known to have some good moments overall, but Pain, for them, this is the big step that they have been praying for. Last 2 majors, they couldn't make it at the decider phase. They were losing tiebreakers. I'm sure their organization wasn't happy about missing out on the windfall. They are, of course, so close to it again, but we've seen so many teams be at that 2-0 mark, having 1-2 BO1s, and the BO3s are just a different beast.
Just to clarify, Pain did make Paris.
It was the 2022 ones, of course.
Yes, they missed out on the 2022.
This is why I need a fact checker nearby. Apparently, I shouldn't say things so confident.
Stockholm and Paris, those were the 2 that Biguzera has been in attendance of, and he's been with the organization for 5 years, so...
Definitely a man who has served his time, but now comes down to NQZ with the AWB, but the flash time forces him away. Nassim unable to find that first frag as well. with Molotov back towards the Tetris area, but they've already moved past it. Nasim's demise is met before that, though. He's good for one. And NQZ just needs to contain, make sure they can't penetrate CT. No way, though. Lurk is perfect. Finds Lux and takes him down. That'll be meaning that Cowboys is also kept completely busy. He can't turn away from mid, not easily at least. There'll always be that niggling feeling in the back of his head, but now Henny is hoping to come through. Cover off CT, the double push that's going to be planned out right now. All he cares about is Vinny's back. Vinny good for one, turning around, just trying to put the pressure on, and Descenti as well. Just lurking forward from Palace, but Payne's already made the decision. They have to turn back, they have to save.
Yeah, really well done this time from Imperial. Just more bare bones hitting the bomb site, but this time leaving that lurker to activate, and being able to find that impact via No Way makes a world of a difference. You saw how difficult it was there for them to even track down Vinny on the bomb site. If they had somebody inside of Connector, for example, it might have been easier to flush or at least trade that player out. But there were many difficulties going back into that A play for Payne. This is definitely one of those matchups where, you know, you think about experience as the major angle for this, for these two teams. I mean, Imperial have so many players that have been able to compete and make it to majors on completely different rosters and have come from just kind of different walks of life. Some of them have crossed paths, sure, but the fact that you're comparing that to basically Big Uzera and NQZ's one attendance at Rio with 9Z, you know, that's about all the experience you get. And Big Uzera, sure, he's a player that, I mean, he's what, 27? But he has to serve as a bit of a father figure for this team, even though he's actually not been able to actually sort of lift trophies very often with this Payne roster. He's just been through the ringer.
I've struggled to qualify to other big events as well, but listen, if you can make the major, nothing matters. A little bit more passive from Payne early on. They're generally characterized by some solid CT side early round calls and setups that enable both Big Uzera and NQZ to try and make plays. But for now, they want to prioritize patience. NQZ, angle is good. No one over there to flash him off of it either. No Way and Descenti are just being teed up for certain death unless NQZ is rotated away. Phelps has to make that happen though. Needs to take point, needs to make contact, and Big Uzera is the first one to fall. Phelps gets the frag and NQZ yet to move, but he misses his shot regardless. That's going to be big. Lux unable to find anyone on the cross as well, and as NQZ's rotated, Cowboys is the only one with a frag that maintains. That case is the same. And Phelps, in the meanwhile, has realized where Nasim is. As Nasim is trying to back off to safety, he will find it. But they will not have anything beyond 2 saved rifles again.
And I actually do agree with you. I thought like the setup and the angle there for NQZ was actually very advantageous for the initial fights coming into B. But as soon as they missed that shot, you could see they just completely misread the pace that Imperial were going out with. They get caught off guard, getting shot in the side of the head because they were scaling so quickly on the side of Imperial. I actually wouldn't be too surprised to see Payne call a timeout after a round like that. It seemed like comms were a little bit haphazard, maybe a bit lazy. There needed to be a bout of urgency to understand that they needed to cover each other off because they just both ended up sitting in the same position and both struggled to get anything on the actual B-hold.
And both of them were set up to get at least a kill apiece, right? With no flashes to blind Lux, he should be able to get one over there. At least you're hoping for some good damage, if nothing else. And NQZ, of course, that's just a clear miss.
Yeah, straight away.
At the same time, though, do want to give so much love out to Phelps. The fact that he's managed to maintain this play style of, you know, individual aggressiveness across all of these years. He's someone who has obviously changed for the meta, but he's not one of the players who's remained relevant at the top of his scene by changing to a support role. He's maintained that stardom.
Yeah, you weren't really sure where Phelps would end up and who would really take the chance on him as a player to sort of find another level, or at least a way in which he could continue performing at the top end of the Brazilian scene. I mean, this is a guy that has attended 5 majors. He's made it to 2 semifinals. But in terms of actually being able to win them himself, even though, you know, surrounded with, you know, legendary players, he was in the period where, you know, that SK team were on a bit of a downswing. Weren't seeing the same performances.
Damn it, we only made 2 semifinals. That was a downswing for them, though. It just says how dominant the Brazilian scene used to be.
I mean, when you win 2 majors, you know.
That's true. And a couple of other titles to boot. Nassim holding down, he's the one to find a frag. It's actually Cowan to get a second out from short, but he's traded away. It's 3 versus 2. They know where Nassim is, but Nassim's got an aggressive, nice jiggle from Phelps. Means that he's got the advantage all over again. Nassim gets nervous. Worried about that Palace push forward to try and take him down, but really it was just Phelps once again.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you can really put on Lux to recover this round for the squad.
I believe.
Imperial just scrapping their way into A, and Phelps finding Lux just creeping his way down middle. A bit of a slow start from a few of the players here on the Pain Gaming side, and you know, if we were going to think about the Pain angle of being able to win out versus Imperial, you really can't afford to have players have these slow engagements. You know, I feel like Imperial are doing a great job of playing to a pace that feels comfortable. You can see that Pain are a little bit maybe uncomfortable with how slow a lot of these rounds are sort of building, and then by the time they realize what's happening, it's just there are so many Imperial players in your face, and they have, I mean, they've hit some nice sharp shots.
Oh, Flash is perfect. Vinny good for only 1 though. He's okay with being traded like that. CTs now, once again, will be forced to reset, and Pain, that early aggression that they do like to go for sometimes, it's been forced back to a more passive position. I do like this reaction from them, though. Tripling up inside A main does, however, lead Lux to be in a position where he has to really put up a big defense on the B bomb side if they end up attacking his area of command. In the meanwhile, though, Imperial are just trying to set up for a couple of more aggressive lurks, potentially. Meanwhile, from Hemi, he's found out, taken down. That's the bomb on the ground. Decenti's position is going to be crucial. He is the only player who can try and find a kill that makes that bomb much more accessible to them. Phelps can technically walk over and get it, but I don't know if they realize it. Now Decenti's cleared this out. Unless someone made their way all the way to TV room, which is unlikely, they should know the bomb is recoverable, but the time is not. That time's never coming back. There's 40 seconds left on the clock and not much to work with, no smokes.
It's the fact that they know that there's been a vacancy over towards the outside of A now, so they're creeping their way back, and it would be the right decision. Right now, Pain are sort of gravitating, still having to hold towards window, but they do have 2 players committed towards this A bomb site. I do think this lurk from No Way will have to activate sooner than maybe even he wants.
He's not going for it. Decenti just goes in, quick frag found into his brother's Molotov and moves out as well. But Nassim, position unknown. NQZ unable to get the shot, and Decenti somehow still alive. That gives Phelps time to recover, and again, Pain are putting their hopes on the shoulders of NQZ, but unfortunately the shots are simply not connecting.
Yeah, Nassim not finishing off that frag towards CT as well. It was very labored. He had to use more bullets than he really wanted to if he was going to try and find that planter. You know, as soon as NQZ missed that shot, he knew he had to try and get that frag just before NQZ fell. And it all goes pear-shaped.
It's such a good adjustment as well from Pain as a response to that early heavy presence down middle, not giving the map control to triple up inside A main. That takes some stones, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, you gotta kill people. Ooh. Oh, speaking of killing people, nice shot from Bigazera.
It almost looked like they lined up as well. There was a real fear that that could have been a lot more damage done to Imperial, as well as the frag. So they're probably a little lucky they get away with that. Bigazera obviously showing some nice mechanics as that vet. So main reason Pain even have a round attributed to their name. He came in with a triple kill on a FAMAS. All right, now Imperial are having their way with Pain. And Imperial initially formed as this sort of last dance to bring in some of those legacy players that had lifted major titles with for the Brazilian scene, put South America on the map. The only man that still sits on this roster from that initial identity,
was one who wasn't dancing in the first place.
Exactly.
Vinny.
He was the newcomer.
And that newcomer is now the leader. the supreme authority, and that authority has dictated that the A site needs to be attacked. The scout finding nothing, Canids is gone. They're not ready for NQZ, perhaps with the 5-7. He can break his dry spell, and indeed he does, but a Molotov underneath him, and that should be an easy pickup for Descenti as well. Only Lux remaining, and unfortunately he is still going to be at the big old 0. But as a B-side anchor who's not really finding too many opportunities, I don't really blame him too much.
Yeah, I mean, there's been, what, pistol round and one commitment from Imperial towards that B bomb site. It's been a lot of rotating in, and the rounds have already been like 1 versus 3s, 1 versus 4s. These have not been pretty. It's where you put your heart out for that big fat 0, but also if you don't feel like you're getting pressured enough at B, there has to be a breaking point where you say, I'm gonna make my own play, because if I rotate in, it's already too late. They want to try and go for some of those aggro moves. Middle can be an avenue, B can certainly be explored. Painter going with the middle take, and Lux finding some impact, this time on the AWP. NQZ was last seen there. But now Lux has an AWP of his own. Maybe this double AWP setup for Pain could finally break their dry spell.
It's a great adjustment because it also lets you get all of that space down middle, but that makes it obvious that Imperial should be going for what seems to be an A hit. Smoke out for stairs, smoke out for jungle. It's time to commit, or is it? Phelps is still in a position where he could just pressure down mid and try and trade onto Canids. There's plenty of time for Imperial to work with, and Pain are stuttering in their steps. Because Era hasn't fully rotated back over towards this A-bomb site yet either. It does feel like Imperial is relying on Phelps to make a play to make this an easier scale up. Oh dear, that's unideal.
All right, needed a bit of extra oomph. But no one playing close ramp, so they couldn't hear it.
Re-checking out the util, NQZ forced off the angle, and Henny gets the better of it now because Zera, again, the only player remaining on this A site as his teammates have fallen. He's inside the Molotov. Position must be known. Vinny waiting for the spam to come through, and Henny's now covering it off. The bomb will be planted back triple where it's safe. But Phelps makes it so no one is safe on the CT side. This late lurk will execute itself, and that also makes it so Big Zera can't save. He feels like he has to push forward. Phelps is just a monster though, rotating around everywhere he goes. He is just an absolute enigma. There's no clue about where he's playing in from. Maybe Canids can find it. No! An enigma with hands.
Man, Phelps is playing such a sneaky game. You know, that's what the advantage of having that double AWP setup was going to bring, is that if Imperial are going to walk into these positions, they're going to try and activate on these lurks. The AWP can actually catch out those lurkers fairly frequently, but Phelps took such a late timing. Those A players found the double entry, and then all attention's drawn, and Phelps finds his time to strike in the back. And like you said, you know, just constantly moving, constantly repositioning, and some nice sharp shooting all on top of that as well. Pain are experiencing a complete brutalization right now on their CT side.
Phelps is basically sleep terrors right now for Pain. They're completely frozen. They have no idea when he'll hit. They just know he's around the corner somewhere. Which corner is it? You're going to find out eventually. And again, this just goes to show you the depth of Phelps' aggression is not limited to the early round. He's so good at individual early aggression, late round lurking. He is truly a veteran star. Descenti does fall though early on. This time there wasn't a Henny to cover off the push from the MP9. And Bigazera does pick up that first frag.
I mean, they just came off the back of having an opening man advantage and then having it fall out of their hands. So this time on SMGs with Bigazera upgrading, maybe there's a better chance. Those MP9s are not likely to be static.
You'd hope so. But at the same time, setup on the B-bomb side makes it so that both Lux and Canids are going to be playing quite close towards a balcony position. If this ends up being a short hit, it's going to be troublesome. But speaking of trouble, Phelps is coming through again. My God, he's even got the Molotov out towards Under Palace, perhaps. No, we're not ready for once. Phelps finally caught off. NQZ, however, does find his teammates traded away. Lux and NQZ, the only ones left. They should know Lux is here.
They have no idea.
He's been the consistent play on this B side, and Henny can't adjust in time. Now, Vinny trying to locate Lux and catch him out, but Lux is being so elusive in apartments. Rotation is coming through, the bomb is on the ground, Vinny doesn't spot out Lux, he's worried about the push back over, and in the meanwhile, NQZ now position revealed as well. Vinny is all alone, he needs help, he needs assistance, and nowhere is here to provide. Lux cornered in now, will not be able to get the kill. NQZ has to step up. He's had difficulty so far, but with 15 seconds, at least the time is on his side if his teammates aren't, and he can't get the frag. No way will still shut it all down.
Man, the difference it has just having that extra man, and NQZ 1-on-2, but they both swing in at the same time. Just when NQZ went for that swing, No Way was one bullet away from death. But that's all he needs. That spray adjustment, not easy, and all the meanwhile, No Way was just peppering him back. Even when Imperial look uncomfortable, they're closing these rounds. And I think Lux did a whole lot to keep that round in contest. Kept himself alive, had Vinny pinned in position, but they just couldn't deal with him fast enough.
Oh, again, NQZ just gets taken down. Henny gets the better of him. At least Cowboys is there to trade, at least. But silver linings will soon be finished and light is fading. Bane need to find rounds. 2 of them, at least on the CT side. Or rather 2 more. Bigozera, however, doesn't realize, but he's still just in time. Bigozera trying to play out the bench position, getting himself some good advantages, but Descenti just takes him down through the box and leaves Nassim to find Phelps. Back to a 2-on-1. No Way was the hero of the previous round. But now the double swing is on the other side. The CT set up nicely for the vertical peak. They know where the bomb is as well. No Way spots out an elbow, gets the first for free, but he's turned around, and Lux with the delayed hit will this time give them the round. Bane come out on top.
Yeah, nice that they played together in that situation as well. You could see No Way was still anticipating a spread out rotation, but gets shot in the back because of it. A lot of chaos dwelling on that A-bomb site. You saw Bigozera trying his best to build some space. Nassim finally getting the edge. You know, Phelps has been a hard man to pin down, but he's finally caught off by one of these positions. And just a little too much to ask of No Way in the clutch. This was a much faster building round there from Imperial. They went for a quick attack on that A play while Henny perused mid by himself. But once again, slowing their roll. Imperial have been doing such a good job of operating in the mid-round.
Oh. That aggressive opening from Henny has been characterized for so long. The smoke still up, gives him cover from short, but he can't actually find anyone to take fire on in middle. B-side players becoming worried once again about a site hit, which, well, that worry is well-founded. Bomb is nearby, but Imperial, knowing their shenanigans, might be changing it around at any point. Phelps taken down, Vinny as well hits the deck. So suddenly, a big advantage, one that might be extended. No, Descenti's ready. They're not going to be catching off the T side twice. And well, that second hop that Descenti has in his own hands might not have been expected.
And, you know, before those 2 kills come out from middle, they were on a bit of a timer on the side of Imperial, but now that they sound that flank, Henny finding the trade in middle as well. This round is still on. There is no late trap to be activated here by Payne by hunting for that information. 2 sit within the A-bomb site, leaving only Cowes as that sole B-site defender. No one watching for this cross towards short, and the one man that decided to peek into it, Bigozera, ripped clean. NQZ has to play safe as well. They could still finish on towards that A-bomb site with 20 seconds left. Imperial need to get a move on.
Cowes is holding his nerve so nicely. All he has to do is wait for the bomb tap. The time isn't working for Imperial, but now position reveal, flash is down. All he's doing is delaying, and it's a full 5-second flashbang. Quick shot found, No Way is down, and the bomb with it. 3rd round secured for Payne. They do get a lifeline in these last 2 rounds, but that being said, Imperial still looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell Payne came into this game a little uncomfortable, weren't quite playing to the same rhythm that Imperial were. They weren't ready for Phelps to go off on his solo missions. Man was playing Splinter Cell or something. He was catching players off guard left, right, and center. But a little bit of composure shown by some of the players on this Payne roster towards the tail end. It was Lux inside of the apartments, delaying Vinny. You know, they don't win that round, but the play itself felt like the right operation, and Cowes as well holding his nerve. So signs of life, I believe, here for Pain. But moving into this T side, there's a lot of emphasis going to be put on this pistol round. Imperial have been just a force to be reckoned with so far on this Mirage.
And it's so nice to see the fact that the two youngsters are also still performing. And that is one of the big differences, right? I know Bigazera is also a veteran as far as the years are concerned, right? He won't have the shakes, he won't have the nerves on stage, but he's not a calming figure to look down and see that, oh my God, it's Phelps. He's made semifinals. Oh my God, it's Henny. He's made a grand final. Oh my God, Zach standing behind us also made a grand final of a major. The calming aura isn't there, so Imperial's youngsters, they're doing really well. Noe and Descenti looking fantastic, even in a lot of these late round difficult situations. Now Henny, Molotov off and mid. Bane's plan is simple. Get onto that A-bomb site and have that lurker activate, but Biguzera's taken down, and with that, Noah is committed to another quick frag. NQZ trades, finally, and Vinny and company are trying to move in. The bombs are planted in an ideal location, but that said, at least it goes down. Vinny does go down as well, but Cowards doesn't realize there might have been a second player nearby. Phelps is the one who he's fighting up against. Henny and Phelps back to back, trying to fight out with a jump through. Henny's the one to collect. Now, Nassim and NQZ. NQZ to try and cover off that cross, but with the smoke down, that won't be particularly helpful. They're on the defuse, they're sticking to it. Henny's still all the way in. He finally gets the shot. They seem to save the day with 3.
Man, good heads up. That smoke on the bomb, there was a way that could have fallen out of their hands. Henny had a kit. That 5 seconds ticking in their head, and once they realized it was only Kim remaining, just finding the last bullet, and in the nick of time. This is so damn close. Look how far that progresses before Pain finally flush him out. An important pistol for Pain. They move in as underdogs to this series, but there is still some fight left in them. Even after getting brutalized in that first half, they can still right the ship.
I do like me a choo-choo train.
Is it often led by a Zeus?
Electric trains are all the rage these days. I think they call them trams or something. These kids, what are they going to come up with next?
I was thinking more maglev, to be honest, here.
I don't even know what that is.
What? Magnetic levitation?
Ah! Listen, I won't talk about the railway infrastructure of my country, but we don't have those.
Yeah, not many places do. Oh, so it's rather simple. A nice lightweight round for Pain to chew through. Pretty stressful pistol, but now some time to reorganize your thoughts. You know, as you start building back into this game, as you start building more and more rounds, that distance between you and Imperial starts to get closer and closer. And the thought about pulling together a successful T side just becomes more and more realistic. Those are acceptable losses, only losing the MAC-10, able to get their hands back on the Galil, so all the rifles saved over here for Pain. A bit of a walkover on round 2 of the second half.
This is where the real test begins, though. For Imperial, no matter how much we might rant and rave about how good these veterans are, how much experience they have, everyone knows 1 or 2 gun rounds, and suddenly all of that experience doesn't matter because the momentum's on the other side. Now, Henny doesn't want that to happen. He's found the first frag. Luck's taken down through a smoke. Never fun.
Not an ideal way to start, but they had a lot of utility to be able to flush him out of that position. Nice protocol from Imperial. Pretty base, but their willingness to instigate in that manner.
Look at how aggressive Noe is right now. They can fully start to rotate away from this A site. Descenti and Henny's job is made so much easier right now. They're getting ready for a potential rotate back towards B. They know this Molotov doesn't mean very much. Phelps also knows that if there's anyone going forward to connector, he'll be able to spot that out. Biguzera is basically a dead man walking. Will he check this angle? No, it won't matter. Phelps misses the jump, but he might just take the duel outright and win it. He does. Now it's time for Vinny to look for the wins. He won't be able to find that first kill. No, just the head. Molotov to the back of the site. He continues forward. Vinny's got the quick double. Phelps on the assist. Did just force them forward. Funnels them into Vinny's waiting arms. NQZ. A 1v4. Would have to pull out the full ace clutch, but with 25 seconds left and the bomb not down yet, any possibilities that were already minimal are looking impossible. Instead, will he even be able to find one? No, he will not.
Yeah, a lot of patience displayed there from Imperial. Even in the 4 versus 1, they're happy to allow him the plant, but they weren't going to give him opportunities to win out that clutch. They had a flank coming as well. They had a lot of players sort of mustering their strength inside of Kitchen. And unfortunately, there is not much of a path for NQZ to clutch back as much as Pain would have wanted it. But they start off that man down. And, you know, Big Uzera, there was actually a world in which, you know, Phelps actually just didn't have that engagement. But because he missed the jump, it was kind of, you know, it was almost fortunate for Phelps because that was a frag waiting to be found.
Fortune favors the bad movement. That's what they say.
What a hard angle to clear. Vinny is playing on that B-bomb side. They were still pretty spread, even with Noah's forward spot inside of Palace. But that's just the strength of the spot. Vinny knowing his positions well. And look at some of the aggression implemented here by Imperial, playing round that top mid smoke. They call the all clear. There's a lot of presence in utility, but not a lot of bodies.
Double Mac tends to try and push forward, but look at how far away Lux is from the rest of his team. Vinny has it easy. The double. Coming in for more, why not? The A4 will always be helpful, and Noe is as well. Trying to prevent the cross from coming through. Vinny goes down to the flames, but he doesn't care at all. Imperial on 11. They cannot be stopped.
Pretty much the worst way that could have gone. Throw presence towards mid and top mid, and they face clear it. They play around those smokes. They start challenging and seeing that there's nobody on Pain available. So even though it is just Vinny on that bomb site, he has that additional heads up. He knows that fights are coming his way. And Vinny just, I mean, feasts on them. Such a great hold from the back of the bomb site.
That's an anchor's dream, just being given duels like that one by one. You've got the A4 as well, so you're not worried about running out of bullets like that. Nicely done.
But once again, just good positioning as well, not getting hit by some of the utility that Pain tried to throw his way. They are playing with simply a different class, different caliber than what Pain are presenting currently here on map number 1. Vinny even finding his duel over towards B, so Pain even on this force buy. Left with that extra man down, and they've only got so many resources that they can pull together. That smoke is kind of funky. Kind of allows a T to weirdly drop into the bomb site. They would have a sound cue, of course, but
Henny's is inviting them at this point.
It will keep their attention. Maybe a little longer than they actually wanted.
Pain are desperate. And Henny's the one to meet that desperation, that charge in towards him. Is there any help? No, Descenti's flashed off, but Henny doesn't need it. It's a free duel given. Nassim trades and Descenti now can activate. Moves through the smoke, looks for more, and he delivers every single time. Imperial 12-5, and no reason to believe this will be anything but 13.
I mean, it's just been so consistent from Imperial throughout this map. Even in the rounds when we were seeing them on T sides where Phelps was tearing it up and sometimes he was found, there was always another player willing to step up into the responsibility. You look at those kill scores on Imperial, it is tight-packed, not a weak link to be found. As much as Pain would hope that someone exposes themselves as a bit of a liability, unfortunately, this Mirage is looking pretty damn clean from Imperial.
No way just doesn't stop going. Really wants to finish things as fast as he can. Descenti as well, spots out a man trying to find cover. In the meanwhile, Cow is trying to find blood. Will spill some, but not enough, and Henny is the one to actually get the kill. Casualties on the side of Pain will not be limited to just one. Phelps might be able to get more and more here. He's waiting for the smoke to dissipate. They've turned around and they face death. Phelps, the deliverer of it. And only Nassim left. He's got nothing to offer. Imperial now one map away from Copenhagen. They look untouchable.
He just can't keep getting away with it. Phelps shooting players in the back of the head. That is a veterans play, a bit of a risk, but something that goes overlooked. They played with just such great caliber. Imperial, a dominant Mirage.
Imperial on their T side, winning 7 back-to-back rounds. Phenomenal performance coming out from them, taking away the victory on Mirage, their very own map pick. Fantastic performance all around. What did you make of that, Dust?
I mean, I don't think I can really do it more justice than you did.
Oh,
I think maybe I think you could be the next analyst at this point. I mean, no, it's not much to break down, is there? I mean, you got an Imperial team that's firing on all cylinders. Top fragger at 18 kills, bottom fragger at 12 kills. Dominant T side, 1 pistol. They lost the opening gun round, but then from that point forward went on a 7-round winning streak to put themselves up 9-1. A little bit of recovery there, you know, from Pain. They win the last 2 rounds of the first half. They get the pistol in the second, try to get a little bit of something going, but in the end, Imperial kind of just shut it down before it even really get started.
Well, you did do a little prelude to how strong these T-sides were going to be with that graphic before the game, and it looks like there was no real difference coming into Mirage here. But Imperial, yeah, that was a very solid showing in the first half, and then didn't really have to do too much in that second half, of course, doing decent work. We saw Pain win this one. That was a classic round. This is one that you could watch many, many a time, and he even pulled that knife out expecting to go for the knife when that clip ended on the Glock, but unfortunately from there it didn't get too much better for Pain. Imperial in that first gun round, really able just to lock on in, and then just, yeah, a stellar way to end the game with that little performance. This one right here, sneaky, beaky like Pasha. Biceps, eat your heart out, and he's just done it all pretty much.
Well, we've already mentioned the fact that Imperial had an incredibly strong T side, but CT side-wise, for the side of Pain, where do you really think their struggles were?
It's really tough to say because I feel like both these teams approach Mirage in very similar fashion, and what really a lot of Brazilian teams have done in the past on this map, and that is that T teams don't play default a lot in the Brazilian scene. Like, they'd like to just either bunch up with heavy numbers middle, or like to bunch up heavy numbers and just execute a site, we know, with good utility, just have that really rapid set piece. And to kind of get to your question, I think when a team plays like that, defensively, you can just kind of get overrun if your aim's not on, or if your counter utility's not perfect, or if you don't coordinate your retakes effectively, because you're likely going to have to give up a lot of bomb sites when a team's playing like that, and so your retakes have to be on point. And for one, B site is one of the hardest retakes in the game on this map, and just in general, just better form from Imperial. I mean, they were just out-fragging them left and right.
Yeah, I felt like they were almost avoiding NQZ as best that they could, and then when they did have to face him, they were beating him almost every single time. And I only bring him up because the other day and every other game we've watched from Pain so far, he has been one of the key pieces that needs to be firing for Pain to look like this unit that we know that they can be. And Imperial, they've just got a lot of reps here up against Pain. They know him, they play with him in the Brazilian scene, and you better believe that they are just going to be taking every chance that they can get. And now, already having 1 map in the back pocket, moving towards Nuke, it's going to be just a rough time. Pain are going to feel that pressure.
And just real quick, I just want to kind of summarize what you're being seeing here from Phelps in that clip. Is like, that's what Phelps has been doing on Mirage his entire career. Like, you even go back to the days when he used to play with SK Gaming, you know, in 2017, or, you know, even some of his past teams before that he had success on. He's always just like had mid be his playground on Mirage. He's super comfortable, just like pushing cat, jumping in the window, just wreaking havoc. And I think this is one of the points that I think T-Time may have made. I don't want to falsely give away credit, but I believe he said this, and it's a point I agree with, is that a lot of star players, you know, especially the aggressive ones, will kind of extend their careers by going into more of a supportive role or becoming an in-game leader or something along those lines. Phelps has been Phelps his whole life, you know, like, just he keeps up that aggression, he keeps up that pace, and it matches really well the teammates he has around him on Imperial and the style they like to play.
Well, Imperial are now only 1 map away from qualifying to the Copenhagen Major. So talk to me, boys. What are they going to look to do as we head into Nuke? What's the general game plan here?
Beat Pain.
Bring a world of pain to the server is basically what we're expecting. Dust, what about you?
Pain would like to avoid Pain on Nuke would be my second one. Look,
High tier analysis.
I mean, here's the thing. Imperial are just as good on Nuke as they are on Mirage. They have a 13-5 record, so not too far off their Mirage record. Very, very strong Nuke team. Pain, okay on Nuke. The issue is that most of their wins come against the same team. They've won their last 3 games in a row, but they're all against Red Canids. They just don't have that diversity or that proof of concept on how good of a Nuke that they can have, whereas, you know, Imperial has it in spades. So I'm predicting a 2-0 here, just as much as I'm predicting that you're going to have some type of wonderful thing to tell me about this display
I absolutely am.
I know.
You
And it's a
bet
good
your
one.
ass I am.
Henry.
I've got some fantastic displays here. High quality metal. What are you doing? Are you trying to stroke it?
Matt, okay, listen,
Oh,
you're
it
not
does
supposed to
actually-
touch these
No,
anymore.
it's
No,
I'm
you
breaking
can't
the
touch
rules.
these anymore. You
I'm
can't touch
holding
these.
it now.
I'm breaking
It's
the
okay.
rule. I'm
It's
just
okay.
touching it.
No, it is actually kind of textured though. Feel this bit here.
Yeah. There's a little. That's what paint does. It's crazy, huh?
It's a nice
Yeah.
fuzzy cock, isn't
Yeah.
it there, Matt?
True.
Huh?
What's up?
I'm not letting these guys do this to me again. Anyways, if you want to go ahead and grab your very own display, visit display.com/PGL. And if you order 3 displays, you can go ahead and grab yourself 33% off of them. Pretty swanky. They have over 1 million designs. And yes, they are not just Counter-Strike related. We also have our display of the day at the very bottom of our fantastic desk as well. And you folks at home can go ahead and vote for your favorite display of the day, and we can change it up, make things look a little bit different here on the desk. I like the fact that you haven't actually like knocked this one over now. I'm just going to continue moving.
I'm proud,
I just don't want to cluck everything up.
That was, yeah, go on. I appreciate that
I'll
one.
never see it. It was hidden.
Oh, no, it's all right. I fist bumped him. Anyways, next map is going to be Nuke. I'm super excited for this. Really quick, Dust, do you think Pain can walk away with a victory, or do you think the series
No.
is going to end as a 2-0? No.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. 2-0?
Same.
All right, same but more. Anyways, we will catch you all after the break.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain. He's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Denmark might be thousands of miles away from Brazil, but for Imperial, it's just one map. And can they make it through pain? Certainly hopes not.
Yeah, I mean, a very convincing first map put forward by Imperial. They pick into Mirage, and they certainly show exactly why. Doing so much work on that CT side. I mean, even on the T side, just being able to get everything they wanted from that initial pick. And now moving to a nuke where the last time these guys faced off, it was a very tightly fought battle. But I think in terms of form, from what we've seen so far in this series, Imperial are here to play, and I wouldn't expect that same result.
Every single player from Imperial looks like they are completely awake. They are playing in a flow state. They are playing their A game, be it Phelps with his magical lurks, with his magical aggression, be it Noe with his perpetual W that is pressed, be it Vinny's calls and anchoring, or well, honestly, just list them all down. And it's all working. The system is looking perfect.
Yeah. And when you think about like the idea that Imperial, even though they've picked up these relatively newer players that are not so, I mean, there's lots of major experience on this Imperial side, but they've also got inexperience with them, but they didn't put a foot wrong either. Imperial, one map away from Copenhagen, and it's nuke as our second in the series. Pain need this to keep hope alive.
The Senti, my god, he seems to do it every single time. The Bissell round surprise that he presents, a double kill. And sure, NQZ is able to keep himself alive, but alive for what? Alive for certain death at the hands of Phelps. It is a quick war between them in the lobby crunch, but at the end of the day, Imperial comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, quite close in the end, it just being a 1 versus 1, but I mean, Descenti, I actually just don't know how he gets away with these 2 kills again. He did the exact same on the P250 on his T side on Mirage. The man just doesn't stop clicking, and he doesn't stop finding heads. And I've passed those first 2 bullets. Maybe there's a few more problems, but I mean, when you can have an extra man advantage, Imperial will take that monkey's paw every day.
Immediate force fight from Vayne as well. They pull out the Tech 9s, and they've got some outside presence on their mind. Crossing smoke delivered. In the meanwhile, Phelps is getting right back to Secret, wants to take that early peek, see if he can find out Big Ozera and Lux. The late smokes do reveal the fact that there are 2 players nearby. Phelps should know, gets one for free! Lux is down as well. Henny's demise is found in the meanwhile, but they don't really care because Descenti must have gotten at least 1 kill. That's what they thought. They thought wrong. Nade to pop open the doors. Phelps is still alive and kicking, knows where the second man is, looking for the full ace, but Vinny's there to deny.
Man, I mean, really wonderful stuff there from Phelps. Catches those 2 players trying to go down Secret, and then just able to re-navigate back into B just as Descenti made that call. And he knew that the ammo was going to be low on that M4. Had to commit to a reload, so there were going to be audibles, and I mean, just hit some lovely shots. First do a little labor, a little awkward, but Lux got a little bit lost in the smoke as well.
Yeah. That's always the risk whenever you're throwing the double smoke out from close by. It's so much information given over to anyone who's actually made their way down Secret. The seam, knife out, buddy, come on. I know it's just a missile round, but let's try and put up a fight, shall we? Caught off guard, but seems like that's just the case across Pain Gaming.
I mean, especially if you're going to be going up against a shotgun.
Okay.
This shotgun is just making money. No way. $900 a pop. Thank you very much.
And that's the thing about Noe. I really feel as though he's sort of the Stewie 2K of Brazil in the same way. You know, a lot of reputation of being someone who plays unconventionally, a streamer before he got into this team, someone who was really ridiculed for, oh my god, he's pushing through smokes, he's doing all of these weird buggy things just for his stream. But Imperial, they find him and they're really turning him into a diamond. Phelps has really taken him under his tutelage, Zach as well. A real prospect that they've found.
Yeah, a young player with very limited experience. 18 years old, and he's fine with the best of them. Could be one of the first teams to make it to Copenhagen from the Americas RMR. Those are thoughts you'll have. But still to be realized. Imperial, a good start, but a full buy now here for Pain. and a leaning wall that's built. They even implement that little waterfall in from main as well. So information is going to be very limited. Henny trying to blow open that smoke, but sees a whole lot of nothing. They do at least have Phelps towards those secret steps, and they're trying to feign that he's not here and in position. They're going to try and use this Molotov as an advantage, and there ain't no way Lux saw a thing of Phelps spamming past those flames. They really want to hunt this trade, but Phelps has evacuated.
How frustrating must that be for Kao, as he felt like at every single point Phelps was right around the corner for him to take down. Obstacle upon obstacle, and Henny will be a wall. One that apparently doesn't fire out bullets, though. Walls don't do that. I got that one wrong. My bad, guys. No way, though. Maintains. What does he maintain? Success with the shotgun. That's what Vinny now pulls out the Tech 9, knows there's an op around the corner, and with NQZ having the game he has been, Vinny doesn't feel threatened.
And that bonus couldn't have gone better. Your SMGs get kills, no way. Dropped that ult over to Henny. He was already had so much cash built up, and now he makes even more money with another XM kill on top, as well as the free upgrade. Imperial, I mean, everything going right, and just met with complete carnage by Imperial. They don't do anything totally out of the ordinary, totally unusual. This isn't even hard cleared for No Way on top of fight. He was ready for that fight, but that XM can get you.
Seems like more often than not it has been getting you. Big Uzera down early on as well, not a good sign. He was one of the few players actually able to find much in that previous game. Vinny. Oh, Phelps is in just right behind them. Oh, misses out the movement, unfortunately. Otherwise, that could have been a quick Kinder surprise. Descenti down lower, spots out the hip. The bomb will be planted. At least Cows has something to talk about, but Lux shuts down conversation immediately. Descenti gone. Lux keeps himself alive, and Henny is aware of NQZ, who is still lurking out. 4 versus 2 Imperial once again. An absolute advantage, but the clock is ticking down low. Maybe there's still some fight left in these Tech 9s. Nassim playing from behind. Oh my god, Henny just adjusts immediately. Nassim is gone. Lux had realized his position earlier on, but while the defuse comes through, the smoke is there as well. Quick headshot connected. Lux trying to maintain that spray. But it will still be Imperial to find another round. It gets close, but they still keep 3 players alive. They are more than happy.
I mean, just too much to ask for. I like the idea there from Payne as well, being able to get those flashes in towards Mini, just dropping into those vents. They actually got a lot of space on that lower site because of that. And even though Descenti was trying to keep them contained and actually limit the possibilities of them setting up an after plant on the B site, you know, he was cut short, but they just couldn't cascade this into much more. They couldn't get their hands on those rifles. Lux found the kill on Descenti, but that rifle was being safeguarded from ramp. A little hairy, perhaps, for Imperial, but still maintaining a flawless scoreline start, 5-0. Payne need to be able to find some kind of a vulnerability. I think that's one of the things that they'll reflect upon the last time they played Imperial on this map, is they've struggled to get opening kills on this T side.
Look at how confident Imperial are looking. They're just playing a single man on the upper A bomb site. There's so much presence in outside. Vinny even stays down underneath vents. If that had been anything like a fast play onto upper, then No Way would have been all alone. Descenti doesn't fall. NQZ, he's not watching.
Punished from secret steps for a 3rd time. And they're caught blissfully unaware. That has to be an adaptation that's made. Someone has to commit to it. They throw Molotovs at it, and they think they're all good, but they let their guard down at the worst possible moment.
And it does feel like Payne was expecting that. NQZ was in a position to keep an eye out with his AWP. That's supposed to be the end-all, be-all in the secret exchange.
Because they're inside of the vents. They just try and link up with those players on the top side. Flash is beautiful. Vinny flushed out, but they have a high-low setup on this A site. No Way finding the first, and Phelps just trying to keep them contained. It's NQZ that trades back on that AWP, but Phelps is such a nuisance. A hard man to pin down, and Descenti ascending up the ladder, but unsure about whether to commit or not. There could be watchful eyes on him, but they're so concerned about Heaven.
The flashbang. At no point has Bugazera considered anyone coming in from vent, but the self-flash from Imperial might make it so Descenti's got no choice but to do so. Off nearby, Descenti finds NQZ scoped into Mini, and Bugazera is just a dead man standing. Not for long. 6-0 Imperial again, untouchable.
And it felt like Descenti could have gone up that ladder at any given point and the play would have ended up kind of similar. Nobody was watching for it. By the time they reset inside of lobby, it actually gives NQZ the best possible chance if he's looking at Mini and he's coming out that vent. But it's the fact they just keep getting caught off by this player inside of Secret. So much has been centered around taking outside control for Pain on this T side. And they are getting pummeled.
And this is such an earth-shattering situation for Pain Gaming to be in. It's an immediate ramp rush that's called out, but they're met with fire and an off. Henny finds the first, that's a bomb as well. Henny can ask for some company to be given over. He might not need it. They're focusing back on Hell instead. Phelps nearby is making a fair bit of noise. He's realized they're nearby though. Be careful, but he is being quite loud.
They know.
They have every idea, but the glass will stop them from tracing him. And now he's got the advantage of verticality, one he doesn't make use of. Deep nade, but they might not be ready for No Way. Playing up on top in the rafters. He's good for the first. Does he expect to? Now he does. Nassim reveals position with a nade chucked out, and he does get the kill eventually. A second as well found. Biguzera and Nassim on the upper side. Will they expect Descenti so close, so personal?
Very audible rotation here from Henny, but they don't double up, and Descenti revealing in from Hut. It's Henny on this AWP. Seems already low, but hard to distinguish between which player that would be. What would be the best chance? In 2 smokes up, they could reposition. They could have taken back Hut. But Henny's still creeping closer and closer. They watch for it, and Nassim able to lock it in. A 4K for Nassim is what's needed for Pain to finally break through.
Pain are able to fully find Phelps unaware, but even there, it felt like there were so many opportunities where they're going to drop the ball. Fortunately, they've got their hero, Nassim. That first kill onto No Way, but the follow-up and follow-up and follow-up, really nicely played post-plant as well from him. And Pain can't let this be a standalone. They need to use this to turn the ship around and really set full sail forward.
I mean, they lost the first kill at ramp, but you gotta appreciate the call to just simply contact through in towards heaven, because I made it very uncomfortable.
The point though, Vinny is holding down the ace side. He won't be traded too quick. No Way nearby. He's given some more time and he's used it perfectly. Gets 2 big frags. That extended kill onto Vinny means No Way fully recovers from that flashbang and he can just play deathmatch on that A site.
Maybe they were expecting an adaptation in from Imperial. Pain were on a dry spell. They go with that fast ramp take and it works out for a round, but Henny didn't need the extra help. He got his kill, he stayed alive. He didn't feel like he was gonna receive too much pressure. And this time they still go for that faster pace, but they're met with more players on the Imperial side, and this time they're not given the space for free. Now's the problem with the ramp rush, is that even though Henny picked off one of your players, you got a lot of territory. And that's one of the struggles that Pain have been having anywhere they've gone on the map, whether it's been outside when they throw the smokes, they're constantly getting poked and prodded by that Secret Steps player. There's still activations in from main as well. There are problems with taking outside, and Pain have realized that they may just be funneled away from that prospect. But the problem is, you know, when you think about your other avenues of attack, you have the upper side, you have ramp. Both of them explored in the past couple rounds, and only one has been able to net you around. But that's by virtue of Nassim pulling up, 4 frags and getting very solid trades onto the play.
And the other problem you have right now is it's not even like Biguzero's having a good game. It's not even like he's getting a good read onto things, right? So unlike Mirage, now in your own map pick, you are completely lost on your IGL and Fragger. They need this half-buy to give them something, and something is around, honestly. Even a bomb plant's not enough. You can't really punish the CT economy at this stage. Not without winning a couple of rounds. Descenti this time is the one holding out and ramp. Flashes overhead. He doesn't find a frag, but with the Molotov to try and prevent them from rushing in past him. The MAC-10s have still closed the distance. Lux has moved past. His teammates cannot do the same, so Lux pauses. Doesn't want to be in a similar position as a Mirage hit out where Vinny gets a quick cleanup. Vinny is now here as well.
They took a lot of damage from that one Molotov, though.
They did. In such a rush to try and close the gap. They've now set themselves up to be prime fodder for any rifle. And those rifles, they're getting aggressive. Vinny and Descenti are getting ready to peek into ramp. It would be a 2 versus 5 and still Pain can't feel comfortable.
But baited audio for Vinny to simply catch them off guard, but no. Cowes clears it. Descenti activating as well on the trade, but Henny still locking them in position. He finds Biguzera and Nissim also floored. This pistol trying to run Henny down, but Henny, a fast flicking AWPer, he just runs right back at NQZ, but NQZ gets hands on the big green.
It's his weapon of choice, but maybe not the weapon he's been delivering with so far in the series. Time ticking down low. NQZ, that fast movement that he's made back towards that CT side doesn't mean that he'll be able to get the bomb plant easily. There's no smoke either, and Phelps has just been a silent killer. Lux needs to die early. They don't want to commit to the duel. No Way swings out and gives him some comfort, gives him some mercy.
Yeah, I mean, finishing towards that lower site was always going to be a problem. But that was the devil they knew, and going towards A was the devil they didn't. So many corridors to clear, just not enough personnel, not enough utility to segment off angles, and even though it does get a little precarious, once again, Imperial are pulling through even in these more chaotic rounds. It's not like Pain haven't had a couple of swings at it, but none of these seem replicatable. You know, these are very independent on finding these individual frags, and Biguzera does strike first, but this trade is instant.
Well, Descenti's moved past his own smoke and he's found a kill and backed off, so you're looking over towards a menace. Well, look no further.
Imperial have read it. You know, they're not starting players secret anymore. They were doing that the opening 6-7 rounds, and now they just simply leave it vacant. Pain wanted to investigate outside. They probably have more success doing it now, but Imperial are basically reading their strat book.
They're burning their strat book. Well, honestly, Imperial looked like they might have written it. Vinny, Descenti, No Way. Not quite at the right positions, but they will be able to rotate down quickly. Henny is here to try and stop the cross. Misses a shot. Rare miss from him, but a Molotov at least will be tagging up Cowes. Nade as well. Cowes is gone, and NQZ, before the Flames finished off cremating his teammate, has also fallen. Nassim slightly sloppy on that first, and now with the wallbang, he can't quite complete. Not ready for the window frame to cut him off like that. And as he's looking for shots up in the rafters, Nassim is crisp, but it's a 1v4. What can you really do?
Oh, I mean, there was certainly a chance. No Way dropping, and a little bit of teammate love being given over. Imperial are feeling in rhythm. 9-1 on their CT side. And listen, it was mainly CT rounds the last time these two teams played, but I said it before, form-wise, Imperial just look like they are untouchable. This is not the same one that they played before. Pain are in with a lot of struggles coming into this series as a whole. Mirage was not much better.
Every time we've seen them on the cameras, it feels like no one's really talking, no one's really in a position to contribute, no one really knows the solution, and I think that's reflected on the server as well.
Well, I mean, you want to try and come up with plans, you want to like leverage experience. These are the types of moments where having players that have had tournament history, have been able to make it to major main stages, that's where you're able to sort of leverage that for ideas, for opportunities, maybe vulnerabilities you're not aware of as an in-game leader. Biguzera is the leading man, really, on this Pain roster. You know, he has NQZ, sure, but he was also kind of a breakout star when he was, or like a prospect when he made it with 9Z in the first place as well. So these are not players that have deep delves, don't have different philosophies they can weigh on in from previous teams, really. There have been it's a lack of ideas and lack of finding the right call at the right time. Like we've been mentioning, Imperial just making a lot of, honestly, good opening CT rounds. And out of the timeout, this time again, they start another player down secret. Whether it's been Descenti or Phelps, they have been, massive problems. And sure enough, Pain lining up for smokes towards outside. They get punished from those secret steps again.
Look at how much util Descenti has as well. He's not using any of this early on. He knows that he's just going to serve as distraction, and now as a Molotov goes forward, Phelps is using the Pillar of Flame to try and scout out, sees that there's no one here, so the call is clear. Reinforce elsewhere. Bugazera worried, and rightfully so. But Phelps has still got the timing, and now he starts to creep forward again. Bugazera might not be expecting him at this stage. With 35 seconds left, this is going to be massive. This duel could be everything, but Bigus instead avoided it. Moves past, no way still. Back of the A bomb site, and there's a player in Hut who goes uninterrupted, but now spotted out. They get the openings, they get all three. Bane out of the tactical timeout, once again showing life at 9-1. And it doesn't feel like Imperial want to contest this any further.
Well, they have money to commit to it. Not everyone able to go in with the most mustard buy, but last couple of rounds of the half, Phelps is certainly going to try his hand at it. And he could save that AWP, but he's really waiting to see what Phelps fishes up, but it's seeming like a whole lot of nothing. So even though they've looked good, they've got money to spare, they want to cut short some of the opportunities, maybe for Pain instead, setting up for exits instead.
Because Zara is hunting down on basically no HP, and he, you know what, fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, he really wanted to kill Phelps this round. He waited so long on that red peak, knew somebody was probably going to play those secret steps, but this is the right call. This time there wasn't as much presence outside. This time they set up for a lobby hit, and those flashes working beautifully.
And I was just checking, Michael, so far Imperial, the most rounds they have lost to a team in this RMR was in that first map against Spain, which was 5 rounds.
Damn.
Lost 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 5 over there. Even if you go full Fibonacci, Pain isn't going past 10.
Yeah, Imperial have been hard to touch at this event.
They have been monsters.
Have they found a solution? No secret start, but a leaning wall, and Biguzera out wide. Didn't try and cross with those smokes. Looked to take the challenge. A nice kill through it. Phelps was spamming, and NQZ right back. Lux as well, picking off No Way on the top site.
They know Vinny is the only threat they have to deal with, but it's a big one. Good damage dealt, and Henny's here for the closer. Bomb down, Nassim nearby. Henny buys time. His clock hasn't run out, but Descenti, will he be expected by Kawes? Descenti certainly seems to know there's a player around the corner. Kawes is gone, and Nassim, the only one left standing. A quad kill to deliver that first round they won, and now he needs a double here, but in such precarious circumstances. No bomb on his back. And all the time in the world to sit and dwell and think and hope and pray that Imperial will make a mistake. But Henny's drained in, Henny's zoned in.
Glory becomes heaven. That will be the only way that they break past. Nassim, it's all on timing as he creeps further and further forward. Henny won't just simply sit and wait. Catch his timing. It is 10 rounds for Imperial out of a strong CT performance. 1 half away. 3 rounds is all it takes. Love that you bring that stat up. Not many teams have been able to touch Imperial at this event. And they could be our first out of the Americas region that breaks through to Copenhagen. A team already with a lot of major experienced players, but they bring in players that are so fresh, so new. And they may just make that stage as well with them. The calling, the CT rounds, the calling has been on point for Imperial.
Really have to give so much love out to Vinny. Feels like he's really stepping into the shoes of contending with the best of the Brazilian IGLs. And this major, this could be his chance to prove that. A deep run puts him in the running.
First step is the pistol. Pain need this. They need some semblance of hope. Goduli's ready and rearing to go on this top side. A smoke that's down that allows access to a plant. They could also sneak their way out if they're not too careful, but that's why Canids goes forward, tries to take the challenge, but a whole lot of missed shots, takes a lot in return, and he's hunted down. No way breaking in, but Nissim round that smoke, finding heads, and their Lux activates, but Vinny answers back with 2. Into a 2-on-2, Biguzera, that smoke fades, and he's out and caught with his pants down. It's a one-on-one between NQZ and Henny, the 2 AWPers for both these respective squads. But Henny, that level of experience, he's not gonna miss out on the shots. Damage was done, and Henny survives on so low health, but that hope that Pain needed, extinguished.
Even at 10-2, they're coming in with the pocket strats. They are risking nothing. The wall of smokes to isolate out the back of the bomb site, and they don't just strike, they delay, they wait, they tempt Canids into that peak. And sure, Nissim does his best, but that seems to be all Pain have. Nissim doing his best.
And he's not the player you would have highlighted coming into this game ahead of time. You know, there are other elements, there are other players that you look at to put up the numbers, but Nissim hasn't had that. You know, he had a bit of a shaky hand in a couple of moments on Mirage, but he's come through at some pivotal points. You want to try and save face, you want to try and build rounds. Nissim has been able to actually convert on those frags. But where are the rest of Pain? A strong start coming into this Americas RMR. They wouldn't be here otherwise. 2-0, and then realizing they have to play Imperial. That's a different beast. What more could you do? A force buy here from Pain. They just need something. Even if it's not to make it to Copenhagen in this series. They need something for the confidence. They can't get completely dominated here by Imperial, but they may not have an option. 5-7 activating for a couple, and Canids at the back of the bomb side with the MP9 there to trade as well. Henny trying his best, but they're getting crunched, they're getting run down, and it's on those hyper-mobile weapons that Pain don't just keel over and die. They answer back with the force.
And that'll be the 13th round that Imperial has lost this entire tournament. Takes 4 maps to get them to a point where you can even think, oh yeah, but that's kind of one game all across.
If we combined all of our efforts, we may be strong enough to defeat Imperial.
And it feels like they're going to need a lot more efforts than just in those 5 men on Pain. This would be historical if you started to bring it back. Sure, you did it online. Sure, the 0-12 was turned around upon in Anubis, but listen, LAN is LAN. When you can see the players sitting across you, getting up, screaming at your faces, is that where the comeback comes in, Pain? Is this where you prove your mettle? It would be historic. Phelps, head found, bodies next, and QZ in the ground.
So good on some of these independent plays. Phelps has been, honestly, I don't know how he's gotten away with so much in so many of these rounds. But he's played to a level, he might not be the top of the scoreboard. That's eclipsed by Henny and No Way. Phelps was just such a problem. Wow, what? That tech from Henny as well, on point. Damn!
20-5 right now. Henny's with the 4KD. Nissim in the meanwhile, again, the stalwart defense that Pain tries to present.
From nice technique to Tech 9s, Pain are getting brutalized on the anti-force buy. Imperial answer back, investing into this round, and they leave a lot on the shoulders of Canids to keep that dream alive. A 1-on-4 has a kit on his belt, that's sure, but they honestly feel like they need this rifle. And a 1-on-4, the percentage isn't that high. So he bows out. He tries to run. Henny, he heard the door. I know that for sure, but he's thinking, oh, that's my player coming out of decon. So blissfully unaware to the escape of Cowes. But Imperial just that one round away. Pain have only been feeling pain. They were saying that on the desk a whole lot.
Yeah.
And that didn't change coming into the second map.
A project initially assembled as the last dance, but it feels like the Imperial disco is just getting started.
I mean, when Henny's doing this to you.
Yeah, then you know it's time to boogie.
He dropped off Silo. I'm thinking he's going to take full damage, and then he teched it, and then he hit the headshot. How can you not love that?
I'd say their backs are against the wall, but it feels like Pain has been pushed into it, made a tapestry at best, a painting of brutality. And Henny, the man holding the paintbrush for most of the work, has fallen early this round. Traded, yes. Ox. Oh, have to love the attempt, but that's all it is, an attempt. Nassim as well goes down, and it's just two men standing between Imperial and Copenhagen. It's just two men standing between the first Brazilian team at the first CS2 Major and NQZ. He's relying on Cowes to extend for just a while longer. Phelps will not be noticed, but Cowes will not care. This might be the story of Imperial, but Pain want to be more than just a full stop. They want to be a thorn in their side.
And they'll hang on for another round. Decenti's called it quits. Cowes holding on to that M4 does have some value. There were certainly weapons available for Pain, but not a whole lot of them. Those rifles able to strike through. It was that initial aggression outside that Imperial get caught. A little awkward as well. Some team damage being thrown in there. But nothing that I'm sure that Imperial will linger too much on. They've got a whole lot of breathing room before they have to worry about Pain breathing down their necks. Just try and lift the spirits as best you can here on Pain. It's been such a one-sided showing within this whole series. Mirage, also a dominant display here from Imperial, transitioning into Nuke. They just need to be able to find some level of consistency. It's a big ask in a moment where they feel, if they didn't feel like underdogs before this series, they certainly do now. I feel like you almost have to take some chances.
They should know where Cowes is, but Bigazero might be able to take that into his own hands. Phelps just takes his life, and NQZ and Lux though wants to respond. Lux still alive, trying to duck away in a corner. A smoke to give him some more space, some more room, and a flash actually will be what betrays him further. Still not down though, they can't trace him away. Nassim falls, Lux falls to his death. And what a way to lose the round. Imperial might not know it themselves. They're on 13 and over to Copenhagen they go. Celebrations galore.
Such a...
Imperial, what a fantastic showing. Incredible performance from them on their CT side. 6 back-to-back rounds, and this is the consistency we continue to see from them as a team. Celebrations left, right, and center, and rightly so, being our first South American team to make it through the RMRs and qualify to the Copenhagen Major.
What was that, like 5 bloody rounds lost in the first map and then 4 here? That was just absolute domination, and it feels so good. You're looking at them celebrating. Wow. It means so much, especially, look, the core, they've been here for a while now, but you've got a couple of the newcomers in Decenti as well coming in, and that's going to be his first major. So it must feel good, it must taste good. And Vinny as well going to be able to get over there again.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy. Not only will this be No Way and Decenti's first major, if you can believe this, which I think this will probably shock you a bit, Mac, this will be Henny's first major since he came second at PGL Krakow in 2017. Henny has been around the scene for so long, but he has fallen short in so many RMRs.
That's crazy.
And different minors along the way with Made in Brazil and 0-0 Nation and so on and so forth. But now Henny will finally get an opportunity to hit a major stage yet again. As we talked about, first major for a couple of these players. For Vinny, you know, and the coach Zach, and you know, in Phelps, it'll be an opportunity for another shot at a major as well. So it's just awesome to see. Like you said, Imperial just dominant throughout this entire RMR. They played 4 maps. If you add all the rounds they lost, they still didn't lose a map.
Yeah.
That's 12 total rounds lost in 4 games played at this RMR.
That's domination. Now, we can have a quick chat about things like their strength of schedule. Everyone they went up against, of course, felt like more domestic competition, players that and teams that they've played against time after time. So you know that they were capable and you know that they were ready. So confidence, never a doubt, never a factor. And we thought that this game was going to be a little bit closer than what it was, right? Pain had been looking pretty good in the last couple of days of games, but Imperial, they knew exactly what they wanted to do and their plan got executed perfectly. So
it's yeah, it's awesome. I mean, you see Vinny, who has molded himself from a support rifler into a true in-game leader that has Imperial looking like a well-oiled machine. You have players like Phelps and Henny who are hitting the twilight of their 20s and who are showing themselves in individual form, coming back in very aggressive roles, and Henny as the opper. Now you have Noe and Decenti, who again, they're just 18, 19 years old. This is like their first team. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. Decenti was playing for FURIA Academy. You know, it wasn't so long ago that Noe wasn't really on any team. This is his first true big team. Noe, you see there, this is kind of just the beginning of his Counter-Strike career at just 18 years old. And he's booked his ticket to Copenhagen and will now be immortalized in the game as a major attendee. And you can't help but just feel happy for young, talented players to be able to step up into the spotlight and now be at a major.
That's it, right? And they did it in class as well. The domination that they showed made me feel like they are the best team that we've seen so far at the Americas Major. Yeah. Everyone else is looking a little bit sloppy, a little bit rough, and like a little bit nervous, right? And this team weren't. They just played good Counter-Strike 2, and that's exactly what we're all here for. And that's the team that you want to be sending across from your region to not only do your region proud, but also make sure you solidify more slots in the future.
I think the best way to ultimately describe the Imperial that we've been seeing is consistency. Consistently winning back-to-back rounds, consistently giving us a fantastic performance. But it's very much the name of the game, right? Just, I want you to kind of break down for me a little bit. Their CT side, we had a 10-2 half in favor of Imperial. How on earth are they able to continuously deliver this consistency?
Well, you know what it was Payne was like, hey, I kind of want to win Nuke, and Imperial said, no way. Said it there.
Top tier analysis. That's why we pay you the big
look,
bucks.
We've done today.
I mean, it's one of those things where they just dominated the CT side on all fronts, right? I mean, they controlled all facets of the map. Areas that they did concede, they were totally fine with. They were able to make adjustments elsewhere. Retakes were on point when they needed to be. Not that they needed to do a whole lot of retaking in this game. They pretty much dominated around start to finish for the bulk of it. I think they only allowed maybe 4 or 5 bomb plants the entire half and only allowed one of them to actually go against them, and that was the second to last round of the half, and they were already so far up it didn't matter, it felt like. Never allowed Payne to get a groove on the CT side. They won pistol. Yeah, they lost the follow-up, but then they immediately came back and won the third round and just never let them get anything going. And then for Vinny to be the standout player as the IGL, as a guy who, you know, has typically been more of a supportive factor in the past, you know, it's cool to see him be able to bring this team to a major in a new role.
Yeah, I also really want to give props in way of Henny as well. I feel like he's certainly continued to deliver across both maps as well. Looking towards their journey, moving on forward, how do we think that they're going to fare up in the live crowds in Copenhagen at the major itself?
Oof, that's a big question. I feel like, look, in front of their home crowd here, look, they're not too far away from home in Mexico, and there wasn't really a crowd, so to speak. They were doing well. They weren't feeling the land pressure. They weren't feeling anything at all except themselves, right? And that's what you want. That is exactly what you want as a player moving into the major.
Well, speaking more about themselves, let's go ahead and check in with Zach, the coach of Imperial. Zach, I gotta say, congratulations to you and the entire team. I feel like you guys have continued to give us a consistent performance. We've been saying it over and over on the desk. My question for you is, how have you found that success being such a consistent team? What is the secret behind Imperial?
Well, I think first, thanks for the congratulations, but I think playing a lot of competitions, qualifiers in Brazil helped us a lot, because the practice sometimes is an illusion, you know? Like, you think you have a strong map, but then you play on the tournament, and many problems, many mistakes just appear on the tournament. So I think we didn't did a boot camp in Europe. We just stayed in our region and we played a lot of matches. We lost matches as well, and I think we learned our lesson with those losses and the winnings too. So I think the competition helped us a lot.
Yeah, look, you're talking about mistakes. I felt like there was absolutely no mistakes made by you guys at all this tournament. You learnt going into this one. Now, talk to me about the veto. Were you guys ready for exactly how that veto played out? Because you looked like you fully had Payne's number in this tournament today.
Yeah, we prepared for those maps and the newbies as well. I saw that this tournament they were banning, the second ban was a newbies on every series they had, every map they had. And I thought it was weird because last time we played on the RMR against them and they picked the noobs on us and they played very good. So we prepared for those 3 maps and the newbies as well. Yeah, that's it.
Congratulations.
Zach, this is Dust. It's been a while, man. It's awesome to catch back up with you again after all these years. I have a couple of questions for you. One, why don't you tell me a little bit about Vinny as an in-game leader? Because back when I was in CS, he was a supportive player for FURIA, and now he's evolved into a whole new role. What's that process been like, and how do you grade Vinny as an IGL these days?
Well, Vinny, he had a rough moment in Brazil, to be honest. Because when he was in FURIA, all the hate was towards him. So it's very easy to crumble a guy like that, Like many pro players, the hate they cannot handle. But Vinny is a very chill guy, very smart, very intelligent guy, and he learned a lot with Fallen. They have a very different in-game leader style. Like very, very different. Fallen is more like he adapts on the situation very quick and he does the math really quick on what's happening in the map. And Vinny is sort of a leader that he gives a lot of freedom to the team to take decisions and he plays around them. I think from his first event, I think it was Cologne last year, from now, he evolved so much because he's dedicating himself a lot. He's putting a lot of hours on the game, on studying the game, and also studying the people he's working, because every player they have their own personality, they are so different. So I think he needs to understand who he's working with. Took a while, but I think he's getting the way.
All right, I just got 2 more questions for you, Zach. This next one is, Noe and Decenti are certainly 2 newer players. This will be their first major. You just picked them up back in October, so they haven't been on the team for that long of a time. But can you tell me what these 2 young guns have brought to this team? Because it seems like they just bring so much talent to the table.
Well, it's cool to see, because when you play with youngsters, this was their first event in LAN on their life.
Yeah.
So it's magical, it reminds us, the old guys like Kenny, Phelps, Vinny, and I, it reminds us that passion, from the first event you see, everything's so magical, like the city, the players in the lounge, the casters. When you see that, your eyes are glowing, and I think he also captivates everyone around them, which is very cool. And they bring a lot of happiness, they are very positive people. They are never complaining about anything. Everything is fine for them. If they're sleeping on the floor but play CS, they are happy to do it. So it's a good vibe. It's a good vibe to have them. And they are eager to learn every time.
One last question for you, Zach. Again, this is Noe's first major. It's Decenti's first major. This is Henny's first major since Krakow in 2017. And it's a chance for you to return to the majors as well. What does this mean for these players and for you?
Well, my last major was in Rio. We almost went to the playoffs, was very good. But I was very disappointed last time we played with Fallen that we didn't prepare, in my opinion, didn't prepare in the right way. We did a lot of mistakes in the videos in many ways. And I think we did everything I wanted here. We did a good preparation. And it means a lot. It means the word. Like every day that we wake up and we argue or we fight or whatever is for this moment, and it's all for this.
Well, Zach, I just want to say congratulations once again, being the first team representing the South American region to join us at the Copenhagen Major. I want to open up the floor to you if there's any thanks you'd like to give, and now is your moment.
Thank you very much. For the people that speak English, thank you very much for supporting us. We try our best to be better every day, and it's good to see that I see a lot of international fans. Thank you very much. A little bit in Portuguese. Galera, muito obrigado por torcer por nós. A gente dá a vida por isso. Eu sei que a gente tem hater, mas eu sei que tem muito amor. Então, muito obrigado por dar esse amor. A gente sente daqui. Valeu. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and go on and celebrate with the rest of the team. Amazing, absolutely amazing, fantastic run from them. What a lovely guy as well. I couldn't be happier for them. Seeing all of those players celebrating with one another was getting me a little bit emotional, a little bit teary.
You could tell Zach was emotional in the interview as well, and Zach is such an upstanding ambassador of Counter-Strike, in my opinion. He has really been one of the leading figures of Brazil. Obviously, you think of guys like Fallen, you think of guys like Zeus, but Zach really has been behind the backs of many successful teams, you know, coaching behind the table of this Brazilian side. Some of these players he's got on this team are players he has helped in the past, and it is really cool to see him get an opportunity to be at the first CS2 major and see some of these historical figures mixed in with young talent be able to be a part of the first major of Counter-Strike 2. And yeah, it's awesome to see, you know, it all come full circle.
Well, there we have it, boys. We've just had our first qualification matchup. We still have one more best of 3 to go, and that's going to be the Furia versus Complexity showdown. We'll be back very shortly where we're going to dive into all of that action.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Well, Imperial have just claimed 1 of 5 spots to join us from the Copenhagen Major. This time around, we've got yet another qualification matchup. Boys, it's FURIA versus Complexity in a best of 3. Pimp, talk to me very briefly. What did you feel about that Imperial matchup that we just saw?
Oh, that was very convincing. You know, I think Imperial have looked hot from start to finish. I'm always happy to see some of the old guys, you know, do well. Phelps been around for a long time. Henny obviously been in a major final before. Has been around for a long time. Vinny as well. It's good to see that he's still kicking, and then joined by 2 new young talents. So for my money, Imperial so far have looked stellar, and it's only fair that they qualify for the major.
Well, we've only got 3 remaining NA teams in the running for the Copenhagen Major. Boys, Complexity being one of them. They need to make this work. They need to make this happen for NA. Mac, talk to me in terms of the likelihood that this could happen.
Well, I'm feeling like the likelihood against FURIA should be pretty solid. Complexity yesterday looked like a much better, much more solid squad than what we saw on the first day of games here at the Americas RMR. And I'm expecting that to happen again today. FURIA have shown some great moments, but they've also shown some very shaky moments. But the thing about this matchup is we've only seen them in some best of ones, and we finally get to see them go to their home territory, flex the map pool a little bit, and really show what they are capable of.
I would agree. I think it's 2 teams who are on paper looking to be equally strong for different reasons. Obviously, FURIA have struggled for quite some time. That's not a secret. Haven't seen the best coming out of Yuri. Haven't seen the best coming out of Fallen. But it does feel like they're getting slowly but surely gelled together, you know. And what we've seen so far in the best of ones have looked all right for FURIA. Complexity, on the other hand, have you asked me 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I would have said Complexity, they're going to win this game. It's going to be a clear-cut victory for them. But they've started to struggle as well. They had a very, very slow start, or sorry, slow ending to last year. They've had a slow start to the beginning of this year as well. They are seemingly slowly but surely coming together as well. Holzerk had a great showing yesterday, so some things are starting to trend upwards again for Complexity, but that's where I feel like these 2 teams are meeting. You know, both have been struggling and both are seemingly trending upwards as well.
We just got to put him on blast again. We brought him up yesterday and decided, hey, look, Holzerk, buddy, you really got to lift your game. And, well, he bloody did. He really kept him in it, a couple of big clutches, but they can't just rely on individuals clutching up to get these rounds on the board, not against the individual prowess of the players on FURIA. You know, if Case Dorado's feeling it, he's going to be popping off. If Yuri keeps up this form that we've seen the last couple of days, then Complexity could definitely be in trouble. And I just don't know, man. I feel like Complexity should be going here, but the gravity of the situation is if Complexity lose, there's a world where you could see Complexity going up against Liquid tomorrow in that 2-2 bracket or 1-2-1 bloody whatever bracket it is at that point. And that's a worry. That is a huge worry because you thought both Complexity and Liquid should be making this major coming into the Americas RMRs, and if there can only be one, that stings for an A.
Yeah, well, I know that Dust was certainly mentioning over and over again the fact that, you know, for some reason these NA teams continuously struggle against a team like FURIA. So Veto underway. Talk to me about this, Pimp. Do we think there's going to be yet another struggle?
Potentially for Complexity, we'll see. They're not going to play Mirage. That makes an awful lot of sense. It's the permaban in that regard. If you're FURIA, you don't really want to play Overpass on Anubis in that regard. Anubis is the one going away. That's been their permaban in this regard. For Complexity, where do you go? I think, you know, there's a couple of maps you could go. Vertigo or Ancient would be the 2 obvious picks. Which one of them are you going to lean in towards against a team like them? Oh, you're going for Overpass, actually. To me, interesting, because it feels like it's a punish pick. It's a map that FURIA haven't played the past 3 months, so they're going in completely in the dark, but they're also going in with the sense that, okay, listen, here's a potential punish pick for us. FURIA picking Vertigo, they're picking into a map that I feel like Complexity have played quite decent on as of late, so I'm not too sure what I feel about that one.
I feel like that's the lesser of 2 evils. If they did go towards an Ancient or something else in the map pool, maybe they're expecting Complexity to prep for that some more. So I feel like they're just going in blind in a lot of these and hoping that they can, you know, we were talking about the idea of flexing the map pool, and Nuke there as the 3rd is going to be an interesting one for sure. We haven't seen a lot of that out of Complexity lately, but FURIA looks stellar on that. So if FURIA don't get going early, it's going to have to be another one of those reverse sweep angles. But I'm still feeling like you're not going to be able to stop the flop, to be honest. I feel like Complexity with this map pool, can they take it in 2? Well, that's the big question.
I feel there's one storyline that we have to touch upon, and I think that's something they share, both of these lineups, that when you look towards FURIA, you have Quesarado being the sole star. He's the guy that you can always rely on. He's the guy who, even when they've struggled the most, he's been a consistent one in their lineup. It does feel like without Quesarado playing well, FURIA is just falling apart. There's not enough firepower, but we had the exact same conversation when it comes to this man on your screen right here in Elise. Without Elise playing well, Complexity will fall apart as well. There's not enough firepower, there's not enough individual skill level, I would say. So if there's ever been like a one-to-one matchup right here that you wanted to watch, it'd be queso versus Elish. I have a feeling whoever's playing the better matchup of those two is most likely also going to carry their team to a victory.
Any indication on how we think Complexity are going to look to approach this first map on Overpass?
Good question. They're starting on the T side, right? They picked the map. I would love to see a lot of the B executes. That's something they've been very, very known to do. JT loves to call the B executes. They love to play with fast pace as well towards that bomb site. So I reckon that will be tested early on, and then you can always play the mind games of whether or not you're going in towards the A bomb side or you continue to powers on the B bomb side. At the very least, you're going to see executes on towards B.
Hazard a guess for me real quick, Matt. Who's going to take away the victory on Overpass?
Oh, OP 13-10 to Complexity. I thought it was going to be easy, but starting on T side hasn't gone well for almost anyone at this tournament so far.
I'll go 13-11 for Complexity there.
Okay, I'm liking that from you two boys. Well, without further ado, another qualification spot on the line. It's Complexity versus Furia. Over to Tea Time and Yumi.
13-10, 13-11. Gentlemen, take some risks. I need to hear some 13 threes. What about you, UM3? Can I get some threes from you?
No, I mean, they explained it quite well on the desk. I mean, T-sides have been very difficult. Also, I mean, these are two Goliath teams within this Americas RMR, so you're expecting this game to be quite a nail-biter, quite a close one. Hard to make a call. First map in the series, Overpass, and it's Furious starting CT. Complexity's T-side has a lot of questions to answer.
Complexity are just freezing early on. They want to let Furia aggress into them, and Fallen has to try and recover what Cello's lost at his life. Guess what? It's another one forfeited. And if you were looking at Elish to see which Elish would show up, well, it's a pretty good start.
It's a nice way to sort of pull that into question. I mean, you want Elish to perform, you want Quesorado to perform, and right now Elish finding those two entries, it makes Furia very uncomfortable. In fact, Elish not just finished, not just content with two. A third found as Art tried to hold on to the long side of the A attack, but this round is pretty well cooked. These two remaining players here on Furia stuck on B. And I don't think they want to gamble. They want to try and even chance it. They're hightailing it out of there. A very clean pistol from Complexity. It's all Elish.
Furia had a plan, and then they met the big bald man. Elish has been taking a shine to the world. I'm telling you, Michael, it's all about losing the hair. That's what gives you the game. Of course, he's had it historically for a very long time as well. Elish, a man who has been present at every major since he first showed up, save one. Krakow in 2017 being the only exception. Quesorado falls as well over here. Complexity, very good start to things.
But in terms of actually winning major titles, something that's actually escaped Elish, even with all those attendances.
It's a ghost he's chasing past, but right now he's looking at a much more present Phantom of Copenhagen. Can't be thinking about all of those grand finals from 2016. Well, it's just the one, really, but... Furia as well, of course, a team that does have more than their fair share of demons to try and conquer. A pretty poor showing at the Paris Major. Finishing last in their stage. Of course, they went into the stage on the basis of the RMR. They're hoping to try and make something work with this force by coming into it. Fallen still set up for the AWP, had the scout dropped over to him. In the meanwhile, JT quiets down, slows down. He knows that the easiest way to lose out in these situations is versus the force buys. We've seen so many teams fall by the wayside because of it. And a lot of presence shown out to be. The T's are making no secrets about where they want to go, but is that really their final destination?
An initial round of utility, but they're waiting to see if Furia decided to make any sort of reactionary play off the back of it, expending some of the utility that was available here for those CTs. The Complexity have just sat still and are ready to re-exec back into this B play. Furia have pulled one of those players away. There were 4 B before, now 3.
At the same time, there's no Molotovs, and that's going to be absolutely vital point to keep in mind. Quesarado with the re-smoke out onto Monster as well. Elige is good for the first, but the flashbang gives Quesarado blind. Good for the quick double. Can he switch out for the AKA? No, just the Galil found. Elige in the meanwhile still locked out of the B-bomb site. Short was mollied. This is where Quesarado needs to find more, and indeed he does. Both him and Fallen coming alive, and Complexity have walked into a trap. Elige the only one to find frags, but he will not find the round.
I mean, right now, it does feel like we're getting the battle of the two titans. It's Elige and Quesarado that deliver on rounds for each of their respective teams. It was Elige in the pistol, but on the answer, on the force buy, Quesarado overperforming. That MP9, that swap out to the Galil, just rips them to shreds. And they just kept on chain smoking Monster. Complexity had to run straight through it, even though they wanted to re-exec on that bomb site. The fact that they didn't have that Molotov certainly comes back to bite them. There were players in positions that would typically be Molotovs on an execute that were able to just sit pretty.
Force buy out from Complexity to try and back up that Aki of Elige. They're hoping to turn the tide back in their favor once again, but it doesn't feel like it'll be the easiest. Furia come into this with quite a hotbed of utility as well. Yuri started off this tournament with a fiery performance on his own on Inferno versus the Nouns, and now this is a great start to things. Long range with the AUG, flashes being dodged and largely irrelevant because of the distance. Yuri and Quesarado are kicking things off, and Yuri almost getting the full ace. Grim denies, but it's 499 damage. You might as well give it to him.
Yeah, 1 health on Grim. And Yuri was fighting by his lonesome. Finally finished off by Quesarado. This tag team, if the A-bomb side is off limits because Yuri's there, and the B-bomb side is taken up by Quesarado as well, the map suddenly will begin to feel very, very small. A nice start for both these stars on Furia.
Good to see. A lot of that recent downswing from the Furia side has been characterized with a slightly quieter performance from Yuri as well. Yes, he's had a good showing so far at the RMR, but not against anyone like Complexity. Maybe not a juggernaut anymore, but definitely titanic in the North American scene. Can Furia be the iceberg for them?
A slower builder, trying to expend as much utility as they can. Of course, they're only moving in with pistols here on the side of Complexity. Furia have been able to take handle on this game. Start off with a little bit of a back and forth with those force buys. You can see they're fine to give up a little bit of control. They know they shouldn't be dealing with too much. There can still be a worry. Grim hunting with that Deagle, trying to lead the way for the squad. If he's able to find one of these rifles, could reinforce their arsenal. Boost up for Grim, but it's quickly spotted out by Yuri, so a bit of an indicator. A couple of players spotted over towards Banana.
Floppy.
Oh.
Floppy at the falling Quesarado on Yuri on the bomb site, making it look very simple. No one's really able to trace out Fallen either. The USP followed up by the quick scope on the scout. Furia clean it up to 3.
Starts a bit awkward there for Yuri. It looked like he was maybe looking at his minimap or something just as they decided to swing from the front side of bathrooms. Slow on the uptake, but there's Fallen to keep a handle on things on the A play. You're there up against pistols, but you're kind of expecting, you know, Yuri in a forward position like that. He was gonna do most of the dirty work, but it's Fallen and Quesarado that sweep up. And now into the rifles. This was a map that, you know, JT, when he was on his come up as an in-game leader, felt like Overpass was kind of his bread and butter. So no surprises that Complexity have picked it into this series. They're talking about on the desk, there's very limited demo work to look back on Furia, and so they won't be ready for plays like that. A triple boost in from Graffiti, JT blissfully unaware.
You have to love the fact that Furia is just pulling out all of these gimmicks from their opponent's map pick. This was the most obvious direction Complexity could go for. From the pistol round to now, we have seen Furia plan things out very meticulously. Sure, the pistol round plan didn't work their way, doesn't matter. And you have to keep in mind that there is history between Fallen and JT in particular. You only have to go back to 2022, where Complexity fell to Imperial. and that qualification process for Antwerp, you are still going up against some of the finest minds of Counter-Strike that the Americas regions have ever had. Complexity might be favorites on this map, but that doesn't mean it's going to come easy. Furia's proven it before, they'll prove it again. Fallen to cover out the toilets. Oh no! He's given away his position. They might realize there's a man near flower pots. At least the audio cue should give it away. Holzer's found Yuri in the meanwhile. Nading opened the smoke and he continues forward. Fallen found out. Quesarado covers him off and gives them the advantage again. 3 versus 1. Elige unable to find contact. And for now, unable to find the bomb as well. Time's ticking down low. A player's moved up close and personal. It's Art. Elige doesn't spot out the foot in time. Art will overrun him. 4-1. Furia looking unstoppable.
That's all he needed to hear, that one tap, and it's Art that's willing to aggress right into him. His first frag, but to deny Elige a clutch. They were talking about it on the desk, the idea that Complexity were, in some instances, a bit reliant on players to clutch back. It was Holzerk that was really stepping up to that sort of port of call. But now the Furia have taken control. You need some activation on some of the map control here from Complexity. They've already been thrown a couple of curveballs by Furia, whether it's been Yuri on his AUG that is ready to tear heads clean off, even on a round like this. Running in with a half-buy, they are getting destroyed by these scoped weapons, and Yuri didn't even zoom.
Fallen looking like he's having a quick flashback. Might be just against the anti-ecos, but remember. A confident Fallen is one to be terrified of. Especially when it comes to qualification processes, especially when it comes to majors, especially when it comes to anywhere where he might be able to farm up some nervous players.
Yeah, and in terms of form, you know, Fallen, when they were winning majors, when they were competing and making it into playoffs of the major circuit, you know, you wanted to see a very unformed Fallen. He was able to have so much impact on their rise, and it's only really been in the past couple of years where we started to question whether or not his in-game leading is really up to scratch. You know, they had that debacle bringing him into Furia. Art is now taking the reins a little bit. I'm sure Fallen is still calling to a certain extent, but the majority of the game planning seems would probably gravitate towards Art. But having that secondary in-game leader is nice. But you want Fallen to put up those types of numbers again.
You also want JD to put up some numbers. Of course, he's a player who's had a big, I wouldn't even say resurgence. He's had a big peak in form.
He's had a great emergence with the new version.
He went from being a player who everyone was saying, you know what, this guy is one of those Hunden type characters as far as, you know, aim is concerned, as well as brain for the game.
But he's been fragging on CS2.
And that's been the expectation now. Elige having unburdened his shoulders with some of that secondary calling that we're speculating Fallen provides. But for now, a very quiet game from both JT and Floppy.
Sympathies out to Fallen, of course. This Furia Core played over 1,100 maps together, competed together for 5 years.
Wow.
So, you know, sometimes it's kind of hard to teach old dogs new tricks. Even if they're new dogs, new tricks. This Furia Core were touted as the next wave of Brazil.
They have proven it. But the question is, do they still have more to show us? And you'd hope so, you really would. Holzerk doesn't know that Yuri is nearby, and the flash is good, but Yuri doesn't peek behind it. Is there a second one to fly through? Yuri's being spammed. Holzerk will find him as well. Yuri might regret not peeking out earlier on, but Fallen is here to quickly salvage the situation. Quesarado's fast rotate as well as Fallen's fast opping. The A site impenetrable.
If you had any questions about whether Fallen would show up to this series or not, there is your answer. He has been locking them down. He feasted from Divider, and now as well battles them back off of this A play. Quesarado right behind him to help sweep up those frags. Even if Fallen were to miss, I have basically, I can almost guarantee you Quesarado would have cleaned them up as well.
And it does feel like Fallen is coming into his own as sort of that third player of the team. If Furia is fragging as well, I have to remind everyone, contrary to popular narrative, in the classic lineup, it was Coldzera, Fur, then Fallen, most likely. Fur was just an absolute menace as well. So if you can get something similar to that dynamic going, there's no one who can try and work off of a passive rifler the same way Fallen does. He's been doing it for, what, 10 years now?
So far, none of the defaults, none of the setups that Complexity have been going for have been actually working for them. The only round they've attributed so far is that pistol round where Elige found 3 kills. Great nade as well onto them creeping into that short side tunnel. These players on Complexity, they get moving with a half-buy, but they're wounded, they're weakened. Floppy trying to lead in, but there's Cello to chew them up from short. Cello not done with just 2. It's Art right behind him, and it's all 4 for Cello on the B hold. Furia cannot be moved.
The A side is impenetrable because KScerato rotates so fast and Yuri's so present. The B bomb side has Cello and also KScerato. Why can't we just find a site? Why can't we just make an attack?
Where is the weakness?
So far, it's all concentrated in the North American side. And this is where Elige, as much as we might credit him with being the main propellant for this team, I don't see him as the kind of player who's going to solo find them a couple of entries. I don't see him the kind of player who's going to crack open a round. It's more a force in the mid-round. That's where his aggression comes into play.
And Complexity already using their second timeout. They need to find solutions to this, and quick. What a performance from Cello. Someone that when he joined out of MIBR into Imperial, able to maintain some solid numbers for the squad, but it's actually been, since he's joined Furia, still sticking with Fallen from that Imperial project, moving into Furia. It's actually been more difficult for him to find, I guess, the room to find those kills, but if you can have performances like that, then numbers be damned.
Didn't seem like he was the right role to replace Rob, to be frank, but now KScerato tagged down early. Does look like that might have been the spam, not sure exactly where that comes in from. But in the meanwhile, Grim dodging nades, dodging bullets, dodging sightlines.
I love that they're exploring all these boosts. Like you said, some gimmicks to throw at Complexity, make them uncomfortable. Wouldn't have been able to prep too much for Furia leaning into some of these gimmicks. You know, something we see a lot of underdog teams do. Furia definitely knew that this was the likely path here for Complexity, and because they don't have as many officials on it, they act with that element of surprise. Big boost up here for Elige, but Yuri, around the corner, Elige just too sharp.
Nade's also very good. KScerato's gone, Elige, that's a double kill. And you're looking for that mid-round presence that he can offer. Bobby still holding things down on the lurk back towards the B-bomb site. Holzer spots out the hip. And Art goes down. Cello, the chance now to succeed where everyone else has failed. Good for that first. He notices Floppy as well, rounding the corner, but the shadow of Holzer doesn't matter. Fallen covers off Floppy on the side. He's in a 1v3, closing the distance to the bomb. Time ticking down low. The Tech 9 striking through, but Fallen can't do it all on his own.
God, he made you sweat there for a second.
Yeah.
Players pulling out utility, not ready for him for Fallen to start swinging with the Tech 9. They knew he had the open hand, so thought he would maintain with that, but Fallen kept that pressure high. Pressure applied. Once again, you need a multi-kill out of Elige to break through with a round. That's all that Complexity has been able to find so far in this attack. And time called here for Furia. Straight out of the Complexity timeout, they're able to break through. They showed some presence, they played a little slower, but they're able to get that boost up for Elige to mount into a double. And if KScerato's hadn't taken so much damage in the earlier bout, then maybe that nade doesn't finish him off, but things got very, very dicey.
Look, at the end of the day, you need to adjust to Yuri, right? Like, he's the one who's being such a menace towards this A site, willing to play aggressive, willing to try and put himself out there. If you can find the pick on Yuri, that seems to be the key. Don't let it be a trade. That's not enough. Fallen now trying to get aggressive inside connector. Worried about a faster play, but a smoke down in case Cerrado now boosted up, fallen through the smoke, finds Floppy, traces him through, and Grim doesn't have much to speak of. A one-way smoke that he's set up for himself to peek behind for that very boost that they're going for, but he's already lost a teammate.
A really nice way to boost up as well. You don't leave yourself exposed. Had cover to fall and slip back into. So it was a very difficult fight for Grim to really navigate, especially when there was that smoke down inside of Connector. The Complexity are flying a little blind. They know that there was 2 players boosted up, but do they know that Furia have reset 3 players gravitating towards this A play, falling with a forward position inside of the bathrooms, ready to take a tight line. That's only if Complexity decide to start slow working it with that AWP that they should be able to meet this AWP.
Fallen gets these. Surely he gets these. No, misses it. Yuri as well. Misses his chance, and now no flashes to help. Fallen is down. JT breaks his first and second blood. The flashbang is fantastic, but Cerrado is just better. 2 frags delivered. Back to a 2-on-2. Cello and Art trying to accelerate. The bomb being planted is their point to commit, but they don't do so. The Molotov is late, and the spam right back weakens Cello. Holzer missing a crucial shot, but a deep nade will help soften things up for Elige. He knows where the last player is as well, but a quick adjustment from Cello won't be enough. Holzer brings it all back, but my God, that round should not have been so close.
He might have missed on the first, and that was a tough shot, but none more important than him finishing off the round there for Complexity. JT getting this double kill into Banana just creates so much opportunity, and it was these flashes from Art on the rotate that almost teed up Cerrado to shut down this A play.
How does he get this?
He gets caught pretty hard by the flash, but JT as well, caught by it all the same. That's flick from Cello. I mean, the fact he hit that headshot, it was a lot of pressure on Holzer to tie the bow on the round. It's very expensive, but Complexity just need rounds to their tally. Funds were available here for Furia. In fact, they still run with some in reserve, even moving past into another full buy. Grim weakened up by the nade, and he still peeks into it.
Hoping to find that booster player, hoping to eliminate it quickly. Complexity do realize that Furia is going for a lot of these boosts, a lot of these gimmicks, but they can't do anything about it. Sometimes the best thing to do is ignore it, not try and fight it.
Yeah, but which boost are you anticipating? There are many.
Yeah. And has always been the problem of overpass if you are the T side. Cello. Molotov will not be deployed in time. He'll have to do this old-fashioned. It goes right past him. Floppy closes the distance. Cello should be a dead man, but he's ducked all the way down. Nothing working out for Cello. Rather, against Cello. JT as well falls in the meanwhile. They simply cannot scale onto this B site. Holzer and Elige all alone, and now Holzer, a man who's been asked to clutch many times across this tournament, but that's just impossible.
And it's this rifling pack that are having these issues here on the side of Complexity. You know, you maybe highlight Elige, you maybe highlight JT as these players that are able to breach in, find openings for you. But Grim and Floppy, you know, these are players that have experience and have been touted as these star players within the North American region. And right now, really struggling versus this Furia that are willing to get down and dirty. You know, when there's smokes down, there's Molotovs, they're showing a lot of bravado in the way that they're playing. It's very reminiscent of their opening round as well, coming into this tournament. Taking some risks, but they're very often rewarded. Complexity picked this map. Fourth round would go a long way, that's for sure, but no guarantees, especially on a pretty cobbled together buy. Dig of JT meets Yuri on that AUG, but he'll hear steps right behind him and does get floored finally by one of the Digs on Complexity.
Rotation's over. They are so confident in Cello's ability to hold that bomb site. They can stack 3 players here on A. Deep Molotov gives Fallen space to set up, but Elige now anticipates. He knows their tendency. They're watching out for Art's push as well. Okay, Serrano, can you line up 3? You can't even get 1 in that position. Jello now on the rotate, given a chance to shine, but I don't know if he can really hold a candle up to this 1v4. Complexity collect on that 4th round, but truly a difficult half for them.
3 rounds where Elige has been able to get, well, I think that was another 3K for Complexity to pull up at least something on this T side. If there was anything you needed to highlight the importance of that man joining the roster, not only does he bring experience, but he also brings probably a brand new attitude. He came into this roster.
Yeah.
He was often looked at as being that vet within the Liquid system, but once he was removed, I think this is, I mean, it was a total slam dunk to have grabbed up Elige.
But here's the problem. You can't have the former stars just stop shining. You mentioned Floppy and Grim before. Floppy and Grim were such major propellants for this team. Complexity had so many good upset victories. Complexity took so many good scalps. They looked so good and so heavily behind Grim and Floppy. You need that activation, and JT takes down Cello early on. Elige found out, and it feels like with the raid boss gone, a reroute back to A might be a priority for Furia.
Yeah, it's a big head to find. Art as well, boosting himself up, but leaves himself vulnerable. Floppy picking him up above that smoke. And Holzek trying to lock them in topside connector. And he does have a nice fallback path should he spot a player. Yeah, just sees the shoulder and decides to give it up. That was the bomb that was spotted, but not enough skin showing. I don't think that the radar would have shown that to him. They're going to stick 2 and 2 here on the side of Complexity. They do have a Molotov, a flashbang, and a smoke available here for Furia to crack into this site, but do they know that there's a flank being engaged here by Holzek?
I love the push from him. Sets him up for success very nicely, but Yuri could also catch a timing. Yuri instead catches a bullet. Keserato and Fallen. So much success found between these two players on that CT side, and Fallen looks to respond on a player who has not retreated. Holzek decides he wants to stay and fight. And now with more rotations coming over, Grim is the one to reinforce the A-bomb site. Fallen trying to close the distance, looks for any duels he can take, planting inside the smoke. It's a bold choice, but Keserato can cover off with some great damage found. They know where Holzek is as well, but they're just not ready. Holzek and Floppy do close it out, but Keserato is still looking sharp as ever.
Yeah, great job keeping that pressure up, and Fallen prioritizing that plant to get the money injection moving into that second round. We saw a bit of a force buy back and forth at the start of this game. And Furia may look to engage that same engine on this T side as well. They should move in with a pretty solid buy, one that will be very hard to combat if you're on the side of Complexity. CT side resources do typically cost more.
Yeah.
It's a great way for Furia maybe to be able to answer back, but like you're saying, you know, great proactivity from Holzek, even though they're in that man-up situation. If they let Furia set up for that execute, it probably would have been a lot harder to have held onto that bomb site. Keserato on 17 kills. Not only locking things down on B, but did great jobs on the rotation as well and when they were on that CT side. Like you said, still pretty sharp on that pistol.
Zerk, early tag, but he trades it out with a ding to his head as well. That's not going to be particularly conducive. Holzek now falls. Elige fades away. His teammate might be regretting the fact that he maintained position for so long.
Yeah, Fury didn't actually buy up. You know, they just went in with this one AK, a couple of upgraded pistols, and they were hoping that Cello could maybe pry bar in, but now that AK has changed hands.
You really do wish it would be in Keserato, so. I know he's got the Deagle, but come on, guys, we've had this debate.
He's also a little far away.
I mean, just to start the round off, to be honest. Keserato. Opportunity. Will it be given again? Very unlikely. Art's the one who wants to lead the charge in the meanwhile. Can he find a head? Even damage is fantastic at this stage. CT side money. Mentioned it before. All you need to do is just try and pin it into an impossible circumstance. Art moves away from the flashbang. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Quesarado still committed here onto the A-bomb site. Knows he just needs to find one kill to make this somewhat possible to threaten the rotate, see if anyone can move off with the site, anything like it, but no. No kills found. Elimination will continue that streak of form.
Yeah, they don't fall foul to that one AK that's recovered. Sure, Art got a kill right back onto Divider, but bar that, Complexity had a pretty solid read on what was happening. Didn't feel like they were panicked at all. So moving into the CT, nice confident start. To win the pistol, to move forward, deal with that anti-weird buy. But they should anticipate full weaponry out from FURIA coming into this third round of the second half. Art with a MAC-10. Willing to take that sacrifice for the team, but a man known for his aggression. And the MAC-10 is kind of a great weapon to facilitate that. Be able to close that gap.
FURIA right now don't want to close anything. They just want to freeze up and see what Complexity have planned. This is a map where Elite generally, since he's made his way onto this team, likes to push forward, likes to find space, likes to press the advantages they may have. But right now, he knows it's all about passivity for him and staying alive.
Yeah, it's not Elimination this time. It's Holzerk with this MP9 that's looking to hunt. And it's the one weapon you're kind of allowed to give up early. If Holzerk can find a backstab or a good timing, this round could completely unfold for FURIA.
This is an excellent timing already being found, and as the smoke dissipates, if Complexity can re-smoke this, it feels like you're setting up Holzerk for perfection, and indeed, bomb's been dropped, and FURIA are completely split up across the map. Floppy finds another for free, and Elimination makes quick work of any lurkers. Fallen, who've been saving up for the AWP, will just be saving that AWP.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect decision made there from Holzerk. Willing to take that risk because of the weapon that he had, but also got his kill, called out the fact that it's that bomb, and knew that there was probably going to be more presence outside of B. That package is very infrequently unescorted. So really well handled. Good communication in from Complexity as well. And Holzerk is one of those players that when he first joined this Complexity core, did feel like he was taking a lot more risks, taking a lot more fights, willing to sort of dictate how he approached rounds. But as time went on, it felt like he started to shell up a bit. And that's not the Holzerk you want to see on this roster. They asked for better performances on the desk. They got that. But clear and concise decision-making from Holzerk will certainly go a long way as well. Listen, they only came into this half trailing by 4 rounds. And throwing a little spanner in the works of FURIA before they can even really adjust to what they want to do in the mid-round could really help justify this pick here for Complexity.
And the fact is, Elimination has given them enough of a parachute that they can slow down that descent. Seem to be sprouting out some wings from their back in the meanwhile as well. Not very often you see a successful spam back with the Eagle, but Elimination has now got successful timing off on the ground, and also can try and move forward to recover that later on.
It's a 2-man band on Complexity.
It really is.
Holzerk and Elimination make up so many of the stopping power on this North American organization. You've got 11.
4 kills between them.
Yeah, and you've got 11 for the rest.
So combined, they're more than 3 times what everyone else is doing, which feels like a pretty fair depiction of what's happening in all fairness.
It's not like it's not a little topside heavy for FURIA as well, but we had a round from Cello, we had a round from Yuri. R was able to
make calls.
Yes, yeah, make calls.
There you go. I know how to carry water.
He's also able to shut down Elimination in what was a 1 versus 3 attempt from what is a fearsome competitor on the server.
Indeed. 21-9 right now.
So any chance you get to shut that man down, I mean, you'll take it.
And I do also wonder what the thought process is when you're deciding which site you're going to die on. Quesarado will fall to JT. Do you want to reinforce an already fiery Elimination? Or do you want to just maybe give Floppy, JT, or Grim the win that they've been looking for in their sales?
It's so rare as well that you'll be able to see players have this kind of performance like Elimination's putting up and be able to maintain that for the whole map. You know, at a certain point, they're just going to keep exhausting resources at you so that those fights basically don't happen. But it is a bit of a question to be answered here for FURIA. How do you stop Elige? Do you negate him? Do you just bypass him altogether and try and go elsewhere? Then are you worried about flanks from Holzerk? Certainly a discussion happening here for FURIA in this timeout.
You'd hope that Gary can come through and add something to the tally, because all of those cute gimmicks that you were going through on the CT side, you better have some pocket strats on T side. You're ready for this map. Are you ready for that side?
A little bit more difficult to make a boost work on T side, because you're sitting still, you're sitting stagnant while you're on that boost, and you're just hoping that they're in one of these forward spots that's vulnerable to it. Also, it just feels like there's less boosts on T side in general.
Hey, you can get an op kill and then the heaven jump.
You can clear pillar on B, but precursor is to take short water control, which has been free territory. Complexity haven't been actually throwing bodies in there, but there's been a lot of utility. This time a boost up here for Elige, but not spotting much of anything. Just trying to make sure that they're in the right spot to make full use of that pillar that obscures vision.
They have completely left Holzerk alone. They understand. He might not have the EWP, but with the game that he's having, Holzerk can at least provide enough stopping power to allow for rotates to happen should it be a fast play down divider.
Well, Complexity may be reading into the fact that they'd want to avoid Elige. That's why they brought him over to that B bomb site, but because there's been basically no presence shown by FURIA, bar the opening round of utility, they gravitate back.
Fallen is just going to hold down a line that won't be contested at all. 40 seconds left on the clock. Complexity have no reason to peek. They've made the right play. And I think now they also have the call. Now they do for sure, but Holzerk peeks too wide out. Elige dodges a flash. Will he be checked? Lazily done from Cello, and he is punished for it. The bomb down and the rotation's called. Grim good for one. Does he realize there's a second? No. Fallen can trade. 20 seconds on the clock, and JT and Floppy push through. A smoke to extinguish the flames, but JT has been extinguished himself. Floppy called upon, but honestly might be a good idea to just run away. He does go for that first, but can't connect on Queserado in time. A Molotov behind him. They're still hunting. Yuri is still curious about whether he will be challenged. Floppy recedes from that A site.
Yeah, the molly actually missed, so it didn't go inside of bag. It actually sort of landed right in front of it, but Floppy was going to fall back anyway. Did a lot of damage, but needed to finish off that frag if he wanted to go for this clutch attempt. FURIA out of that timeout. Some nice, solid trading. A much slower round, but flashing off these angles that Complexity were fighting into in the front side of bathrooms made it very difficult for Elige to move in immediately for the trade onto Holzerk. Got trapped in an angle, and once he had committed into the front side of bathrooms, he was basically trapped. He had to fight his way out.
And unfortunately for Holzerk, it feels like Complexity did leave him out on an island and ask him to go for information, or maybe he chooses to do that on his own. He's the only player who functionally can do it, in all fairness, but the problem is, if you're ending up swinging wide into potentially a couple of AKs holding the angle, it is a hard fight to win.
It's also one of those spots where, you know, you'd almost wish Holzerk had an AWP in that position instead of having that rifle.
Would have made a big difference.
So it is a tactical timeout to discuss.
Last one they have in regulation.
Yeah, had to use 2 on that T side.
And this is where you would hope that there's something planned on the CT side from JT as well. A good flash play to try and get Grim and Floppy some of that B short control that's been so far uncontested, perhaps.
Yuri 4 and 3 in opening duels, but Elige 5 and 1. The opener has not always led to a round win, but it has surefire helped. And out of that timeout, nothing really too abnormal here for Complexity. The AWP trained on long, but it's not a fight that Fallen will be peeking into. take more reserved, going for connector control and just trying to slow work mid. This is what FURIA have been confident in doing the past couple of rounds. Even if the Complexity make the right read. FURIA are actually doing a great job of kind of holding on to resources, even though they're actually trying to poke and probe on this map control. Ulzerk might finally be tested, though.
If they keep trying to jiggle out the angle, it does feel like you're inviting death onto yourself. Ulzerk even given the warning shot out, but Elite just caught in the open. Art to trade. Meanwhile, Fallen flashed up, blinded completely, and Ulzerk has to put up the defense. The AWP, good for the single kill so far. Ulzerk is not really being given too much company either. Grim makes his way over. Fox taking down low. Quesarado still lurking out towards that B side. Feels like that's where they want to attack. And with the rotations being successfully called over, Yuri does give out sound. They know what's coming into the B bomb site. JT surely has made that call. The rotation's coming over. Floppy needs to find the frag, but the scope on the other side will not matter. Floppy wins regardless, and JT is doubled up. A deep nade, and Art won't be able to trace out JT accurately so. Time's run out, and all he can do is look to save the AWP. Despite an early kill onto that raid boss, FURIA can't convert.
Yeah, and just as I was praising them for being able to hold on to utility, it was just late call to go back towards that B bomb site. As soon as there was a step made over as well, JT just putting himself on the top of the site. But FURIA didn't have a flash to allow those monster players out. And they unfortunately line up there for JT, but that's a big play for the in-game leader of Complexity to have pulled through. Complexity got caught on a bit of a weird timing. Ulzerk was allowing Elise to kind of investigate because it had been so long since they'd actually heard any additional presence from FURIA. But Ulzerk's presence was enough to force them back. Great independent protocols from Ulzerk as well. He kept himself alive on that A site.
Elite's down, Yuri gives him some company. Grim will fall and JT might follow. Fallen's here to finish off a man who is very weak, seems overkill with the op, but as long as there's a kill in there, doesn't matter if it's over.
This is a much more aggressive stance from Complexity. They went as a challenge at the short water and they get brutalized.
I know I did ask for this very same thing before, but it feels like FURIA knows what's coming. They've been waiting for that short water control for so long at this point that maybe you're hoping that they neglect something, maybe you're hoping that they make a mistake.
It's a nice kill from Ulzerk, but him and Floppy have paired up together. They've vacated the B play. So FURIA will have a free site, a free plant, and they'll be the ones that punch in for a 10th first. They'd have barely enough to reinvest here if Complexity fell on all their players. Wouldn't allow for enough room to get their hands back on this AWP, so you want to see Ulzerk engaged. It's imperative that they save, but FURIA also want to be able to stabilize their own money, so I wouldn't expect that more than maybe one player to really hunt for this.
No, this is just going to be a basic handshake. And I have to remind everyone, the only time that Complexity's had a lead in this game was the first round. They won the pistol. After that, FURIA has been relentless. Despite multiple equalizers, Complexity simply has been unable to find that push forward. Quesarado is not even the one who's necessarily fragging out of control at this point. He's only had one kill in the past, what, 4 or 5 rounds or so. Fallen continues to plod along, getting a couple of kills here and there, but Yuri, Cello, and Art, these past 2 rounds that they have won, feel like they've come off of their shoulders.
Complexity don't have any more timeouts. They've exhausted that time with their coach. Ooh, good spam. Yuri tagged and beginning to trail back, but Fallen's there to cover the retreat should Elish have pushed forward. A player that we couldn't stop singing the praises of, but has been actually picked off as one of the first points of contact in a couple of these rounds as well.
He feels so desperate to try and make a play. FURIA is catching on to that as well. Yuri waiting. Elige loves to go for this. Elige loves to push all the way through, but now teams are expecting it, and he will not be defined by expectations. The only expectation he wants to meet is that of excellence as he ascends back up the connector. But with rotations going forward, Yuri as well makes his way out. Yuri's given up the angle. There would be a timing, but Elige isn't here to make advantage of it. Holzer, full belt of util, so if he starts to rotate over, this will be big. For FURIA to broach this bomb site, they have to go past multiple riflers, a Molotov, a flash, maybe even a smoke on the site itself. And as they start to creep forward, Floppy cannot greet them with a kill. It's JT instead to frag, and Elige finds Yuri in the battle of patience. FURIA has lost in that one fight. And it feels like they've lost this one round as well. Complexity continue to stay as even as they can.
And because they kept waiting for so long on FURIA, it's that time that works against them. Elige was still inside of the connector, inside of those steps. He heard that rotate back full and asking for the utility there for Yuri, left on the lurk. And because of that, Holzer started gravitating over as well. Complexity had a very solid read as to what was going to happen. The only vulnerability was going to be if that was a bit of a sound bait, and instead they were creeping up long, but they had a player in place to act as an initial signal.
You got to take risks, you got to make those calls, even if it was a sound bait, anything like it.
But it's all that umming and ahhing for FURIA that leads Complexity to basically know exactly what's going to happen before it does on that B site.
Unlike what we saw from the Complexity T side, there doesn't seem to be any one player I can point a finger towards and say, hey, take over this T side round. Quesarado isn't that kind of guy. You're expecting Yuri, you're expecting Art, maybe Cello. And there's been now 4 rounds in a row that Complexity has won that have all been timed, that have all been saves. FURIA are running out of time because of a lack of instigation. They must realize it as well. Half-hearted fights won't do it. No presence out towards that A site from FURIA in that initial default. They want to reinforce connector and maybe try and funnel through to the B bomb site. Big maybe though. Complexity, they're ready for that exact play. JT continues to hold close short. Waits for the peaks to come through.
I mean, still has a Legion side of that connector as well, but there's so much presence being thrown his way. JT calling Grim over. They're prepared for a double swing, a fight in towards short, and this might be at a timing that they don't expect. Art drops his guard. Yuri inside of that connector cannot swing, even though that door is blown wide open, and a Molotov that greets Quesarado. They heard that singular singe as well. They'll know that there's players right behind that. Elige re-aggressing, but there's Yuri, a patient man. And they swing right into Monster. The flash was good, but Quesarado still able to adjust, and Cello right behind him. It's Grim left alone on the site. Holzer coming in to reinforce, but he'll be late, and Grim has to perform. The first kill there, but the trade from Quesarado, immaculate. Blowing that smoke open, Holzer fine, but he's caught right through it. It's Quesarado with 3 for finally a FURIA round once again.
Complexity simply lacked the muscle for the monster fight. It feels like they found an advantage so many times trying to peek into that monster tunnel, but they never win the duel. Be it Floppy with the AUG, be it JT with a flash to help him, it doesn't matter. Again, a setup that looks perfect. But when Elige dies and they don't have that late round presence, Grim is expected to show up.
Another valuable timeout used as well. FURIA, I mean, both these teams are completely timed out, but FURIA in with a round immediately after having a conversation with Gary. There's been riders blocked for both these squads so far this map. It has been a back and forth affair. The Complexity biting the bullet. No money to really buy up proper. So FURIA should be locked in for a 12th. Elige's Dig is what you have to fear the most. A man that has quieted down here on the CT side. And if he has a round, you just know that's going to lift the spirits here of Complexity. It's a big ask for the man with all that experience, all those major attendances.
Surely he can't get it. Surely not fallen. Will take him down. eliminates that one risk, that one potential threat, small as it was.
They will have to worry about the clock sooner rather than later. 40 seconds remaining here for FURIA. Complexity have gravitated a couple more players over. There shouldn't be any real problems.
We say that, but the clock has beaten FURIA many times over by this point. Positions revealed, the trigger pulled, 20 seconds are all that remain, and there's 4 players you have to go through. Blinded, sure, but Floppy's going to have the advantage over here. JT and Holzer take them down. JT is fighting. 8 seconds on the clock. They can't get the defuse down. You can see the CT's retreat. Holzer realizes, but Fallen will clutch the bomb in time. Holzer now has to come back into the site. And despite the dangerous bells of clocks timing and chiming, FURIA will still recover the 12th.
Oh my dear. That is not comfortable there for FURIA. There should have been no question, but those pistols start to strike, and when that bomb fell loose, Holzer, I mean, you don't blame him for running away. There was a real chance. I didn't even realize there was a bit of team damage done there from Complexity. Not a round that is as important, but man, this could have gotten ugly. Good job from Fallen finding that kill onto JT and punching in those digits in the nick of time.
Fallen has been so key, so influential in a couple of these rounds. Maybe not the flashiest performances, bar 1 or 2. But he's been the difference maker for FURIA to find themselves at such a comfortable position where they have that 2-round lead, where Complexity has that deficit in utility despite it being a bye, and Holzer has lost his life early.
It's one of the 2 major fighting forces here on Complexity. Damage done to Floppy as well, transiting to the other side of Monster with that smoke. This is a wounded Complexity to try and stave off FURIA from taking Complexity's map pick.
An egregious Sisyphean effort, might have bit off more than I could chew there, of rolling this boulder back up the hill again and again and again. Cello nearby, Elise got off, but he still adjusts for the headshot. An effort you have to appreciate. But it's not about appreciation. It's about finishing. And FURIA is looking to do just that.
And it's these 2 stars that you want to see hit big here on Complexity that are also going to meet the same struggles. 2 remain here for Complexity, and that AWP of JT will be empty-handed. Floppy trying his damnedest. He's doing a whole lot of damage, but FURIA take Complexity's pick, 13-10. This is looking good for FURIA, but there were some major stumbles this map.
Oh my goodness, what an exciting game we certainly had on our hands there. FURIA walking away with Complexity's map pick on Overpass, 13-10. Talk to me, Mac, what did you make of that game?
Well, it was good. It was great to watch. FURIA coming out swinging, doing FURIA things, and everyone really lifting. But it goes back to exactly what Pimp wanted to highlight on the desk at the start, right? Elige and K-Serrado. Yeah. Both of them were absolutely popping the hell off in this map, and it felt like K-Serrado had a little bit more help around him for the most part, and that's what got FURIA across the line in the end. But yeah, there were some individuals there for Complexity that didn't show up, and you need to talk about it because it's glaring like a sore thumb.
Yeah, that was a great game, as you said. K-Serrado having a fantastic showing, Elise having a fantastic showing. It felt like the first 20 rounds was those 2 just brawling back and forth, seeing who could be the better teammate for their own teammates in that regard. Yeah. One glaring issue, as you said, you know, the support cast of those 2 players weren't there. Grim and Floppy having a rough game. JT played better on the CT side, but the problem was that it was on the B-bomb side. On the CT side for Complexity, FURIA found the weakness. The B-bomb side, Floppy and Grim towards Monster area couldn't really hold it down. There was plenty of occasion where they would find the first kill, they'd play the 5v4, and then FURIA would just fall back, go into a very simple executing towards Monster, and it would work out for them. So, unfortunately, I think you're right in that regard, Mac, that it felt like Elise did everything he could, but the support cast that was supposed to help him weren't there compared to how much help K-Serrado was getting from Fallen, Yuri, and Cello later stages in the game.
We had an incredibly weak T side coming in from the Complexity boys as well. From your perspective, were you expecting more fight to come out from them on the T side?
I feel like overall, I was expecting more fight, but 4 rounds I wouldn't say is bad. We've seen much worse performances and much closer games on Overpass so far, between other teams so far here at the Americas RMR. But this one, I feel like it was definitely enough. And even in the early stages of that second half, that's when it started to get really competitive. They were, what, 10-10 at one point before FURIA managed to get those 3 final rounds. Not only I think it was round, 21 is where they broke the economy of Complexity. You saw them almost knock back with the USPs in that second last round. They were perfectly set up, and then it was 1 second in it. FURIA just barely got that bomb plant. And Holzerk, he was running, he was sprinting. He was a madman. He was down on B. He was so far away from where he needed to be, and it almost worked out, you know, in terms of timing, but it just wasn't it in the end.
And one could be fooled to think that FURIA winning 13-10, that the scoreline would suggest that FURIA had an upper hand, or they were in control of that game. By no means were they. I think it was a game that was going back and forth, as you said. When it was 10-10, there was a crucial moment in the game where, for Complexity, we're talking 1 or 2 rounds that is going their way, and all of a sudden they're the one winning 13-10. So a hyper-competitive game, a super, super fun game to watch, but also a showcase of the quality that those teams possesses. We came into it thinking, okay, Complexity and FURIA, 2 of by far the best teams within the Americas RMR. They're duking it out now in a direct competition for a qualifying spot for the PGL Copenhagen Major, and I think they're delivering right now. The level of Counter-Strike we got on the Overpass was high level.
Well, I know you've definitely highlighted K-Serato and Elige as 2 of the strongest players on the server, but next map is going to be Vertigo. That's FURIA's map pick as well. Talk to me, Jacob, do we see the rest of the Complexity boys being able to step it up when it comes to Vertigo?
I think so. We've seen Complexity play Vertigo to a high level. We saw them play it at IM Katowice. They took down Apex, a team that's been playing well ever since as well. Apex qualified for the Major, which we saw a couple of weeks ago as well in this position. So I think Complexity should feel comfortable knowing that it's Vertigo. However, the same could be said for FURIA. They've only played it twice the last 3 months, and they won both in those occasions. So it's a map that they feel comfortable on. So I'm looking again at a 50-50 game. I'm looking again at a hyper-competitive game, hopefully.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking FURIA on Vertigo. I'm thinking Art over mid-window, like as soon as possible.
On T-spawn, you know.
Yeah, it's just in one of the spawns that you didn't spawn in 10 seconds into the round. But when I'm thinking Complexity, I'm thinking, look, JT and Grim back on the Extra Salt days, they started to define a meta with those rotated smokes going on sandbags. We're living in a different age where the smokes don't quite do what they used to. So the meta has changed up a little bit, but you know that Complexity have developed many moments on this, and everyone, as long as they show up, should be able to take this to 3 maps. I don't know if it's a reverse sweep angle just yet, but FURIA are looking like they are bringing their best game right now.
They certainly are. But you know what, Jacob? I heard what you said the other day. I've got a little bit of a gift for you. I know you said that you love the displays. So I've got a little bit of trivia for you before I show off this display, okay?
Okay.
Where was the origin of the AEWP? Do you know the origin country?
Zimbabwe.
Solid guess. How about you, Mac?
I don't know where places make weapons except for America, so I'm going to go USA.
Germany or something like that? I don't know.
The origin is actually the UK.
Oh,
really?
Yeah. What do you think of this one, though?
That's kind of cool. That makes me comfortable that UK have actually contributed to Counter-Strike history in some way. So that's kind of cool.
I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm contributing. I'm doing my best. I'm trying.
Tell your players to do the same, man.
I will definitely pass on the message. But for anybody that wants to go ahead and grab their very own display, visit display.com/PGL and make sure you use the code PGL at the checkout as well. Because if you buy between 1 to 2 displays, you can grab yourself 22% off. But if you grab 3, then you can get yourself 33% off. Me and the boys were checking out the display collection, and there was a really cool one that said me when my teammates tell me to go plant, and it's just like a T side of plant. It was pretty spot on.
There is some good ones on there.
There was your favorite one as well, though, Mac, wasn't there? There was
This could be us.
This could be us.
This could be us, and 2 people walking off into the sunset, and it's like, but I had to defuse. Sorry. So there are some good ones there.
I'm here for it. I'm kind of sad we don't have them on the broadcast, but you know what? Go ahead, grab your own, and make sure you tag PGL Esports as well if you do happen to place an order with them. Mac, you know what? I'll let you boys have that one. Have your fun with it.
I'll leave it on the stand today. I think that's the safe thing to do.
I think you should keep it away from the glass table, though, as well. Let's go with that.
I can't believe UK made something good.
What do you mean you can't believe?
Yeah, a mole.
Oh, yeah, right.
Messi's here. Yes, thank you. Next map, Vertigo, is going to be FURIA's map pick. Will they be able to make quick work of Complexity? Only time will tell, and we'll find out soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
It felt like Batman and Robin going up against the entire Justice League. Elige and Holzerk are not enough to propel Complexity forward in a map win on their own map pick. I've got to say, Michael, as we head into map number 2, as we head into Vertigo, Complexity need the rest of these guys to step up.
Yeah, it felt like it was really a two-man battle on both sides of the server, weirdly, but it was the rest of Furia that felt like they got more engaged towards the end of that overpass, and it being such a close map meant that, I mean, that's sometimes the difference maker when it comes to whether or not you succeed or not. So Furia taking away that first map, we now move into a Vertigo, which the desk we're talking about. Both these teams have kind of created their own metas, or were kind of defined by the ways that they were playing Vertigo at certain periods of time. I mean, Furia have Art, and this man was probably the most aggressive player you would have ever seen play on this map at any given point. And the sort of diversity of the tactics from JT and his calling on this map, the way that they were trying to utilize smokes and breach the mid positions, did feel like that was a way that they were able to carve out their own niche as well. So it's a clash of two different sort of historic styles, but these teams have grown in different ways as time has gone on, and it is a map that now defines whether Furia will be able to move forward and get themselves booked into Copenhagen, or whether Complexity keep us in this series a little while longer. Vertigo as our second map of the series.
At the same time, Furia felt like they were lacking instigators on that D side of overpass. The question is Art going to be playing up to those old shenanigans now that he's on slightly more comfortable grounds? Floppy? Dooley is the only defense that this B side have, and he needs to put up a show.
Elige is hunting for information down ramp, though. It's just going to be too late by the time they realize. Floppy face checking it, and Art immediately floors him. This is the problem with only having one player on that B site, is that you're going to be left very vulnerable if Floppy ends up empty-handed, but they will have a flank, and Elige will catch Keserato.
Still need Grim to start putting up some numbers. He's not quite able to find anyone. Holzer goes down inside the smoke, and Grim is just waiting for it to dissipate. Elige's flank that was so long in the making might end up finding nothing. Grim falls. Yuri continues forward. His tirade of frags with the AUG in the early portions of overpass were what gave Furia that beginning, and they were able to propel forward with, run away with, despite Complexity chasing on their heels. Now maybe Furia can do the same, start off strong.
Yeah, it was a 4-man A start there from Complexity. Some good damage being done here by Elige towards the tail end of things, where he took some damage himself. I do think he escaped with his life. No round though. Furia breaching into that B site. Just overwhelming Floppy. It was the weaker of the two bomb sites to hit, and Furia are very satisfied with how that's probably played out. And he just crept up, and Floppy was left blissfully unaware by the time Complexity were starting to cheat those rotations away from what was a 4-man play towards A ramp. Just a little too late.
He's got an M4 at the very least from everything he saved up. So if there was ever going to be a hero moment, this would be it. He does get the advantage of spotting out the heads of any T-side players who come forward without a flashbang to help them. He will see them first.
I think even if they're setting up for the right side generators, could be exposed. It's a very hard angle to clear. Alicia eventually falling off of it. The Furia is still underneath those B steps, kind of waiting for their time to strike, and they would have heard that sound cue.
Are they going to be expecting Floppy nearby after that? That is the question. Molotov good, well plays, forces Floppy back, and he won't really be able to put up a defense, but now Elige looks to use that smoke to his own advantage. Furia yet to commit, and with the smoke that greets them at stairs, this won't be an easy commitment at all.
Well, they're starting to creep their way up towards A as well, all the meanwhile.
But Complexity are expecting this. Complexity are calling for rotations over. JT is down, Furia falls as well. The problem with rotating back to A is you really are just confined to a save that isn't even guaranteed with Art's Mac 10 nearby.
Oh man, Art just toying with them. An SMG that looked to lead the way and actually serving as a lurk. It's Elige that's done a lot of damage on the initial cross to the bomb site, but ends up empty-handed frag-wise. Just the fact that it was Art on the nameplate, getting that kill towards short. Suddenly they were fighting ghosts. They had to worry about short presence, a player creeping up ramp. Art had doubled his presence on that A plate just by changing positions, and Complexity completely spun out.
And sure, you're not expecting Elige to really come out on top with 3 kills over there, but the fact that he doesn't even get 1 is hardly reassuring. I'm not expecting his form to dip at all. Honestly, I think he will continue to dominate the same way he did in that first map, but at some point, does the carry fatigue come into play? Too early to discuss, but should be something kept in mind.
Well, this could be a little awkward here for Art. 2 players around the corner. First player floored, and Holzerk able to get the trade. Took a lot of damage, flash in. Cello not really blinded by it, but a really labored spray adjustment. A hard one to get a handle back on. Queserado there to make sure they don't get hands on their guns, but JT right above him. This fight is very awkward. Queserado's got the Glock out, but JT now pulling out the rifle that had very limited ammo. A little scary on a couple fights, but Furia keep 3 alive and keep 3 to their rounds as well.
As we move forward to the gun rounds, one of the things you have to keep in mind is sort of the dynamic between Elige and Grim historically as well. When they were on Liquid, it felt like Grim had really taken the knee as far as roles were concerned. He went from being a player in Triumph who was known for his mid-round, late-round presence to sometimes being put into the aggravator's shoes.
Yeah.
Now Elige has given him all those roles.
Yeah, it felt like the classic test of NA talent was all those roles you used to do, we're not doing those anymore.
So now where you do have all those roles, and Elige has been the one to redefine himself and do so swimmingly well. You do need him to show up.
They've got their hands on rifles, and they wanted to challenge over towards that A ramp, but not a lot showing there for Furia. It's instead this mid play. Cello gunned down just before that smoke bloomed, but blissfully unaware. Art had crept further forward than Elige was anticipating. Fallen still probing with this AWP. JT floored. And he was that first port of call on the hold. Holzerk sat inside of a smoke, and this doesn't feel the healthiest. Yuri is watching for this exact play. He had him locked in. That's a free kill for Furia.
Despite the early kill found by Grim, Elige's demise, and then Fallen finding the follow-up. changes things. Complexity will once again be turning around and tucking their tail between their legs.
But FURIA haven't been going in with pace. They've been playing a very stable, slow game from Overpass, now moving into Vertigo as well. And it's still the same culprits that you're expecting to see be that instigator on this FURIA squad. You're still seeing Art go for some of these plays, but they're just waiting Complexity out and adjusting and finding that push in the mid-round, and Complexity are getting caught off.
And this is one of the nice things about Art where, look, I do agree with a lot of what pundits have discussed about Art maybe not being able to bring that entire playbook up to the very tippity top again, but as opposed to the old Art whose aggression was characterized by getting as much map control as humanly possible and then taking a duel at an awkward angle, this is a much better showing.
Yeah, it's a matured Art. You know, he's been through and had multiple players on this roster surrounding the core that have played together for 6 years. You know, for him, it's been a growing period. Even though they had those bouts of success, they make it to quarterfinals on so many different events, but aren't always able to collect themselves to actually win and lift trophies. You know, that's something that, you know, maybe it can be credited to the adjustment that Fallen and Cello bring. Because if you're trying to play a fast-paced version of Counter-Strike and you've got Fallen on your team, it just feels like that it's a mismatch of styles. So they've met somewhere in the middle. You know, they're still pretty vulnerable. I like the little jump there from Argay, a little extra distance, and barely surviving. You know, 1 HP, so that extra little helps.
Tacticals were something that Complexity ran out of quite early in the previous map as well. It felt like one more of them, one more pause could have gone a long way, but I wouldn't say that should dissuade them from using more. If you can't turn things around early, well, those pauses are going to be pretty useless later on.
Gotta say, shout out our observing team for making that catch, but also being with us on some of these long days. In fact, longer than us, typically. A lot of the production crew working around the clock, all these different time zones.
We got off days in between, they don't.
Yeah. But you can't afford an off day when you're facing FURIA, especially when Copenhagen is around that corner. Start 2-0 up, and this is the demon you face. Complexity already being met with a bit of aggression over towards A, but they come out no worse for wear on the A ramp attack. Art forced back.
Elige is planning a potential push forward as well later on in the round. As always, he seems to be the one trying to cordon off space. But a flash for Grim to clear out, but Cello's now going to be given a little bit more free ground. Floppy rotates back. Grim, an annoying angle for sure, but he's only good for one. No, take that back. Do found and he stays alive. Felt like Acerado was set up for a trade, but Fallen, after finding Floppy, loses his head, still somehow has his body.
Yeah, took a lot of damage from Grim, who just came out swinging. Don't think he really stopped for the fight, but the fact they hit that dink instantly, I like the adjustment here from Complexity as well, getting that boost up. Even if there are smokes down for FURIA, crossing into that bomb site will be difficult with that extra elevation. Just have to make sure they don't fall victim to Fallen pre-aiming it on the AWP. First smoke down, but getting past Crane, that's what JT has an angle on.
Fantastic kill found. Art down, Fallen now, that pre-aim. And you mentioned, doesn't really come into play either. Molotov won't stop Yuri from getting the initial peak, and JT is down. 10 seconds on the clock. Fallen needs to try and cover off. The nade from Elige will not finish him. But Fallen now might just end up dying after time. There's 3 seconds left, and he's just trying to hug the smoke. Inside, he lies in wait, and Elige will not be able to trace him. No, I take it back again. That's a huge kill to find. Fallen won't have enough money to be able to repurchase in. Fortunately, Yuri can drop him, but that all being saved over would have really gone a long way.
Yeah, I mean, just it makes the difference not being able to float some extra reserves and be able to push that forward, you know, dropping pistols in a upcoming round should Complexity start to chain two together. You know, that's sometimes the difference between extra damage being done to that CT economy that can be so fickle.
Art's going for a pick right now with the AWP. That's the only reason why you see him have this. Can we get eyes on what he's got in mind, maybe.
Fallen got his hands back on it.
Oh, well.
And that's why.
For good reason, apparently.
He had the hot hand on overpass.
Elige did as well. So far, yet to continue that absolutely absurd spree of domination that he presented, but maybe this is his chance with Floppy setting up for him to trade, potentially. Quesarado, so concerned with the Floppy angle up top of the stairs that he might have gone and missed Elige. Instead has called for the retreat and a regroup. Plenty of time for Furia to see if Complexity can make a mistake. Complexity, however, with this much utility, have no reason to really aggress through without crossing with some flashes, without getting some mollies out. That's awkward. Don't really blame him for it, but Holzerg right now fully blind, found out Elige. Trades elsewhere on the map. Fallen moves through a Molotov, but Art moves through Grim's Skull. And now Floppy meets a flame of his own as the bomb is being planted. Art will continue to aggress forward. Will Floppy push through the smoke? Yes, he will. Waits for the flashbang. That's what they needed. And now 2 versus 1. Fallen to defend, but the elevated angle is taken by Elige. Fallen does not notice in time. Complexity get their second despite Art's best efforts.
Yeah, some nice kills there from Art, and honestly just like some nice technique as well, throwing that nade on top of that short presence and then having that flash to follow up. That nade, I mean, it just completely obliterates your ability to hear sound. So if you were going to try and turn from a flash, good luck. Even with all of that, the fact that they're able to line up with that flash play through the smoke at elevator makes a world of a difference. Art couldn't really put up much of a fight, but it was the start from Complexity getting aggressive both at A and B simultaneously. You know, the B play was a little bit later on that they decided to go for that push, but Furia were met at aggression, or with aggression rather, on both sides of the map.
I have to say, I really appreciate. No, hold the point. It's so much blood being spilled right at ramp, and this is where Furia pulling out that fully aggressive maneuver. Is Complexity just going to turn back and save?
It's a lower buy.
They have enough util to try and make a go of it. They won't be there in time to try and deny the plan from actually happening unless Furia do this. They've delayed. Had delayed long enough that if Floppy wanted to accelerate a little bit, those nades could have come through, but Cello, he's left with 1 HP and that's gone. Unfortunately for Complexity, they've lost Holzerg though, so it's not quite even. Floppy picked up the op, I know what that means.
Yeah, they're calling it quits. That's a rough round to bite the bullet on, but those 2A players getting run over so quickly, guns being given over to Furia, as well as having utility to bridge into the bomb site. Complexity were hoping that there was somebody lurking inside of middle. That's why they were hesitant to actually re-engage back onto A. And unfortunately for them, going for that 1-for-1 when they actually sort of bombarded Cello out of the round.
I mean, Yuri getting that double early on as well is just massive. The fact that he's able to get up onto the sandbags like that and be largely uncontested. He has been a real factor in the series in a way where, honestly, even Quesarado doesn't feel like he's had as much impact as Yuri has in some of these rounds. Quesarado's been more of a consistent performer, but when it comes to big multi-kills, I'm definitely looking on Yuri's side.
In terms of winning the round by yourself. That's where Yuri has shone so far versus Complexity. Not an abnormal start here for Furia, but it's a lot more presence, a lot more players than Complexity would have been used to, but they don't reveal that.
Floppy has been playing the back white angle so many times. This time, though, not only is he not there, he's got company behind him, Elige nearby, and Grim not far off either.
Yeah, that smoke is weirding them out, though. They don't really want to approach when that is up. It's a bit tall. One that may have been tailored for the engagement. In fact, the fact that it's re-smoked in much a similar way, this time a little bit deeper here from Complexity, just makes things a little bit weird on the take.
In the meanwhile, JT is also pushing forward all the way through. He's got bridge control so they can call rotations over. The commitment from Art gives them the frag. The way Leech is down, Floppy still yet to be traced through the smoke. And Cello takes the elevated angle with the flashbang. He hoped to take the fight as well, but Floppy dodges long enough to get one. JT pushes forward. How has Yuri dropped the ball on that? Still, Complexity are walking into what looks like a certain death trap. If JT wants to contest this, he needs the instant headshot and he won't even get a chance to pull the trigger.
Timing was great there for Art. Holzerk does get one back from White. Fallen dropped, but a player sat quad. And just waiting for the right time to strike. K-Serrano just holding a line, even with all that utility sailing out from stairs. They don't play together. And K-Serrano able to sideline any attempt at a clutch. Holzerk was pulling them out the wazoo earlier in this tournament. Not to be for Complexity.
Unfortunately, we're just missing out on that multi-kill presence that you hope that 1 or 2 rounds you're going to get a big multi-kill from your anchor. Elige falls early on, but then despite so much attention being taken away from him, Floppy's only good for 1. It's such an awkward angle to fight from, though.
In with pistols, our Complexity. FURIA have done a good job of holding on to leads so far in this series. Overpass was certainly close. But is this one rifle in Elige's hands going to be enough to propel them into another win? Can they upset FURIA here? Just a little jiggle, and Elige hard cleared by Cello, and they know they wounded up this extra player in Grim right behind. That weapon was recovered for just a moment, and all JT had was a USP. They needed Elige to pull through with some frags, but he got destroyed on his fight. Good job not dropping your guard. FURIA knew that this was likely to be a lower investment. But it's this weird dynamic for FURIA. Little bouts of aggression, but a very slow finish. They highlighted it, you know, the fact that there were so many round timeouts for FURIA, and sometimes those rounds, it just came down to losing members as they were crossing into the bomb site and just called it quits. Nice timing for Floppy on this flank, but that weapon is looking mighty irretrievable. Chance of it cascading out of control, all on Holzerk. First kill found, and a second as well. Fallen falls, and K-Serrano also hits the deck. Holzerk has pulled this round out of the hat. Art is just trying to punch in those digits and hopes that Holzerk makes a mistake, but it's 4 clean headshots on this Dig. Holzerk is not to be messed with.
They needed a hero, and the man with the mullet will deliver. Complexity put a stop to FURIA where they've been unable to. I asked for a multi-kill defense. This was not the round which I expected to get it, but the skill from FURIA. They can't do anything about Holzerk's deagle. They simply can't refrag it. It's not like they weren't swinging together.
And if you ever needed something to build a bit of confidence, if that doesn't do it, I don't know what will. I was ready to count that round out.
Complexity might have been as well.
Yeah. Couple of missed shots from Holzerk at the start, but every single follow-up bullet found a head.
And FURIA is now at this tricky position where their money isn't fantastic. If you lose here, you could very well see Complexity push forward for a 6-6. We've already had one chase from Complexity come into play in Overpass, almost taking the lead, almost taking control in the first. Now would be heartbreaking if FURIA had the same happen again. And you talk about confidence, it's clearly there. Elige once again just looking around the edges of the smoke for a player who's cheated past Cello. Unable to be found, and Art unable to be traced as well. The Mac-10, all he needs to do is get one bullet and JT is gone, but JT now knows where Art is. That flashbang, it hit his back.
Yeah, knows at least there's a couple people over towards ramp, but after all that forward pressure over at B, they peeled back. K-Serrano hunting, and a headshot offered up. Floppy dealt with. And there will be no quick response. Still holding onto middle is Holzerk, and he could have been that first person to rotate in. It's Elige that has to take up that mantle and does a lot of damage, but doesn't finish off a frag. Trying to get some more space for those rotates to feel more comfortable, but Art has crept his way all the way through that A bomb site, so he's a late lurk, someone that they can maybe rely on before just as Complexity are setting up for all of this utility. Elige, the flash, it catches him, but Art can still activate. Fallen chewing them up from the front and Art stabbing them in from behind, but Elige spinning all 360, but it's just too much to handle. Furia, another dominant round.
Everyone's so low on the Furia side, so much damage dealt, but nothing can happen. Again, I just feel like we're not getting the performances from the anchor. Floppy peeks out, spots the player, and he feels like he has to take the duel. He feels like he's pressured to take a fight. Quesarado beheads him. And with that, they scale up. You can see the desperation in Elige. He's trying to find a duel while the bomb's being planted. He's trying to do something. He's trying to get anything. But it's all a setup for Art to flank, and now Furia again where they falter once. They pick themselves up immediately. Holzerk, good early kill. An advantage found, but Yuri begins a journey through the smoke.
Oh dear.
To try and flank out two unsuspecting CTs. They have no idea. They don't know at all. Yuri goes back instead, but they're losing members. Yuri's flank might not be relevant at this stage. CTs have no idea, but with an advantage like this, even if Yuri gets one kill, that doesn't guarantee the round. There's 3 players back to B. Holzerk's got mid covered off. That seems to be the naturally assumed kill. Yuri to find, Yuri to evade, Yuri to move past. There's 1, there's 2, it's found. Grim turns around in time. Head on a swivel, and he's got the frag. Elige picks it up as well, and where there was death's door beckoning, Quesarado's the only one to now try and deliver. Even he can only find 2 frags before Furia are shut out of the round. There was a world where Yuri recovers that, but a second kill from Holzerk, that makes it too difficult.
Oh my days. I mean, that round looked like it was about to be disastrous for Complexity. Yuri taking a risk, but found a gap in the defenses. Holzerk picked it up late, but after, I mean, it almost felt like he had to make the adjustment instantly onto Grim, and he was constantly moving, had an SMG in tow, and just hit a blinder of a shot. It's faster here from Furia.
They've accelerated forward, Cello with the Tech 9, hoping to find the first, but no, Floppy is not peeking them, not this time. Deep Molotov to prevent any sort of second wave that they are planning on throwing. Despite the lower buy, Furia continue to try and play out a little bit more slowly. Double util pieces going forward. Cello still hidden away. Yuri in the meanwhile loses his life, but Cello's Tech 9 is yet to reveal it. Should get one for free, indeed it does. There goes Grim. They weren't expecting a player to already be passed, and now Floppy is down as well, but Elige is flanked. That's all they're depending on. Elige needs to get everything here. Has had a player move past him, the back then behind. Elige got adjust, but they're not ready for JT as well. A 2-on-2 as the bomb is planted. JT, a deep flash to try and let Holzerk move in, but the AWP can't take first point. Not against the Tech 9 of Cello. Again, playing that forward angle. Quesarado holding JT off, but JT is getting worried. Complexity need to commit. They don't have the time. They don't have the space. Holzerk is the only one with the kit. JT accelerates forward. Quesarado spots him out. Quesarado just playing it with patience, but his patience runs thin. Quesarado is low, has to hold on, but he can't do so. JT, no kit, no time. It'll be right down to the nick of it. Complexity, fighting, praying, hoping for a fifth, but the time will deny, perhaps right at the nick of it. JT, prayers answered. The South African brings it all together with that second flank in the end.
And he played it so well as well. You saw Quesarado was fiending for that fight. JT was low HP. Holzerk may have taken that first point contact, but he had the health to trade, and JT's just the one that ties the bow on top. He stayed alive for so long. And both these teams were battling ghosts. They didn't know where their flanks were happening. There have been so many times that both of them have been shot in the back. That is certainly a way to close the half. Complexity finally getting some good graces their side of things. We had trigger disciplines on FURIA the round prior, and Elige certainly had an opportunity here as well, but how are you going to read Art through a smoke? Holzerk has been doing so much on this CT side, had that crazy round on the DEEG, and then was just finding pick after pick on the AWP as well.
He was Elige's right-hand man in the first as well. Good to see that that form hasn't dipped down, but Complexity still on this T side feel like they need a bit of a showing. And it's a good start for Elige.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he got 3 kills on the pistol on overpass on T side as well.
That trusty P250.
And they were clean. No assembled boost, no reaction here from FURIA as of yet.
Smoke down behind Art, but he's already moved past it. He doesn't care. Once they continue pressing through in ramp, he knows that they're going to have to try and isolate this duel, but Art fights right back. Another player around the corner. They don't swing him properly, not in time. Art's aim cannot be denied, and the bomb is in the back lines. Elige, despite the 2 frags that he has found, now has to carry the whole world on his shoulders.
What a shift Art put in there. 3 kills, played his spot perfectly. Complexity never felt safe to get that bomb down because they knew that he was a presence. Now Elige trying to piece it all together. A 1-on-3 ahead of him. He made steps towards the bottom side of ramp and he's hoping that they reset, but they've stuck together.
FURIA have read this perfectly. Elige, bomb now out. Aren't committed to. Cello's not peeking. They are afraid and they have every right to be. They should be when it's Elige on the other side. Fallen takes the first peek. Elige cleaning it all up, setting up for the ace. Fallen around the corner, and as he tries to dance with death, Elige is left with no HP, and still Fallen cannot punish. It all comes down to this Complexity behind their leader, hoping, praying. And Fallen with a recovered kit inside the smoke does tap away, but Elige will not bite. Elige will not do so. Fallen still will be able to get this round despite every effort of Elige.
It doesn't get closer than that. The fact that Kit is in a recoverable position there for Fallen makes a world of a difference. Even though there was the smoke, Elige had to at least chance the idea that he could have been sticking it, especially when he knew so much damage had been done. One more bullet was all that was needed. It was Art that got the pistol round started, but man, Elige could have certainly finished that.
Feels like a metaphor for a lot of how this game has gone, I won't lie to you. Just at the nick of time. Complexity buy, of course they do. No reason not to. What is the plan behind the force? 3 players escalate up the stairs. JD looking for the first, but Quesarado evades fire, re-peeks back out over. A nade as well. Is there flashes? Is there help? Is there anything? No. His help is down and Quesarado can only trade it. Now left on a reload inside the flames. He should be falling, and indeed he does. Art will not be able to save the round as Fallen did in the previous. Surely not. Floppy and JT are low, but I don't think he'll contest.
Yeah, simply too low to really make this work. Or was just simply looking for a better gun to recover and save. Complexity with a faster attack on that B bomb site. We saw FURIA get away with having this initial...
Oh my god!
Ay, ay, ay.
That's a disaster.
Oh, that's a nice way to crack a smile if you're Complexity. How on earth has Art done that? But a paced up call, you know, after what was a bit of a crushing, almost clutch from Elige. They put that behind them immediately and they attacked that B bomb site that Floppy initially had some problems dealing with himself. Quesarado this time as well. I mean, funneled into a Molotov and basically had to just let himself cook.
CTs do force buy. Again, no surprises there. But as the boost is being set up, Elige has to be careful. Oh, he spots them both out. Elige is going to be able to dismantle this force, rather this stack, before it's even really set up.
Yeah, it costs him 97 health though.
Well, you know, You give and you take.
Yeah, he's just happy he's alive. He can still have some influence on this round.
FURIA do seem a little bit lost after not having to be able to make that boost work. Shell around the corner is gone. JT continues to spam through. The spray unable to find the second, and Yuri is here to recover that frag. With Art and Yuri the only ones standing. And Nate to blow open the smoke as well. Tricky start for Elite, but it's a cleanup round from Complexity regardless.
Yeah, nicely handled. Using the utility as well. Even though things get a little precarious, they screw their heads on straight to make sure that FURIA don't get away with murder on that initial short hold. Nice kill from Art though. Elise trying to escape because the bomb would have certainly done him in if he'd simply stayed. And that's a rifle that he can upgrade to.
You say that, but he might jump off a building.
Yeah, he could jump off the building, could meet the floor too fast.
This time Art decides to be not particularly vertically inclined. He'll keep his feet planted firmly on the floor. Should be an 8-8. Unless this Galil can pull off some wonders. You can hear the screams from the Brazilian side. But regardless of that, those screams will quiet down very quickly if you win another gun round after this as well, if you clean this one up easily. That is always the double-edged sword of having such energetic, such passionate players. It can come back to bite you.
Hard to feel the energy when you're losing. Okay, that was a lot of bullets and not a lot of connections onto JT, so he's just gonna take the headshot. The follow-up as well into Queserado is simple, and that save Galil doesn't have a lot of impact here for FURIA on the hold.
Put it this way, Artson had the best start to the CT side after the best round.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of influence on that T side. That man was creating mirror images, and some of them were fake. He was actually honestly lurking more than he was entering.
Man was playing Naruto while we were on Counter-Strike. Now comes the gun round. Now comes the questions. There will not be an AWP available for FURIA. Will they be trying to go aggressive? Will they be trying to make a play with it? Art obviously showed us so much in the mid-round on that T side. Can we see something similar on CT as well? Or are we relying on a standardized default, maybe some fights out to ramp, maybe just wait for Queserado to try and retake in if it's an A-side hit? FURIA's timeout is discussing all those possibilities.
Didn't feel like we were able to explore, the possibilities of, grand changes coming out of timeouts when the game was so one-sided on overpass. Felt like both teams were exhausting all of them, mainly on their T sides. And now FURIA having a discussion because they come in with the advantage. They come in 7-5. They win the pistol, that critical clutch for Fallen. And since then, Complexity have been able to bridge the gap. They cannot let that lead slip. They come in with a non-pristine buy. Art obviously loves working with the SMG, sure, but whether or not he has impact is a whole other question. Elise crept past that short smoke as well and realizes that there's nobody playing forward here on FURIA, but it's a different port of the attack. Art challenging in from Crane, but there's more where that came from FURIA.
JT's able to recover the spray fast enough to shut Art down. Yuri, however, there's that second prong you're hoping to see, but the flash is too good, and Elise is the same. Holzer can trade when his leader finally falls. And now 4 versus 2, Holzer only had to keep himself alive. In the meanwhile, the B site is where Queserado is found out again. Just not able to find that impact.
Yeah, Holzer might have fallen, but them dealing with Queserado so quickly more than makes up for it. These players are wounded here on Complexity. Information that may not be all present here for Cello, but one of them is playing forward. A couple of flashes available here for Cello. That smoke faded, and he's dealt with JT. That was the lowest man. Each of the first players that should contact are on that low health. A tap on the bomb, Grim will face, and that's an easy frag for Cello. And it all comes down to Floppy to make sure that Cello can't pull this all together, but it's not a prime position to really combat this. And Floppy had to take a wide angle face. He doesn't fall foul to Cello simply sticking it. This is a key clutch. This time, Complexity close it.
It still gets so close in that 4 versus 2 after Holzerk initially dies. You're thinking Quesarado might be able to step up in a way that makes Cello's skill a little bit more worthwhile, and then, you know what, round should be over, but no, Cello brings it all the way down to the wire. The problem is now the shoe is on the other foot, Fury on the CT side. It doesn't really matter how many of these 1v1s you're able to get into. These will almost always have that economy.
If we're talking post plants, that bomb money goes a long way. Especially if they're able to chain rounds together, they're working with some reserve. If Furia started to answer back with rounds, they'd have to deal with 2, maybe 3 consecutive buys.
Eliege and Holzerk have taken a significant amount of damage, and Art is here to finish them off as well. Potentially Eliege too will fall. And now would be the time for Quesarado's Deagle to shine. Quesarado needs to have a round here. Floppy's already low, and as the flash flies through, Quesarado ends up blind as well. JD trying to fight back, but Fallen now getting involved. This is it, Complexity. This is the round you go back to every single night. This is the round you see in your nightmares.
And it's not just somebody hitting 4 clean Deagle shots like we saw Holzerk do in that first half. Instead, it's a more combined effort, and it's Art with this SMG that springs the trap, finds these first 2 kills. They had utility. Signals should have been raised if you were Complexity. There was an investment behind this that Furia were willing to leverage. These shots from Cello are clean, but it's that initial aggression that sends Complexity his direction.
Complexity are fortunate to have a bye, but their mental must be shaken at this point. Art is still getting aggressive. Eliege, can he find him? Eliege turns around. Art has the advantage. And now Art just maintains with the spray. There is nothing they can do to get past this man. 24 kills, 13 deaths. Art is playing it to perfection.
He may have taken a moment to get activated on CT, but man, is he delivering the goods. Cello tanking a nade. I don't know that a sound cue was given over to Floppy. He seems a little hesitant to commit to the idea that there is somebody still committed in this position. Cello still yet to reveal his plan. This should be a Furia round, so long as Cello finds this kill.
Oh, the patience as well. Cello knows that all he has to do is force Floppy to show his hand. And from here, it's his teammates' job. Floppy, no choice but to go for it. The attempt has to be made. Quesarado can try and commit to a flank later on if they allow the bomb plant in. And that should be the call. Don't contest him too hard. Art is low. Flash overhead will not matter. Fallen gives Floppy the space to potentially move away, and Floppy's hurt Fallen. And first duel could be taken. In the meanwhile, they wait for Quesarado to commit. In through ramp he goes. He's now watching out for that dark peak to come through, and at the smoke down, Fallen can't cover. Art on the smoke. The nade should finish him off, and indeed it does, but Fallen, position revealed will not matter. Fantastic shot to take them down, and it is all Art they have to thank for that round.
Yeah, I don't think they didn't have kits as well, but Floppy doing a great job of reading that situation as well. Had he over-peaked in from short, Quesarado was holding for him. The fact that they were so hesitant to actually push him after that plan had been revealed starts to give you an idea on some of the numbers that Furia were operating around in the first forward place. And so he knew his flank was exposed. But nicely done from Fallen to eliminate clutching potential. Once again, he is the ruiner of Complexity clutches. This will be the last strengthen buy here from Complexity.
They might choose not to invest into it fully, to be honest. It should be an 11-9 from Furia. But Complexity buy.
They started buying into get weapons.
Look at this, man. Art
The first kill is bad enough, but the fact that he gets a full follow-up because of the grenade, it is huge.
And there was a world where, you know, Cello, once he could have taken a timing and actually just peeked in from sandbags, but he was waiting for the right time to strike. Once he saw a free kill, you know, a 3-on-1, you're hoping your team close that, and Furia do. But yeah, this choice to invest here from Complexity could come back to bite them. This is hardly an ideal buy. Could be their last real fighting chance as well with it.
Deep Molotov forces them forward. JT and Floppy combine forces. And maybe Furia is caught off guard by the double buy up behind Complexity, not expecting them to have money after everything that comes through. But there's a round. Complexity right back in it.
Yeah, and just targeted that B bomb site once again. You know, we think about them going in with the force buy and overwhelming Quesarado. They were cutting down rotations. It was actually really hectic. This time, everything goes in order. Flash from Holzerk, beautiful. And the util funneling Furia out into the open as well. It's just JT that leads the charge and creates the space for him and Floppy to get both those kills.
And the idea that you are living in a world where Quesarado is the one that they are trying to target and take down, that is huge. Really does show his lack of presence in the game so far. Overpass, he had some moments. Great rotations, great CT side, but D side of overpass forward, Quesarado hasn't really been present the same way, but you know what? We've not needed to talk about that so far because Art's been doing it all.
Yeah, but the rounds where Art is not finding kills, not finding impact, feels like Complexity have a much easier time. That man's been able to pull out many a multi-kill so far here for Furia, many rounds attributed to his name as well. There's a reason this guy became such a force, such a fearful opponent to face on this map.
And unfortunately for Complexity, still not seeing Grim. Still not really seeing the best of Floppy either, even if he has made some more noise.
You still credit him with being able to just make sure Cello didn't clutch back against them.
Well, take the small wins you can.
Those are the important ones. Those are the kills you can't afford to miss.
You do wish you had enough currency to buy a few more, though.
Well, back into the swing of things. Here we stand 10 and 10 apiece. Like fast pace from Complexity breaking into B, sure, but will they try and go for something like it again? A lot of presence shown over towards ramp. Elige trying to chance it. Once again, using this smoke, but they're assembling the boost. He caught them last time, and he'll catch them again. Yuri dealt with, and some damage exchanged onto Elige, but he's found the entry they were looking for.
This is huge. Elige last time took a lot of damage to do so as well, but now, fully safe, fully alive, Furia. Their hearts are beating faster. Cello wants to make a play. He knows that he's going to be isolated otherwise, but instead retreats. Looks for a company on the bomb site. Company that Fallen is providing with a scope, hard scoping forward, just trying to clear out sandbags if anyone is there. But in the meanwhile, Elige is going into the crevices of Furia, finding every angle, every opening that is offered to him, even if ever so slightly.
3 on 5. Complexity need to maintain this advantage. Fallen caught on a poor timing. Wanted to retreat as soon as that smoke came out. And I think this is Fallen and Furia calling quits. Elige getting those 2 kills onto short. How fortunate for Complexity that both the times that they've tried to go and assemble this triple boost on the side of Furia, Elige has caught them out. Now just bouncing, trying to catch Fallen, but they know this round is already done. Complexity will be the one that strikes to 11 first. All about how many weapons they hold on to, and Fallen making a good case that 3 should be how it remains. No one else on Complexity dare chase. But a little bit of presence, a little bit of forward aggression, especially when Furia are trying to implement some of these more gimmicked or more defensive plays to catch Complexity out. Complexity are instead very well aware.
I mean, the more I see Elise, the more surprising it is to anyone who would be brought forward from a time machine. Honestly, Elise, the player who was known for not being able to perform at times when things were getting rough, when they were losing rounds they shouldn't. Elise, the player who liked to play a bit more passive. Twist generally being characterized as more of the aggressive pairing from them when they were winning that Grand Slam. And now, a leader of men, a leader of frags, a giver of entries. But even despite all of that complexity, there is still 2 more steps they need to take to try and give them another map. Those will not be easy steps, I can tell you that. The game Hart's been having, he has to keep himself alive over here, and as he's jumping up and down, Elise finds him again. The duel between the two seems to decide the fate of a round, and if history is anything to go by, unless Yuri gives us a multi-kill, it might be difficult, and Yuri caught on his teammate as he tries to retreat, Fallen as well in the open, worried about a full swing through. One that will never come. They had to clear out sandbags first, and Fallen holds off an angle. Close range gets the kill. JT down, and Floppy joins him. Advantage regained, but Holzerk will trade. Holzerk and Grim now trying to get the bomb down. One that is not even attempted. Queserado's rotation to come through from ramp, and in the meanwhile, is anyone taking care of it? Grim nestled away, now aware, and Queserado brings him low, but Holzerk now wants to swing out. Queserado meets them both. You can put him down, but he won't stay there.
Such a big moment for this Furia team. When Elise had again found that entry, Art couldn't do a damn thing. He was getting spammed by too many riflers in at ramp. It's Yuri that gets the kill right back, and then him and Fallen just stopping them, keeping them contained at ramp. They could never get comfortable setting back up onto A. They had to anticipate that someone could even overstep past those smokes when they were dialing in those digits, but that just leaves the space for Queserado's flank.
I mean, they read into it. They're expecting it. But that's the problem. The latest Brazilian Terminator. It doesn't matter if you know he's coming, he'll get you.
This is a swing round though. Money drying. This could be worth its weight in 2. We've seen some cobbled together buys find success so far this second half. But can you put your faith in that to succeed again?
Great nade. That gave the audio cue. They should know that there's 2 players as well. Cello fully blinded, but Queserado is the same. He still gets 2. Queserado's picked things all the way back up. Complexity. They feel their life leaving their bodies. Grim in an impossible 1v4. He's just saving the op.
What a read from Furia. A 2-man setup initially, but having that 3rd man ready to flash as well. They were ready for that aggression. Complexity had so much success breaking into that B bomb site with these faster leveled executes. Hell, this time JT trying to contact up, utilizing that Molotov that his teammates are throwing right behind him to funnel these players out into the open. But Furia had the answer this time. They didn't want to fall foul to the same tricks of Complexity. And all Grim can do is save and hold on to this AWP. Said money was going to dry up, and it certainly has for Complexity. They'll have that ult. They might be able to funnel together and grab their hands on a couple of rifles at best.
It'll have to be Khalil's. Unless they want to hero AK up and drop one over. Grim actually ferries the Khalil over to Elise. She's given a Tech 9 in its place. Well, the way things are going, that resource allocation does make a lot of sense. Complexity is at death's door. They've been America's finest so far.
the primary hope of the US of A.
And they don't want the weird permutations when suddenly it's other North American organizations and players that they could potentially face. Once you have that one loss attributed to you, you're fighting for your lives. They're fortunate enough they're in this 2-0. They'll have another swing at it, but it's who they might face in that following round that could scare them to bits as well. FURIA was that first hurdle. And it's all about whether or not they can bring us into the overtime or not off this cobbled bye.
JT to take charge. Art. He's not going to get aggressive, not in a round like this, not so early at least. He's waiting for the play to be made. Elige and JT will be made to fear him with his position reveal, but Yuri's the point man again. Yuri's putting up numbers, but Elige and Floppy are the ones finding frag. Holzer's Molotov still equalizes, not in the way they wanted it to. Complexity. With the AWP of Holzer, unable to find anything, still remaining uncontested. This Molotov from Fallen is everything. It's going to give them so much more space, but it's missed. It's gone inside the smoke. The bomb can be planted, and in the meanwhile, Cello's just revealing position. They're trying to close distance. The 5-7 finds nothing. Elige, low. Boxed into a corner of sandbags. No flashes from Furia's side. They cannot push Holzerk away, so the smoke is all they have to rely on. But as they continue to delay, as they continue to wait, Holzerk will close the distance to them. He wants to combat Optus out, and Elige is here to continue to prevail, to continue to perform. Holzerk misses the no-scope close range. Grim is still knifing thin air. Elige takes another down. Complexity are still in it.
How on earth do they keep on pulling these rounds together when economy is dried up? They go for fast B hits, they attack ramp this time over, and they end up in this 3-on-3 where resources are just spilled all over that A bomb site. There are smokes that are down, there are Molotovs available there from Furia, but they're counteracted by just how much presence there is, by how many smokes there are down. That is a round that felt like they could have successfully retaked, but they were doing such a good job on Complexity, not giving them much of an inch, not giving them the fights that they were hounding for.
And you have to appreciate the fact that Holzer closes the distance like that as well. Sure, he misses his shot, but the amount of space he's able to give Elige and Grim, Grim just goes off into the distance. He's just knifing. He's like, you know what? No matter what happens, I'm not losing to a ninja.
But as well, not be having to be so concerned about getting swung from the right-hand side. That's what Holzer kind of provided to them. Damn.
Elige ends that on 24-17. Art is on 24-16.
Yeah.
And these two are neck to neck.
But Art's been trapped at 24
he has
since he's been able to have that impact. You know, we saw a couple of rounds back-to-back where he was able to really just command presence.
But where Art is trapped, Serato has given them a few more performances, right? He's up to 17. He's been giving them those multi-kills, 2 different double kills coming in at crucial moments.
We're seeing much more of an even field for the rest of the Complexity squad. We're maybe not seeing the star presence from player like Floppy or Grim, but they're able to pull their weight when it comes to the trading game and actually just getting into the sites. It does kind of feel like if you're Elige, you're having to battle back all of the Titans on Furia.
Yeah.
On that first map, you're looking at Serato and Yuri. Now it's Art you're having to combat with. That's the whole damn core, let alone Fallen AWPing you at every given opportunity. He has been the consistent piece for Complexity and a big reason that they're still fighting in it.
It feels unfair to even call him the consistent piece because of how consistently excellent he's been.
Yeah.
Normally you think, oh, consistent piece, you're thinking maybe someone like a Perfecto.
Yeah, like a 17,
Yeah.
you know, 16, you know, back when we were on MR15, those were the numbers you're sort of targeting.
You're getting overrun on a site, you're always going to be good for 1 kill, maybe even stay alive. Not a point man taking it to the man himself.
It does seem as though we've come into this overtime. Blood pulsing, something's happened with someone's PC.
Monitors being punched is something we've already seen.
Hopefully, I don't think here yet, hopefully.
Not in this RMR.
Yeah. Let's make sure all these tempers are contained.
It's hard to do that, though.
They wouldn't be out of the tournament, but some of those teams have already had to take that on the chin.
And for Furia, we have to keep in mind what's on the line, right? We had such an underperformance from them at the Paris Major, bombing out of the only stage they were allowed to participate in. Of course, they entered the top 16, but they exited at 16. And ever since then, it felt like Furia went from being, you know what, a floundering top 10 team to now being a questionable top 20 even at times.
It's been a lot of the in-game leading struggles and just role swaps and, you know, players trying to fill the voids on each other's rosters. And it does feel, you know, with the performance we've seen from Furia at this RMR, they may have plugged some of those gaps. But there has been some real problems, you know, dealing with complexity. There's been some scrappy rounds from both of these squads.
And hopefully for Furia, this tactical pause can address some of those. Gary coming into the picture can explain. Of course, he's been one of the main features of this score ever since they started. So he does have that developed rapport with them, does have that developed strat book with them. Now would be as good a time as any to pull that out. But into overtime we go. Our heroes are certain. Art and Elige. But who will shine brighter? That is the question.
And will a weakness emerge again? They hit the B bomb site a number of times here on Complexity. This time they're given a little bit of grace as well. Quesarado nading himself at the start of this round.
Never good.
Ooh, a little singe there onto JT. Oh, and a missed smoke from Quesarado.
That is really unfortunate. Quesarado completely botching his utility.
He went through the gaps in the stairs.
That's not every day you see it. Fully clearing out the B side and trying to make it look like they want to go for a commitment. Complexity are instead angling to A. Fallen has fallen. Only Yuri to reinforce, and the problem is with Holzer, he is the kind of player who you don't know if he really comes in with a lot of reinforcements, despite him being the AWPer.
Anchoring the AWP is sometimes his duty. But they vacated. Only actually allowing Holzer to hunt with that AWP. But Yuri is still kept around because of that. They don't really know what's coming. Quesarado making up for Yuri, going 1 for 1, but it's a trade right back here for Complexity. A man advantage and the flash good. Art forced to take cover inside of the generators. And just hoping that Yuri can also sweep up, but Art finally found around those gens. And Yuri left in a 1 versus 3. That smoke that's down may provide a little bit of coverage, allow him to escape their watchful eyes. But another smoke that greets him that will buy even more time.
Surely you turn around and go back to save that AWP from Fallen. It's on the A-bomb side. It's inviting you. Yuri, however, wants to go for the full commitment, fighting into too many swings. Elige to take him down. 13 for Complexity. And him not saving the AWP over there is very significant. It's 10K. They're not going to be able to buy up another AWP later on in the third round if they fall again. Now they don't even buy an AWP over here, and with how effective Fallen's been, that's important. JT, however, can't finish off Art. Rather, he can't finish off Yuri. Cello lies in wait, an angle that's very difficult to clear, and as Grim moves forward, Cello's already, he had gotten himself off the angle in Quesarado. In the meanwhile, can't deal with too many positions. Yuri as well will fall.
They can't keep doing it. They just keep attacking this B play. But Art coming in on the backstab, finding Floppy, and Elige already low, but Holzerk's found Fallen, and the nade will finish Art off. We go straight into this overtime, and Complexity win 2 rounds back-to-back, and it's the same target, the same players that they're looking to exploit. Some of the demons they had to fight back on Overpass that are suddenly the invitation that Complexity need on this T side.
This was supposed to be King Kong versus Godzilla. It was supposed to be Batman versus the Joker. It's supposed to be Elise versus Quesarado. Supposed to be the iconic cross-continental rivalry, but for now, Complexity seem to have the bigger man and the bigger monster. 1-for-1 trade to start things off, but as Art closes the distance, JT around the corner is asking for death, and Art is happy to deliver, but he's lost his teammates and he's lost his advantage. Ground conceded, and Complexity look to start riding 15 on the top of the scoreboard. Fallen to go down. And where Furia had every advantage, instead Cello will roast to death. Complexity have 3 opportunities to close out this comeback.
Yeah, and just Elige just keeps on finding impact as well. This man is not slowed down in this map. How on earth has he been able to just pick apart defenses and find so many chances for this Complexity squad? He does it again. Overtime has beckoned him, and he's answered.
There have been so many question marks, so many conversations about the NA GOAT across the years. With Twist getting the Grand Slam, people try to make a case, but I've got to say, man, just look at the server, look with your eyes. Look at what is in front of you. It is greatness consolidated into a single man. Cello to experience it firsthand.
He is doing his damnedest to make sure Complexity do not go out a measly 2-0. They've got a nice high-low setup as well, built for mid, and Art trying to pick it apart, but he found Floppy, the instant headshot, the quick tap, and then Elige was here too, so it's Art and Quesarado to break down what was a very strong mid setup there for Complexity. And suddenly a man advantage that rears its head for Furia.
It looked like they had the right idea. But even the best of intentions can always go wrong. Lean back to A from Complexity. They're going to be ones to prioritize their money. In the scenario that Furia ends up hitting the B bomb site, which is the scenario that we will see transpire, Complexity will not contend.
They don't want to be resource starved, maybe the same way that Furia were for their final round of that first half of the overtime, but JT's still giving it a gander, seeing what he might be able to find around those smokes.
They've decided to go in for it.
Yeah,
they want to go for the full retake. Quesarado should be able to cover this off as well. Continues to deliver in overtime. Quesarado, another big double. Has been somewhat missing at times, but Holzerk with 10 seconds is really hoping to find the bomb planter. He might have done it. Yuri goes down, and as they're just trying to zone in, Fallen had to cover, and he delivers.
I think that was the only reason they started to think, why don't we go for this actually? They were moseying about, not getting that bomb planted quite quick enough, and then pushing through that smoke, it added to that chaos. The fact that Holzerk,
wow,
found that extra kill, I mean that's just lightning sharp there from Art. He has been on one, on Vertigo. But so crucial that Holzerk gets nothing further from that. A quick tack. In the OT, you get one. For every overtime, a new one that could potentially be discussing with your coach as to what you should be doing next.
And listen, you can say a lot of things about Complexity. They've been very good with their tack usage. A lot of teams end up not using them at all. It's sort of like dying with the grenades in your belt. It's like, might as well.
I think in general, both these teams have had a very good conversion rate once they've called that timeout.
And that's something to be scared of if you're Furia.
Whether it's TC or Gary, finding impact in the server, even though they stand behind their players.
Olzerk looking to peek in. He's got that one. Makes it look like it's free, but needs to be careful not to just cross over in front of Grim's aim. That would be disastrous. Grim still trying to play bodyguard. If Cello moves through, he knows there's going to be an AWP on the other side to greet him. Meanwhile, JT, he's gone. And with that, the A site as well penetrated.
It was slow working, but they've got some space now. Grim, down the ladder he goes. And Cello was caught between watching B and watching that ladder drop, but Grim couldn't quite find that head fast enough. Man up here for Furia. Nice that Cello kept his head on a swivel, but once again, there's all this utility down, but Furia not rushing, not looking to get that plant in swiftly.
And with the smoke now covering off Gay Serrano, he's not really going to be able to add anything to this overall debate on the A side. Complexity, find a quick pick through that very same smoke. Gay Serrano is down, the bomb on the ground. With 30 seconds left now, a boost could be big. They decide not to assemble it. Worried about Fallen, expecting that very same boost, and now Holzerk will just watch the cross with the delay they found earlier on. The smoke is finished. Cello can't move. And he needs to. He needs to get out of the way as Fallen has missed his shot and the opportunity is lost. Complexity on the verge of delivering. Only Yuri left, and as he's found one, denies the blood, keeps it going, but Holzerk's defuse. Complexity will even. 16-13, we're going to nuke.
Fantastic gameplay we've just seen there, boys. Complexity taking us into overtime, closing out Furia's map pick of Vertigo, 16-13. Fantastic showing from them, and I'm loving the fact that the rest of the Complexity players are finally stepping it up.
Yeah, what a sick game of Counter-Strike we're having right now. Map number 1 in the overpass, that was a great one. Back and forth at a certain point, 10-10. Moving into Vertigo, we're continuing down that path. Two teams who are very hard to distinguish from each other right now. Both playing high-level Counter-Strike, both putting up a great fight. Massive comeback coming in for Complexity right here. It was looking very dire in the beginning. It felt like Furia had that one locked down, especially with a strong T-side. Complexity fight their way back, and then we go into overtime where it initially looked great for Complexity, then move into the CT side. You start to worry a little bit up until this point where once again we have it a clutch being clutched out for Complexity. Beautiful game of Counter-Strike, fun to watch and very exciting.
Yeah, I think that map definitely deserved OT after how close it got. Both teams having, you know, stellar moments and then some kerfuffles as well. But if we're talking about stellar players, Elige comes to mind yet again. How good is he for the series? He was 23 kills on the first map, so he's almost towards that 60 kill mark for the series so far, and we still got another map to go. If he keeps his performance up, that's a performance.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, right? Elige having a fantastic game, both on map number 1 and on map number 2, but it also illustrates what we talked about coming into it, that without Elige playing well, Complexity don't have the support cast next to him in order to do much. He's had another fantastic showing, 10 multi-kill rounds, 103 ADR, had a couple of opening kills as well, a couple of clutch moments in the game as well, and this pistol, he almost deserved to win it. We were watching in the green room, holding our breath. He came so close, couldn't quite finish it out, but for Elige to play well is super nice, but it also highlights how big of a win condition is for Complexity. Without him powering off with 23 or 33 kills on map number 2, then there's no winning for Complexity, so hopefully he can continue that moving into map 3.
And what you'll notice is this isn't on purpose an Elige package. This is just the replays of the game, and it happens to be Elige almost every single time. He has been just going absolutely off there on the rifle, and man, that was just... Oof. Even right towards the end, I thought maybe there was a chance. I think it was Yuri last alive in that final round, but Fury just couldn't get it done. And I'm hoping for them that they're going to be able to keep it together now, because they got so close. They could taste it there on Vertigo, and now they got to go all the way to a third.
It's going to be spicy. That's definitely going to be an interesting series to say the very least. But Jacob, I want to come on over to you. I want you to pick apart some of these rounds in particular for me. Take us over into round 9.
Well, a crucial moment in the game. Without round 9, I don't think Complexity would be in the position they're in right now. It's 6-2 right now for Furia. They are on a steamroll. The T-side is looking good. Then a 5v3 at this moment as well. It is a save round for Complexity. It's a 5v2. If you were to stop the round right here, it is unlosable for Furia until Holzerk happens. Nice deagle shootings right here. The first guy needs 3 bullets. The second guy, just 1. The third guy, just 1. Absolutely stellar work for Holzerk, and then he moves in and he finishes off the round with another 1 shot with the Deagle. This round right here got Complexity going. It gave them a decent showing in the first half. It was still FURIA dominating, but without this round, there was no way that they could fight their way back into the game. Another clutch moment coming in from Holzerk. We've seen it a lot this tournament.
Yeah, we really have. We said on the desk, you know, that you can't rely on that, but they had to rely on that, and that round is where it started to flip the economy back into Complexity's favor, allowed them to have a bit more of a solid first half there, and then towards the second half, it felt a bit more messy. You could feel the pressure in their gameplay, and it was only when they hit OT, I felt like we saw the best structure out of Complexity, and that's why it was flawless in OT. If we see that Complexity moving into the third map, then I'm a little bit worried for FURIA. But why'd it take that long? You know, why'd it take that long for them to get their heads screwed on?
I think that's definitely the question on everybody's minds. Now, take me into round 24. What did we see from that one?
Well, Max said it pretty beautifully. You know, it came down to some very close clutches. It was so close for FURIA. They could almost taste the victory. We see round 24 right here. Trades going back and forth. Again, Floppy getting a kill, Elise getting a kill, then a team kill with the Molotov in a 3v3. It goes down to the narrowest moment. Elise sitting at sandbags with, I believe, 20 HP. Very low on HP right now, but it's him coming in clutch. He's down to 12. He's getting the first one. He's getting the second one as well. He's finishing off the round. So another great clutch play coming in from Elise. Another 3v3 that Complexity were able to convert. And another showcase that, as you said, FURIA was so close, closing this one out 2-0.
Look, sorry. Individually, it wasn't just Elise on Complexity. It was also for the side of FURIA. You had Art having a great game, doing Art things, right? But he also had Queserato there. So it wasn't just Queserato carrying this time. He had Art there with him, who was having a lot of fun there on Vertigo. Unfortunately, it's like back in the old DSCA days, right? When you'd play your best game, but your teammates around you just weren't quite there. And even though you just lost, you lose all those art-ups. And it just was bad, man.
What do you mean back in the day? I hear the rumor has it that you're still struggling nowadays on the server as well, Mac.
Rumor?
Facts. Fact check it out here. Next map, though, boys, is going to be... I'm so sorry. Next map is going to be Nuke. How do we think either one of these teams are going to look to address this? Do you think that Complexity can keep that momentum going?
It's a good question. Complexity haven't played the map a lot in officials, only once, I believe, in the past 3 months, so we don't really know what their current level is and what kind of consistency they can show on a map like Nuke. FURIA is on a 4-game win streak coming into it against lesser good opponents. It's 9C, Imperial, Anonymous, and then Astralis, of course, doing the bet boom, but that goes a while back, 3 months ago almost. So for FURIA, you're coming into the third map with confidence. You haven't lost the map in 4 officials in a row, whereas for Complexity, you're a bit of a question mark. I think momentum can carry over from Vertigo. I think it was a great showing coming in for Complexity. You said it took a while for them to get started, but now they're here. I expect another close game and a banger map to finish it out. It's been a great series so far.
I think for me, if Complexity end up having to play FURIA's game again, then this is where they're going to have to go and play whoever they have to tomorrow to survive here in the Americas RMR, because FURIA, you know they love a lot of chaos, you know they love a lot of utility dumping, and Nuke is one of those maps where you can really make that happen, and if you can thrive that little bit better by just generally having better chemistry, moving out on those bomb sites, Complexity are really in trouble.
Here's a silver lining for you. We spoke about Yuri. He hasn't really been up to par with what he usually delivers on the server, at least the last couple of months. On Nuke specifically, he's the team's highest rated player, performing better than Queserato. So you're coming into a map where at least him personally, the past 3 months, despite having struggled in other maps, he has confidence on Nuke. So now not only do you have Art playing well, you have Queserato firing on all cylinders, you're supposed to have Yuri as well. So I think in terms of raw firepower, FURIA will bring a bit more to the table on a map like Nuke.
Now, what about on the Complexity side of things? Obviously, we're going to be looking towards MyGo Elite to carry the team through this, but is anybody else going to have the capability to rise to the occasion and put in a shift as well? Because I feel sorry for Elige's shoulders right now.
Yeah, my goat.
My goat.
But look, the Orpers, of course. Holzerk, you know, he's been having a pretty good game. More so, I feel like I saw more from him when he was on the rifle and even the pistols on those clutches than on the actual AWP. So as long as he can start to feel it, you know, control that outside area on Nuke, then it should be okay for Complexity. But on the FURIA side of things, we were talking about Fallen, you know, he was holding angles and we're just like, is he going to hit that? That's a bit tight. And then boom, hitting it, bam, repeat, just constantly making little plays. And he's still here, he's still gaming. And if he can keep that AWP performance up at Outers, then, you know,
it's definitely going to be a spicy map. Nuke is the final one in our final best of 3 series. Who is going to take it? Is it going to be Complexity? Is it going to be FURIA? There's only one way to find out.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Opportunities to close given, but not quite taken. FURIA might still regret not being able to finish out on that second map. Now we go to our third. Complexity are going to be coming in all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to feel really good about the way that they recovered that game as well. I mean, so many times it looked like FURIA had just enough of a knockout punch, but then Complexity was constantly on their heels. But we move into a map that Complexity just haven't had a lot of repetitions on in recent months. The last time we would have seen them on Nuke was at ESL Challenger Atlanta, where they picked it against Gamer Legion, and they lost that map. So I wouldn't feel that everything is all fine and dandy here in the Complexity camp. Sure, you've been able to equalize, you've been able to stave off the beast, but Nuke is another one of those maps that FURIA, over their many iterations with this roster, have been actually able to change the way that some people even approach Nuke. You know, they innovated some of the smokes towards outside. We're talking leaning walls, some of the water, some of the smokes towards main that actually allowed access towards hell. It felt like this was one of those cores that actually explored those options before other teams were quick to on the uptake. This is a map that FURIA have a lot of documentation on, but Complexity a little light coming into this year. The last map to find out who joins Imperial out of the Americas region to make it to Copenhagen. It begins and ends on Nuke.
And it begins with JT's head being popped like a pimple. Caserado finds that early. Good to see him performing. He had a slightly weaker Vertigo despite being able to reinforce quite a few important rounds. And now this crossfire in ramp has been broken apart. The head of Cello is feeling a little bit lighter with a bullet having gone right through it. Art now to try and hold down the line. Caserato's rotation will be helping him as well. Fantastic adjustment. Art is looking like he's still coming in with the same form that he showed in Vertigo. Hopefully we can see a similar performance here as well. Bomb being planted, shots being evaded. Grim, however, does just stay alive. 2 versus 4, Grim and Elige. Elige starts off strong, but Grim's been taken down. In the meanwhile, Elige barely has any HP to work with, but at the same time, FURIA is not looking particularly hot either. Unfortunately, Elige just isn't looking.
Yeah, I mean, Elige, I think, didn't realize that he had the kit as well with him. If he knew that, he might have played the situation a little differently, but there were so many players. There were players that were wounded as well there on FURIA, so it could have been a chance for Elige to clutch, but not to be. FURIA making some nice little rotations once they realized that Complexity were going to attack that lower side. Caserado with some nice pistol work. Just having too many numbers at the end of the day, by the time they breach in and get that plant in, extra money will be nice, but they would much rather the round with it as well. Full commitment to the force buy, so they're running light on util, and that could encourage them to go for one of these top site attacks. So Floppy started leading his way towards the entry of Hut, but only one Molotov, one flash, and JT has both towards Yard. Elige does have a smoke available as well.
If Elige wants to use it to try and get the late crossover, well, he doesn't have any assistance anymore. The CT smoke has depleted. Where Complexity's utility is low, FURIA as well in anticipation for a lot of Galils have purchased up into 4 rifles too, so it's not like they're coming in with a particularly heavy belt.
A lot of straight shooting.
Cello, straight down. He is among the vertically inclined, and in the meanwhile, Elige is put down horizontal. Cello, will he be cleared out initially? Holzerg's demise means that Grim has to accelerate, doesn't really consider the idea of a complete vertical peak. JT, the only one to break anyone so far. And unlike before, Complexity are not going to find anything on this force by Floppy, even seemingly caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, Cello just jumping around as well with that SMG. Will be happy that there was an AK on the other side of things. So some upgrades there for FURIA. This kind of negates the need for a bonus round. For FURIA had, you know, Complexity saved, then you maybe we're dealing with some of these SMGs moving into the bomb sites, but they've got their hands on some rifles now too. I mean, one of the disadvantages of going in for that secondary round, if you're able to dispatch a few rather simply, then, hey, T-side rifles on the CT side, don't mind if I do.
Goodbye, Elige. If you stick around too long, well, fortunately for him, he has evaded. If you're just tuning in, not only have you missed out an absolutely fantastic back-and-forth series, you've also missed out on some great performances from Elige. FURIA clean up the anti-eco pretty easily. Fallen, of course, is maybe left wanting for some HP, but it doesn't matter. If you go to the next round, it's right back up to 100. Beauty of Counter-Strike.
This could be one of the worries moving into Nuke. You know, you've had to battle back against some of the stars on FURIA, sometimes activating at different points on different maps. But in terms of activations for Complexity, it's been left wanting. Elige has overperformed, and you know, moving into a T side on Nuke, it can be very difficult to break down setups if it's only one man that can really find you that space.
And it is so incredibly rare for one person to be able to have a full 3-map series where they're popping off. It's not common at all. They need help normally. They need someone to come through and step up with them.
The fact they even get to this 3rd map, Elige has done his job.
He's overperformed, in fact, and now he needs someone else to contribute to the group project, but Elige, that first submission was there. Unfortunately, he's quickly traded out. Yuri. Prolific on outside now is just hoping to contain JT down under so he can't come through late. Queserado on the jump up connects, but he's traded as well. Grim gets it going, the quick double. And now into the A site they go. Yuri contained. Fallen the only one who could contribute, but the nade's going to be late. Grim could still fall to it. No, avoids it again. And now Fallen might even struggle to retreat. JT has no reason to give him the peek, and as the shoulder is quickly thrust out, Fallen double scope forward, who needs to catch the skill. JT doesn't want any of that.
Oh, I mean, JT's done such a good job just by keeping himself alive for as long as he did.
Oh my
He was buying time, and Holzerk was securing space in through hell as well. So no saved weapons here for FURIA. Complexity on their full buy, breakthrough.
If this is the signs of a Grim who's going to perform in the mid-round, this is exactly what Complexity have been waiting for. Fantastic double kill into the A site itself. The trade is onto Queserado is fantastic as well. I'm surprised that Queserado is actually able to get the kill on Floppy mid-air like that, but hey, you know what? That's life.
Yeah, it looked like he barely reset his footing, but those bullets flew very straight. FURIA do still have an AWP. Ard once again, this SMG merchant. Looking to make a case, but nice boost. Ard were trying to play the crack angle, but Holzerk prepared for it. And a slightly different angle than Ard would have anticipated, so they get access to ramp. That is your least valuable weapon. And Fallen answering back with his AWP of his own. Both extremities pressured by the big greens. The Complexity are going to start to send it down towards lower. There is reinforcements here. Fallen right by Queserado. Cello at those decon doors as well.
Queserado steps up, 2 big frags, and again, the double kills right when they're needed the most. Holzerk and Elige in a 2 versus 4 despite the early opener.
And bomb as well.
They can't do anything about it. That first kill from Holzerk looks so clean, but it all falls apart after.
Yeah, they also probably weren't anticipating that their lurker towards outside would be flushed out so quickly. That's why they start to accelerate down towards the lower play. Man, what a shot from Holzerk. But it's just not enough. FURIA had the numbers down on this lower side, and when Queserado is getting doubles like this, it is so much harder to re-attain control. They put a stop to it. 1 round to break through for Complexity, but answered right back, and they're now in with a few upgraded pistols.
Oh no, Queserado gotta be careful, not able to recover his aim in time. Floppy finds him, Yuri trades. Bomb not down yet, and as Yuri threatens the vent player, Holzerk's losing a lot of life, but still keeps himself alive long enough for the bomb to be relayed over. Art worried now, the Tech-9's trying to close the distance. M4 at close range doesn't have the advantage. And Complexity just freeze, but that invites Fallen to move in. Fallen looks away, and Art makes up for that missed shot. Otherwise, surely Grim would have taken him down. 3-man setup on ramp, and the first one's already been wounded. Meanwhile, they try to walk back, but Cello is here. Complexity maybe get a little bit too tricky.
It feels like Holzerk's been glued to that ladder the entire time this round has been cooking. They knew that they had some space towards lower, but they wanted to see if they could re-navigate, especially since FURIA sort of reinforced ramp. Yeah, it is seeming like the plant will be allowed here for Complexity. So given what they come into this round with, I mean, that's more than you could have asked for. Some extra damage to be done onto FURIA's economy would have also been a cherry on top. But 5th for FURIA, Complexity will take it.
Yeah, especially considering it's a $2,900 loss bonus. Yeah, that's quite nice for them, I guess.
So it's pretty well suited for the situation that they found themselves in. Holzer got spammed inside of the smoke when he was trying to dive vents. And so the fact that he was given all that room, yeah, he's pleased. But for FURIA, it's more important that they just make sure that no big mistakes are being made. They're playing together.
Not losing to any half buys, 24 spy like it, right? That's what you have to be careful of.
Also, for all they knew, maybe Holzer had a deal, and you know that had some impact on Vertigo.
True.
There were Tech 9s afoot, but that was kind of the most lethal weaponry you had to be concerned about.
If there was anything to have PTSD about, that would be it.
Did we just trade tacticals?
I think we just saw Complexity only. Pretty sure. Regardless, though, I'm sure both teams would be happy to get that extra time to speak to their coaches. FURIA just want to continue front-running forward. It's been 2 comebacks in a row from Complexity. 1 could not be completed. Overpass could have really swung the other way as well. But the same can be said for Vertigo. All we can hope for is a close nuke, and Yuri doesn't want that at all. Yuri wants to press the issue, and the issue is his life. It's finished. It's over. But will they expect a second? Surely not. Art ducked away. It's a classic from Art. But as Holzer gets up on top of the red box, he will fall. JT is here to trade. And with that, the advantage once again in the hands of Complexity.
JT can be, again, such a problem to deal with. They know that he's tagged towards outside, and they wanted to try and trap him in, but with a smoke that's down, again, just being a player that they have to be concerned about for a later activation. Look at the space it's providing Floppy. Grim actually creeping his way all the way out through door, but between the two of them, they've been able to take the A bomb site. There it's left vacant, but they finally deal with JT outside. It's back into a 3-on-3, but Complexity get that bomb punched in.
Nate also doesn't really do anything too Grim, so he's okay with this, but double push out from heaven.
FURIA have a lot of utility.
They'll have to use all of it to try and displace Grim from this position. He's the primary risk that they have to take care of. Grim instead actually ends up backing further behind into the site. He's still alive. Queserado's double keeps him in the round, and now it's all him and Elige. Can't quite get the silent drop down, but he's still committing to the defuse. Elige rounds the corner long enough that Queserado's pushed off of it, and now Elige swings out. Queserado prevented. Elige prevails.
You just can't stop this man. He has been so good throughout all 3 maps so far, and called into a clutch, this man delivers. The vet that made his whole brand mark on a different organization coming in to teach these kids a thing or two.
If he makes it, this would be his first major off of Liquid. An entire career of global offensive spent on one team. You know what they say, new game, new me. And this is a new Elige that we're seeing on Complexity. Furious timeout. They want to make sure that the D side isn't quite able to get away with more than 4 rounds at most. But it's the early play that gives them the advantage, setting up for the quick assault and occupation of the upper site. No one actually going outside early on from FURIA. But the same can be said for Complexity as well. They're going to be focusing for a fast hit on A, and this is expected. Yuri and Shello completely destroy this push from the North Americans.
They thought about how easy it was once they ran past that door smoke before. We saw the entry onto Quesarado previously at those CT vents, but this time it's shut down. They try to make it work off of rifles. And they know that, you know, within the opening 30 seconds of this round, once they don't come out ahead on those trades, that this round is done. A whole minute to discuss how things are going to pan out in future rounds, and, you know, FURIA, they're probably not going to pursue. It'll be a little too late maybe before they realize that Complexity have bowed out. A complete shutout. But they took some time to discuss, you know, them being able to get access to those vents, being able to get a kill into that A site. I mean, the util seemed pretty solid. But FURIA able to keep themselves afloat, even in spite of all of it. That's a round that you have to currently just kind of stew on if you're Complexity.
It's just a complete miscall. Credit to FURIA. I mean, they don't send anyone outside. They completely read into it. Yuri's playing the inner bomb side as well. And Fallen, it just goes back towards ramp. They're expecting the faster play. Be it ramp, be it upper A. They're ready either way.
It's one of those pains of, you know, coming in with a very close round, a bit of a nail biter, then to lose in the opening segment. You know, you don't even get into a situation where that's even vaguely achievable for the remaining members there on Complexity.
And this sort of is the flip side of trying to play this quick change of pace style of Counter-Strike.
If it blows up in your face,
you feel like you've just tripped over a rock and fallen on it, yeah. And it's a rocky path for Complexity, down 2-6. They really would like it if they didn't have to make a comeback every time, and I'm sure the fans watching them would probably sympathize with that feeling.
Yeah, North America not feeling too hot right now. It's the culprits you want. Quesarado and Yuri walking down their spots. Even though there's been some difficulties in engaging towards outside, sometimes JT has proven to be a nuisance. It's been far and few between. Already starting lower, and them preparing for FURIA to have made a forward play, but they're much further back. I mean, the fact that Yuri has that deep angle into the garage just makes it so much more difficult for them to actually creep into an A-side attack.
Free fire, Elige not taken down, manages to stay alive. Yuri. Lineup's not quite there. JT now looks to contest Yuri. Being lethal with that AK, if I'm honest. It does feel like he just wants to take more and more fights, just use that first bullet.
I mean, that was quite the fumble from Yuri. That could have been a man advantage. But now access towards Secret granted, and Art is going to be that first line of defense, but he's pulled away. The fact that Fallen has called distraction, Art's starting to creep back up those vents, but there's players down lower here for Complexity.
The bomb plant should come through, it'll be free. No one here to contend, and meanwhile, Holzer covers off. The vent is completely blocked. 3 players are trying to walk down, and 1 is already dead. The second to follow. There's no way for FURIA to get into this bomb site.
They completely misread this. Complexity getting themselves down towards Secret, and those players starting to attack the A side. Art started to vacate, he started to rotate over, but his main responsibility was making sure that they couldn't get down towards B. And once they had that deep line through the vents, between Halzerk and Elige, they completely shut FURIA out. Art's over-eagerness to rotate, to help his teammates on an A-side defense, cost them here.
And I think the thing is that Yuri didn't actually realize there were 2 different players he tried to find, JT as well, because Elige hadn't fired off a bullet. So they thought that that was just a late lurk on outside that Elige does like to play. So when the flashbang and the Tech 9 audio goes out onto the upper bomb site, that's the call.
I mean, whether it's Elige or JT, you know, there's been that one player sort of sitting outside of red a couple of times. So yeah, I think you're right. And it would have been a lot better. You know, he would have actually confirmed numbers had he killed Elige the first time over. If there was a second man swinging, then yeah, you do get a pretty good idea of how those numbers are panning out. Yeah, it didn't look the most engaged there from FURIA, and Complexity actually just fully capitalizing on a small moment of weakness, which has not been rearing its head too often for FURIA entering this third map.
Second timeout called in the first half, despite being in the lead as well. For a team that relies on their timeouts for very good effect, don't get me wrong. But that is a weapon in your back pocket that you might find seeming suspiciously empty later on.
That's just the one that you call because you know you need to make sure everyone understands what their responsibilities are. They need to keep their comms clean. Oh, that's not good. A little dink to the back of JT's head coming out of spawn, but unfortunately it's a Glock and it's team damage, so it's not as bad as it could be.
Some brotherly love.
But it does leave him vulnerable to one-shot headshots by M4s. Or it could just be a double dink for Art on an MP9, who knows?
It's an iconic position from Fallen almost. Really reminds me of those B-side angles he used to hold on Train, but right now he's losing members. Queserato gone. He's been contended largely by Floppy more often than not. Trying to push through a smoke this time when it's a fair duel, well, he's not ready for it. I do quite like this. Elise is waiting for that smoke to dissipate on outside to take the duel with Yuri. In the meanwhile, Holzer pushes forward. Art's going to be found out, so he can't actually take advantage of the scope forward into Hell. He's forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Elige, this is that exact duel that he was looking for, will be presented soon. Only question is who blinks first.
This could be perfect. They just insert a late lurk on Floppy. And they want to reset and attack this A bomb site, but Yuri finding Elige on the lurk, JT to trade, but Cello at the back of the site, still alive and kicking, trying to keep himself afloat. Players coming up those vents, and Fallen's there to reinforce, but they didn't realize that Hell was an access point. It's Floppy left in a clutch, a 1-on-3 that's chewed down to 2, but he tries to tap, he forces Fallen forward, and it's Art that remains on this MP9, but he doesn't know where he's coming from, but he outguns him. Art caught him off guard, but Floppy had the health to trade. Floppy, a big round for Complexity.
The missing link has been found. Floppy gives them a round which felt like it was completely hinged on Elige getting a kill outside, but when Fallen comes through with the backstab, it's a 1v3. You're thinking it's all over, but that late lurk you mentioned it, Michael, that one insertion, that was supposed to be the cleanup crew in maybe more of an optimistic manner.
Yeah, they're to siphon off the rotation maybe, but to come in as the hero.
He gets it done regardless. Now guess what? USB's on the other side. And a Nova.
And a Nova.
That's a tilter if I've ever seen one. Art better get a kill. They need the morale.
And he'll need the money.
You heard people say, oh, money's not an object. Well, that's not the case here. Loss bonus for FURIA isn't actually full either. You're only looking at, what, maybe 2,400?
Yeah, they were on second stage, so...
Yeah. Well, there you have it. Paid for itself at the very least. Art. Anything more beyond it will be bonus, so...
And they're sent the other way, so...
You know what?
Yeah, this has had some value.
It's not insignificant. The CTs... Cello's got himself 5,200, Art on 43 as well, but you know what? It's okay.
It was kind of more about recovering a weapon and getting out of there, but nobody actually survived, so... Pretty inconsequential. Art at least paying for
Almost paying for,
paying for most of his Nova. Which allows him access to an M4, and he ended up empty-handed. It could have been a little labor, a little poor.
A little bit topsy-turvy, but no kit available. Admittedly, we've not really been seeing too many late-round diffusers or duels like it, but you never know, and you don't want to be caught on the wrong side. Fallen does have one, but at least there's one. Art? Art. He's got his paintbrush on him, and Holzerk is gone, not expecting, and Grim not ready.
Art was the man you looked to on Vertigo, and now he takes a risk, a gamble, and Complexity lower their guard. Dropping into main is Elige, but he falls into the waiting arms of Yuri. Complexity get chewed up and spit out in this round.
And the worst way is that there's so much time to deliberate on it as well. In the 2v5, Floppy can't find the instant kill. Given a lot of map control, given a lot of ground, but they're okay with conceding that at this point.
Art's already got backup as well towards lower. They've not cheated over heavy rotations here on Furia. So if they're able to somehow mitigate Fallen, that would be their access point, but Art starts to play close and they bait JT in. Once again, calling Floppy. They need him to clutch. They've brought it certainly close. 5 could be enough on T, but a 6 would go a long way. Yuri just toying with him. Door open, door closed, but there's a door right behind him that is fully open, and he's not planted that bomb as of yet. A 1-on-4, too much to ask, and Furia close their CT with 7.
An advantage that's barely gained. I have to say, it felt like Furia were going to be able to contain Complexity on a lot less, but honestly, at the end of the day, it's a bad way to lose the last round, don't get me wrong, right? Holzerk being completely caught out in the open like that. You'd want Grim to be able to get the trade as well. There's a lot of things to look back to and groan, but it's 7-5.
Yeah.
And that's a good scoreline, especially when you start off 5-1 down. I think the kids say, we take those.
And they definitely do. Complexity do. I don't know if the kids say that. I'm a little out of touch.
It's been a while.
But this is an important map. I mean, being one of the first 2 teams out of the Americas regions has its weight to the top seeds as well. We think about the Valve rankings.
The plan is simple. Go try and find Holzerk, but JT's there to cover off JT with a double beheader. And Holzerk's over here to try and follow through as well. Elige, backup on backup on backup. Holzerk yet to commit. When he finally does, he'll find Art. A scout more important than most, especially in this series. And with Yuri's demise, Complexity will happily collect that 6th.
Yeah, just having the right numbers there to greet them on that ramp play. Good initial shooting, but then able to trade things out. It's a bit of a scrap, but ramp closed.
We've had a couple of double tap affairs. I'm wondering if JT had something similar happen there, but whatever it was, it's his 4th and 5th kills. He's actually been a pretty consistent, middle of the pack performer when it came to Vertigo, when it came to even at times on Overpass.
It was only until we started to see JT on CT that we started to get a bit more influence from him. And it could be the same here on Nuke as well. That's why that 7-5 scoreline really does come back to haunt you a little bit. No bomb plant down for Furia, Complexity. It's a round that they shouldn't have to worry about all too much. It's simply Glocks that contest. It takes a while for Holzerk to find his mark, but pops Art's skull. And Elige setting up for some extra damage. Quesarado was dropping off, so this SMG, oh god, Elige almost dying to the Glock of Quesarado, and Floppy takes a dink immediately as well. This is extremely unhealthy for everybody involved. You see Holzerk just running from Yuri.
Cue the Road Runner.
I've never seen a man ascend up those vents quite so quick with so much urgency.
Also just tease up JT for a little bit of extra money with the MP9, so why not?
And a lot of wounded players, but no casualties for Complexity.
Very important. So much of this game is going to enter into mental territory. We've seen Complexity have difficulties closing it out against Fallen squads before. We've seen these very players freeze up, even in this series, for most of it really. The longer the game goes on, the more it becomes about fortitude. Already a series that'll take years off of your life and put hair on your chest. And Liege wants to take a peek. A flash would be great to try and help him do just that, but he's lost his teammates and his life in the meanwhile. What looked to be a great setup for Complexity to try and punish the drain down secret just ends up being Furia taking over.
I mean, if you're able to get 3 synchronous frags, in an instant, you couldn't ask for really more out of a T side, and Floppy just turned the wrong way. They still had players left on lurks to punish these remaining Complexity players. The round was already done. I mean, the net is just so widespread that there's basically nothing you can do. Kaiserado even playing with his food. Nothing that Grim could do there. Didn't have his gun raised, and Kaiserado knew it. I'll have fun in those minor moments.
Important too.
What's the point of playing games if you can't enjoy yourself?
Trying to compete to be the best in the world in front of a stage of thousands of cheering Danish fans in Copenhagen at a world championship, celebrating the greatest game to have ever been made, a competition beyond any other.
Yeah, but there's nothing about not enjoying yourself in
That's true, actually.
Yeah,
you're right.
You can do that too.
Achieve greatness, but have fun in the process.
Well, this is hardly a fun round to play out if you're Complexity. Elish has a M4, but JT's spam on the DEEK will end up empty-handed. They do manage the cross here for Furia. And Elish hasn't put up those same crazy numbers that we've been seeing from map to map. Hard to expect that from him, but he will be called to action here. A step made and some information given up. They know that Elish is round that corner.
Elish just runs right off to the horizon, doesn't want to try and contest that for too much longer, but in the meanwhile, Furia is actually reconsidering an upper side hit. Grim with the 5-7. There's no one in Squeaky, so this isn't going to be an easy clear. Holzerks as well in a very annoying position, but Holzerk in fact crouches away, and now all he had was the element of surprise, and with Kaiserado peeking forward, this egg has got no toys inside of it.
It almost felt like if you're going to look at Grim in that spot, Holzerk almost needed to distract for him to find success. There were going to be too many numbers to really deal with, even on that 5-7, even with them running into you. But just no success being found from any of the Complexity members. Even on that one hero rifle, Furia clean up with ease. Ensure will move into another buy.
And unfortunately, that parachute of Elish has not been there this game, right? You know, that's the point. You're supposed to slow down just a free fall that you're going to be experiencing if a couple of your players are missing. And they look better, don't get me wrong, but better is not good enough when you're starting off with a ground level that's so low. If there's ever a time for TC to come in, rile them up, give them the talk, give them, I don't know, a back massage, anything that he can. Some quick finger acupuncture to get Grim's neurons working.
On the CT side, facilitating aggression can be quite difficult to manage. You know, places that are frequently occupied by a number of Ts, you know, and places that are quite honestly claustrophobic. You know, getting in utility, you know, you think about other maps, you can throw it from so far away to set players up for some of those aggro moves. It's just basically impossible to do on nuke, bar outside perhaps. So if they're looking to try and facilitate a plan and find an opening pick, this is about the best they can do. Holzerk taking an angle towards Red and Elish on top of Garage.
Holzerk able to fade away as well. Very, very important though that they realize it. There could have actually been another player there. Fallen finds Elish elsewhere on the map. Not too far off.
There was the hoping that Holzerk got his kill, fell back, and that Elish would catch one more off guard. Instead, it's that trade kill that Furia are fine with.
Holzerk needs another one, and shot's been missed. That's clip Art through the edge of the wall, but that's not good enough. JT needs to finish it off, and Art is deadly. We already know that. Grim hoping to be overlooked. At least one should be free, but even that's being flustered and floundered. Quesarado finally taken down as well. And where both remaining players on the T side are low, Holzerk and Grim are hardly feeling too healthy either. Holzerk knows where Art is, covers it off as well, all down to Fallen. The 1-on-2, AK in hand, Op abandoned on the floor elsewhere, and Fallen needs to take the fight to them. If Grim is allowed in nearby, well, he's gone! Straight to the head it goes, and he knows that Holzerk is rotating in from ramp. Holzerk, Hearts goes forward to meet his death. Fallen will still get it done. He will still destroy your dreams. He will break your hearts and your hopes.
So difficult there if you're Holzerk. I mean, low health, but he didn't know that Fallen was as wounded as he was. Maybe that information could have been relayed over, but easy to get lost in all of the chaos. Flanks on flanks. You had Art coming in from hell. They waited for him as well, but the fact that he found that first kill so rapidly, Holzerk wanted to try and face in, but it was his teammate that fought first. Furia now in at 10, and Complexity have to just simply bend the knee once again. This will have to be another comeback attempt, of which Complexity, it's not like they haven't managed it before, trailing from behind.
And this has been a good-looking Furia, a team performance. Yes, individuals have stepped up.
But when you've got depth on a roster, it doesn't matter who's left in a 1vx scenario.
Really does feel like there's no one you can't trust to at least have a chance. Not very often you say that about a team.
Coming into this America's RMR, maybe Furia even looked vulnerable. But they are not putting a foot wrong here. Transitioning into T side, they have not been caught by these lower buys.
JT once again delivering in ramp, but it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. You could get 4 kills right now and it wouldn't matter. Not for another 2-3 rounds, and by that point it might be too late.
I mean, if you killed all 4 and defused the bomb, that part would matter.
I meant 4 out of 5, but yes. Well, technically, if you get all 5 kills, that does feel like it'll matter. So yes, that is true.
Having an AK on CT side could certainly have its influence as well.
You'd hope so.
Grim has gotten his hands on it.
Whether he's able to maintain it is a different question.
Yeah,
Fallen is going to be able to catch him as he tries to rotate back, and with his HP where it was, well, somersaulting into the grave. 11-7, effectively 1 round left.
One real full buy to contend with, and then Complexity would come in with one of these forces to keep them in it. I think it is starting to set in a bit just how much this upcoming gun round is going to matter. You know, Complexity did manage to come back when they were trailing on Vertigo. But that was with Elige having a crazy, outstanding performance. There is no one that's been able to contend with the top end of Furia because there's just so many different weapons that they have. What's the magic call? Is there one from TC? They started off out of one of these timeouts getting aggressive. They found a pick via Holzerk, then Elige got caught. That was how we ended up in that crazy hectic situation towards the lower bomb site with Fallen clutching. But it feels like if you want to play to your own pace, finding a way to instigate can be your best solution. Maybe this is just a talk to motivate the squad. Yuri, a very aggressive move, moves past the smoke, the HE that followed it, and he's just looking to challenge and contest towards Secret. JT has burnt to a crisp. and Arts dove into the vents. They've got access towards the lower side. Quesarado linking up as well. There are 2 players down Secret, 2 down the vent, and Complexity have yet to move off the upper side of the map. No one's made that reaction or rotation over.
It has to be a safe call. Trying to retake this. That's practically suicide.
But no one even flinched. They didn't try and plug up the gap. Did they even know that one existed? Of course it's the save. B was compromised before anyone was in a position to really combat it.
Furia are running circles around Complexity right now. They are out aiming them, they're out calling them, they're out clutching them even.
And we said 5 coming out of that T side for Complexity. That's a decent half.
That's solid.
Yeah. They win the pistol. They win the conversion.
There you have it. That's supposed to be your influence forward. That's supposed to be the wind in your sails going into the horizon, smoothly into the CT side of Nuke.
But now that we've seen Furia on guns, they haven't stopped.
Never. Be it Yuri on outside, be it the stray picks they're finding or Fallen's clutches, Furia have just been untouchable. Deep scope in, but again, not the frag. Once more, Yuri left on 19. Last time it was Art, and Fallen's found Elige. In the meanwhile, desperation is dripping off of Complexity as they realize there are 3 men left. And those 3, not for long, perhaps. No, Fallen down and out. Grim's able to evade capture.
About linking up. Actually being able to get that bomb planted, just making sure that there wasn't a player that was willing to hazard that dive down the vents once again. Complexity still with that man down, but they have no lower player. Floppy's starting to hazard a glance.
Two men left and Complexity, they've begged, they've prayed, they've scrapped for survival. But truly, it feels like Furia is inevitable. The fire of Furia continues forward, and Floppy, the only one to interrupt and punish. Cello could still be caught out, but Holzer doesn't quite get the timing, and Quesarado can find his. Floppy had a clutch already, but 2? Now where they might be expecting him as well. Quesarado turns and Furia move on. Copenhagen awaits Furia once again. Qualify completely untouched.
Oh me, oh my, the Furia boys have only just gone and done it. Heartbreaking scenes, of course, for the Complexity boys. They just weren't able to carry on over that same momentum that we saw from them in the previous map. But talk to me, Mac. You're looking awfully stressed over there.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like Complexity did way more than enough in the first half. 5 on the T side, winning the pistol on that CT side, following up with another round win, and then as soon as Furia got on the guns, it was game done. And they were managing to abuse that A site, managing to abuse wherever they went. It just felt like Complexity crumbled under the pressure. It got way too close towards the end, but look at them. Furia, they deserve to be there. They have made it. They are going to be joining Imperial as the 2nd team to qualify for the PGL Copenhagen Major.
Credit where credit is due. I think Furia played one hell of a T-side here, Nuke, to close out the game.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure to showcase us that they were the better team this time around. They did deserve to win this game. I agree with you. Complexity remained competitive in this game, especially when they won the 2nd pistol. They got to 7-7. You think to yourself, okay, now it's Elise's time. Now he's going to step up. Now he's going to shut down on that CT side. And that's my one issue right here with Complexity tonight. They relied a bit too much on Elise. Of course, credit to him for playing a fantastic series, but it did feel like as soon as Elise didn't step up on that CT side, no one else had it in them in order to bail him out. He's been bailing out this team throughout the entire tournament, throughout the entire game against Furia, and the one time he needed them, they weren't able to step up.
You mentioned Yuri as well, going into Nuke, saying he was that top performer. He wasn't the top performer, but in terms of the opening kills, he was doing a whole lot of the heavy lifting, really finding those those entries, finding those openings, and allowing FURIA just to make it look relatively one-sided towards the end of the series. And let's talk about Mr. Consistency, queserato in each map. Not only top fragging, I think he was like slightly under art there in map number 2, but other than that, so far, so bloody good, and he is setting himself up for a stellar start to 2024 and to maybe make it into the old HLTV top 20 again. But it's not just about him, it's about the whole team, and FURIA, they are cheering. Brazil, I'm sure they're cheering. They've already got 2 teams at the major.
Yeah, I think that, you know, in comparison to that, when we start to take a look at the way in which the Complexity boys were scoring, especially in terms of the fragging department, it was a bit wishy-washy. It was a bit, you know, not that consistent performance we've been seeing on the side of FURIA. And I think you mentioned it best, queserato definitely stepping up to the occasion. Art having a little bit of a quieter game, but I feel like across the board, in general, the FURIA boys knew what they needed to do, and they well and truly got the job done. So credit to them, they did a pretty good job.
I would say so. I think it was a great game for FURIA. I think it's been a great RMR for FURIA as a whole. They came in with a bit of a question mark attached to them in the sense that we know they've been struggling. We know that this team haven't gelled together as they would like to. We've been hearing Fallen and Art speak a lot about how they're trying to get on the same page, etc., etc. And something suggests, something tells me that they're getting closer to that. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think FURIA dominated this RMR. I don't think FURIA played at a level where I'm ready to say this is a team that can make the playoff at the major. But I'm seeing signs. I'm seeing a tendency that they're getting better. We spoke about queserato coming back to life. We spoke about Yuri coming back to life. Art, yeah, maybe he slowed down a little bit here. Nuke, he's still sitting at 93 ADR, which is an awful lot of damage. And overall in the series, as you said, Jasmine, he had a great showing. So I feel like there's more positive to take away for FURIA than I initially would have thought. So for them, it must feel nice not only to qualify, but also feel that they're playing better Counter-Strike. Because you can always get a result by struggling, but this time around, they actually fully played well.
They were just the kryptonite to NA. Complexity in the bin, Liquid in the bin, Nouns in the bag as well. FURIA managing to dominate everyone from North America and didn't really have to go up against anything domestically, which is a little bit different to what we saw to, you know, another couple of teams so far. They've just gone in on each other. But again, let's have a quick chat about queserato. Look at him, he's the standout player and standout for a reason. Not only on Nuke, but that whole series was just popping the hell off, and that's exactly what you need in the team. You need someone consistent to rally around, to make your work as easy as possible, and that's what this is. The job has now been done.
There was a time where you'd argue that queserato could be put in the top 3, top 5 rifle players in the world category, and I think he's still, you know, around that conversation. He's been struggling together with FURIA as a team. The past 6 months haven't been the best for him or for the team, but there's no doubt that when he's playing well, he's also helping FURIA to look much, much better. So it's great to see queserato back at his best. I think Yuri, his sidekick, as we've known them to be a duo for many, many years, he's also slowly but surely stepping up. We saw Fallen having some impactful rounds with the AWP, not afraid of taking duels, not afraid of putting himself out there in certain positions where you often think yourself, Fallen, you're too old for that, you know, maybe you should fall back a little bit, but he still has that desire and he still has the willingness in order to make the right play at the right moment. So, as I said, there's more positives for FURIA to take away than there's been in a while. So for me, it's a positive showing and a nice way to win for them.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Fallen have most definitely not fallen off just yet. But talk to me a little bit more about the Complexity boys. The performance we've seen, I know we've said it over and over again. There's an awful lot like kind of weighing in on Elijah's shoulders here. What do the rest of the team need to do in order to continue a more positive, uplifting streak moving forward?
Well, I don't know. They've only got like 24 hours to turn it around before they could be eliminated.
It's not a whole lot of time. So is it purely down to fragging potential? Are they not trading each other? What do they really need to focus in on?
I don't know. It's at the end of Vertigo. They looked like they finally hit their stride. And then here on Nuke, it just didn't feel like they could find any opportunities. Again, they were relying on some specific individuals, getting a couple of clutches to get a couple of those rounds on the board. And you can't keep relying on that. It feels like something's going wrong. I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe they're just feeling the pressure today, knowing that it's FURIA on the other side. Maybe FURIA just played really, really well, which they did, right? It was 2-1. I was expecting it to be FURIA on a reverse sweep, if anything, but it went 1-1-1. And Complexity, at least able to take a map, should instill some kind of confidence with a nice comeback there on Vertigo. And that could make them feel good going into tomorrow, but there is still a chance. We don't know who they're playing tomorrow, but there is some rumblings that it could be up against Liquid, which means only one of Liquid or Complexity might make it to the major?
Well, I know Legacy is one round away from beating MIBR 2-0, which will rule that possibility out as far as I'm aware. I've done the calculations. I don't think they can face each other if Legacy is beating MIBR, so good for the NA fans. Now, that's the positive. I have a habit of always making enemies when I'm on the desk, and I will say, in order to answer your question, right, for my money, I think the way Complexity came out to CS2 was a bit of a honeymoon period. What we saw in Sydney, what we saw at Blast Copenhagen, you saw Floppy play exceptionally well, you saw Haltic having a lot of impact, you saw JT. I was one of the people praising JT for all of a sudden finding a level where he was making a difference on the server. To be completely honest, I do feel like they've dropped back to their normal level and they lack firepower. They lack individual output on the server. We saw how much they rely on Elise, and I think the way they're conducting themselves on the server, the way they think Counter-Strike, the way they set themselves up, they know how to play. I think JT's a great caller. I think Elise have come in and he's taught them a lot in terms of how you approach Counter-Strike, but sometimes you need the players to have an individual output. Best showcased on the CT side of Nuke. They couldn't hold anyone on the map. If they don't get a double kill, if they don't shut down FURIA coming at them, there's no way they're going to win that. So for my money, FURIA, they look much, much better from an individual standpoint, and for Complexity, as you said, full reset for tomorrow, and hopefully those players will show up better.
Well, you know what, on that note, I think we should go ahead and speak to the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is Fallen representing FURIA. Fallen, I gotta say, congratulations to you and the team. I want to kick things off firstly by mentioning that Vertigo map that we saw. It looked like you guys were going in the right direction. It could have been a swift 2-0, but you really struggled on your CT side and allowed Complexity to come back into this. So talk to me, from your perspective, what went wrong in that scenario?
I think they played some good CS on the T side. They're getting some timings, doing some B-pop executions with flashes. Kiserato just mentioned that one of the times he was about to throw a grenade, and the time was unfortunately they were just coming in. So those kind of things went their way on CT side. And I think we had a good match. Halzark played super well on one of those Deagle rounds. Like he bring back a 2v5, like 4 headshots in a row, you know, some stuff that you barely see. So they played well on Vertigo. I think we could have won it, but it was a super close map.
Look, first off from me, Fallen, congratulations for making the major again. I know you just barely missed out last time, so it's got to feel really good. But talk to me about what changes you made, because towards the end of last year, FURIA were looking like a little bit shaky with the results, not really going as well as what it had been, you know, a couple of years ago, right? But you guys are looking like one of the more dominant teams here in the Americas RMR. So what changes did you make up moving into the RMR?
There's a lot of changes since we started working together. There's a lot of preconceptions we had when we meshed those two styles of playing. There's a lot of gaming time that we needed to have together as well in order to understand each other better, implement some things here and there, change an idea on something so you can look towards some things in other perspectives. So I would say that the first months we were literally doing that. We tried to play way more my way in the very beginning, and I could feel that it wasn't the right way with the pieces we have. Like we really need Art commenting, and we really need him bringing what he has of his best, that is some ideas on how to call, his aggressions, all those things. So on my mind it was all about how can I find the balance, you know, because you know they have been playing like that forever and they have been very strong, but at the same time not quite there in terms of winning constant tournaments and stuff like that. So after 3 or 4 months we changed the way we're approaching it, and with more time we're able to improve our game and also build a team chemistry. You know, like when you get players together, you need to build this chemistry. You need to go over defeats, you have to go through the hurdles, and you know, look to the side and know that everyone got your back, you know. So we need time. Every team that gets together needs time to play well. Some needs less, other needs more, but I think we're finding our groove slowly.
Well, you were talking about struggling to find those wins, but you won the one that mattered, and that's what matters. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's been an ongoing conversation about, you know, getting to the same page for you guys. Seemingly so, it's starting to trend upwards. I think the way you played this time around was much, much better than we've seen in a while. How do you personally feel within the team now? You spoke about having to accustom for the other guys and having to give up on the way you want to call and play Counter-Strike. Are you learning as well, and are you getting more comfortable as a player within FURIA?
There's definitely a lot of things that I learned from their point of views on some situations, you know, upgrade some views on mine and stuff. But I do know that a lot of things that I know as well, they still work and they're still very good. So for me, it's more of meshing those together. But as a player, I think I have a very good group around me. The way that the coach and the analyst is working, it's putting a lot of pressure that I had on my shoulders in other teams in terms of how we prepare, in terms of how you set the team on the journey, on the calendar, stuff like that. They do it amazingly. And the fact that I have another IGL that understands the game very well and is working well with me, that's art, is a pleasure. And then not to mention Yuri and Caserato, they have been the strongest players I played in Brazil after the SKLG era. I knew that from the past, and I think this tournament they showed that. Like they just showed up. And to finish it off, we have Shallow. Shallow has been putting so many hours in the game. Like he is like the Mamba mentality right now. The guy is unstoppable. So it's really good to have someone like that in the team, you know, like the young bloods.
Step one was qualifying for the major. Now you're heading into the major fall. What is the realistic goal for you guys? We've seen FURIA in the playoff before. Is that a realistic goal for you guys as of right now, you think?
I would say that the main goal for the team is to, in a middle long term, be a good team that can win tournaments. You know, that's where our head is at. You know, in this RMR and the next major and all those tournaments we're going to be playing, they are like one more opportunity to be showcasing that. So we're literally focusing ourselves and bucking up, you know, so we don't get ahead of ourselves and think we got to win next, because this kind of pressure doesn't help us much, honestly. Like we got to give it time, we got to work well. And I would say that if we reach playoffs and we go well in the major, that would be a dream for us. And I wanted my third major. Yeah, I have to stop eventually. So yeah, time to get the third major. Let's go.
Well, Fallen, you certainly had an incredible run here yourself and the entire team. So go ahead, give your thanks to the fans and everybody that's been supporting you.
For the American fans and English speakers, thank you very much for supporting us. It's a pleasure. Very glad that we played some good CS today. GG's to call as well. I hope they qualify next. I like Mike and Elijah a lot. Have played them together, so I'll be cheering for them. E para os fãs brasileiros, obrigado pela torcida, pessoal. Foi um prazer imenso ter jogado esse game tão bem, classificado o Brasil para mais um Major. Muito feliz pela Imperial ter passado já também. E que mais e mais times brasileiros passem. Que a gente consiga celebrar esse momento de vitórias juntos aí e manter isso por um bom tempo, né? A gente tem que estar sempre junto aí, independente do momento. Não só nos bons, mas nos ruins também. Contamos com vocês. Tamo junto.
Exactly what he said. Same but more. Thank you very much for joining us, Fallen, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
What a legend.
There's something hilarious about, you know, thanking the North American fans after having beat 3 of their teams, you know, during the RMR so far. I love what we get to see from Fallen. I love what we get to see from FURIA as well. And as said, you know, it feels good for, at least for my money. Certain teams have qualified for the major, struggling a little bit or left more questions than answers. I feel like FURIA has said they're training upwards. They're looking like a better team than they were a couple of months ago. And by the sound of Fallen as well, it does feel like they're getting more comfortable together as well. So for me, it feels good to send them into the major.
Yeah, it really looks like it. Everything, all the pieces are starting to come together. That's why I asked the question, right? I was like, look, it did look a little shaky. What was going wrong? And that was a great bit of insight saying, yeah, the structure wasn't exactly what it needed to be. He wanted it to be more structured. You know that Art's going to be going a little bit more crazy. And then after they figured that out, the pieces are hitting. Yep. Going into the major, if they go back to that old FURIA, if Fallen is happy with that, if he can be comfortable in his role in the team with everyone doing FURIA things around him, then that's fine. That's what you need to win the major. And that's maybe a big call, but it could happen. You know, they're in it now and you've got to be in it to win it.
I think throughout the Americas, we have truly seen that anything can happen here on the broadcast, but we've also bid adieu to a number of our teams. So let's go ahead and revisit all of the results that we've had from our B stream and what everybody at home can hope to expect moving on forward. We had Wildcard being eliminated by M80. I'm a little bit sad. I would have loved to see more Wildcard coming on through. I love seeing the passion, the excitement, the screaming, the yelling coming on through for them. Jacob, I see you thinking very intently. Go on, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, someone's got to lose, right? And Wildcard have losing today. I would love to see everyone win, but at the end of the day, Wildcard couldn't get it done. They showed more, you know, on day 2 and day 3 than they did in day 1. So that's a good thing for them. Where the all Brazilian matchup as well, going the way of ODDIK. And then Legacy versus MIBR just concluded, and I just want to put a note to that one. Legacy beating MIBR in itself is a bit of a surprise. Them beating them 2-0 is a bit of a surprise. Yeah. As far as my calculations go, and maybe I'll be a fool now and make a fool out of myself, it does mean that Liquid and Complexity will not face off tomorrow. And Cold Zero, a legend of the game, put up a 1.77 rating in that game against MIBR. So some of these old school guys like Fallen and Cold Zero still showing up big.
Rolling back the years, huh? That's good to see. It's good to see. Now, I'm interested. We didn't get to watch that one because obviously we were watching FURIA and Complexity, and that was hard to not be invested in what was going down because there was a chance at Complexity.
Kind of your job to watch that game, yeah.
Yeah. That was the job. But usually you got 2 eyes, you can like do some of this stuff and try to watch both at the same time. And sometimes it just doesn't work, you know. And this time that was one of those times. FURIA were just demanding everyone's attention.
And it was very well deserved as well. Fantastic showing for them. Incredibly intense matchups, to say the least, as well. But let's go ahead and revisit our A-stream results and all of the action that unfolded here. We had that Pain Gaming and Imperial matchup. Pain Gaming missing out 0-2. Imperial coming into that looking pretty strong, no?
Yeah, I would say out of the 2 teams that's qualified so far, FURIA and Imperial have looked like the more dominating teams. I'd argue that FURIA have played the better quality of teams, so it's been a bit harder for them to get that clean look. Whereas for Imperial, they've beat whoever was in front of them, and they've done that convincingly. So credit to Imperial for doing that. Great to see Henny back, great to see Vinny back, great to see Phelps back as well. It's almost like the old SK Gaming is spread out on all different teams, and somehow they all managed to qualify for the major.
We had that Boss Liquid matchup as well. What did you make of the Boss Liquid?
Yeah, that was a little bit of a heartbreaker. Boss were playing really well and starting to push Liquid, and there was a point where I was like, damn, Liquid are looking like a little bit messy again. There's a chance for Boss here, but then moving into that second map of the series, I can't remember what it was, but I just remember that Liquid looked like Liquid should have looked this whole tournament. Yeah. So if they can bring that game tomorrow, there is a very high chance that they are going to qual for the major.
Well, the time has come, Jacob, for us to see whether or not you shall be crowned a fool as we have our schedule and our matchups for tomorrow. I want you to give me your thoughts on the...
God damn it! What? Okay. Holy shit. Interesting. I was running through the calculations and apparently my brain doesn't work. We are getting complexity versus Liquid in a do-or-die game for both teams. Only one can qualify for the major. Take nothing away from Pain, ODDIK, M80 and Legacy. Those are going to be great games as well, but be honest, right? Complexity versus Liquid, that's a barn burner.
There's one that's sticking out like a sore thumb.
The hell?
One of these teams is not going to be at the major when arguably everyone thought on paper they both should be going. You know, they were in my top 5 to make it out of this, and there can only be one NA king, and well, maybe 2. MA has a chance against Legacy. Today they didn't bring their A game, and Legacy apparently did. So that could be a scary prospect. We might only be seeing potentially just one. Well, we definitely will be seeing one NA team at the major.
With all the respect, right? Look at M80, look at Legacy. That's a massive opportunity to clinch a spot at the major.
Yeah.
Again, all this conversation about who's had the easiest way, etc., etc. You can only play who's in front of you, and if that's the game in front of you, your Legacy right now, you're going against M80, who's playing with their coach as a stand-in. Unfortunate circumstances. That's a massive opportunity for Cold Zero to get his way back into the major. Crazy.
Dare I ask for either of you for a prediction right now for that Complexity Liquid lineup?
No.
No?
It's
How
too
dare
early.
I? Too early or too late?
I need to feel like the vibes in the air tomorrow,
Okay,
even though we're in like a whole different side of the world right now.
We'll do a vibe check tomorrow. I'll check back in with the 2 of you. Boys, it's been such an exciting day today, full of fantastic CS2 games. But tomorrow is the final day with only 3 spots remaining. Only time will tell which of our teams... Mac, it's okay, it's okay. You know what? We're going to wrap things up over here because Mac is not doing too good. He's emotional turmoil.
Listen, you're Australian. What's the problem?
I'm feeling empathetic to, but my Twitter feed, man, it's just everyone molding, everyone losing it, and
well, someone's got to lose, right?
Got to keep it together for him for tomorrow.
It's okay. You can keep it together for another 30 seconds. It's been an incredibly fun broadcast in the PGL CS2 Americas RMR. Tomorrow, 3 more teams will be making it on through to the Copenhagen Major. I'm super excited for that one, and we will see you tomorrow.